Chapter 13. Isolation. Aiden's mind was lost to morbid reflection, and he was barely cognizant as the guards returned him to his tiny cell. They had either forgotten or had intentionally left his handcuffs on. At least they were attached in front of him. Otherwise, it would have made lying down extremely awkward. Still, it felt like just another petty restriction to remind him that his fate was sealed, his confinement absolute. For some time he sat slumped over, with his forearms resting on his thighs at the edge of his hard cot, staring blankly at the floor. The immense, suffocating weight of his situation was pressing down upon him. His heart was pounding, and his lungs felt tight and constricted. "There's no way out," he realized gloomily. "I cannot fight my way free. I cannot reason. I cannot bargain. All I can do is sit here and wait. Wait for the wheels of justice to slowly turn. Wait until I'm mercilessly crushed under their tracks. Wait for torture. Wait for death." He tried hard to pull himself out of his nihilistic train of thought, but he failed to find any silver lining. Any glimmer of hope that he had latched on to prior had been quickly extinguished after his interview. It was clear that Natalia wasn't safe any more than he was, but more disturbingly, it was likely that she wasn't who he thought she was. Instinctually, he rejected the thought that she could have lied to him. Even toying with the idea made him feel sick. Still, he couldn't forget her words. "Well, what if it was I who trapped you?" The image of her half-naked body nestled close to the German chancellor sliced his psyche to shreds. If it was true that she had been simply using him, it meant that he was completely and utterly alone. And he would receive no solace from his interrogators, who appeared to be psychopathic liars at best, or demented sadists at worst. He despised them, and yet it would be foolish to disregard everything that they had said simply because he disliked them, especially if the evidence was in their favor. He had been so taken with her right from the start, and now he felt like such a fool. His fragile mind tentatively probed the possibility that Natalia was actually a Russian agent. It seemed too fantastic when he first heard it. There were too many uncontrollable variables, wasn't there? His certainty was fading by the minute. He was a horrible liar, and as such, he lacked the skills to accurately determine if he was being lied to. A good magician can create the illusion that everything leading up to that magical moment had been a series of random events. However, in reality, nothing was left to chance. It was all a carefully orchestrated show to sell the deception. It was a hard pill to swallow, but he realized that certain details did line up with what the detectives had told him. Natalia had only briefly spoken of her early childhood, and she had told him nothing of her more recent past. She had not seemed to be overly shocked at witnessing Aiden cut off the finger of the Chechen, Albrecht Madamoldov, or when he was killed. Wouldn't most women be in hysterics? He remembered her unwavering gaze, solid, stoic. There had been no hint of unease or awkwardness. The more that he thought of it, the more plausible the whole thing became. Had he only avoided the truth because it was too painful a thing to accept? Not only did it make him feel like an idiot, but it also made him feel even more isolated and alone. There were no allies, only shades of enemies. It also raised the question that if he had been so completely misled, did he even kill for the right reason? Perhaps he was only a murderer rather than the vigilante he thought himself to be, in which case he actually deserved this punishment. A hard pill to swallow indeed. There are still some pieces that don't fit, he reflected. Like when the guy said that Bataille was just some business owner. Well, that was clearly bullshit. Battaglia himself bragged to me about his dealings with Holtz. He had been offended that I had thought that he would be too low to have dealings with the billionaire. Battaglia's argument had not been that he wasn't a criminal, just that he wasn't a common street criminal. But maybe the cops were just ignorant to his real activities? He thought in morose frustration. What does it matter? Either way, I'm fucked. Aiden tried to lie down, but he was too restless. The light was piercing, the cot hard, and his mind was disturbed. After a few minutes, he got up and started pacing. The size of his cell seemed to become smaller on every turn, and he felt a panic rising in him that he was helpless to suppress. He tried every trick to distract his anxious mind. He paced around for a couple of hours, or maybe it was only for 30 minutes. He was rapidly losing all sense of time. It felt like some sort of purgatory. The suspension of time did not last for an eternity, however, and eventually the monotony was broken by the sound of footsteps in the distance. The port in the middle of his cell door slid open, and a plastic tray was produced. "Mealtime!" A faceless voice barked from the other side. Aiden quickly snatched up the tray, afraid that it would be rapidly withdrawn if he didn't act fast enough. As soon as the tray was in his possession, the port slid closed again, and footsteps trailed off down the hallway. But Aiden took no notice of the retreating guard. He was transfixed by the articles on his tray. He sat back down on the cot and placed the tray on his thighs. The molded plastic was equipped with 4 depressions, one larger than the other 3. The largest, and closest to him, was filled with a white runny paste. A plastic spoon was floating in the middle of the slurry, and he fished it out and cleaned off the handle in his mouth. The flavor was reminiscent of a potato, but the chemical flavor reminded him of the old box powder mixture that he ate as a child when his grandmother was short on money. It wasn't very good, and nowhere near the real thing, but he was too hungry to be a connoisseur and dove into the paste. The other 3 smaller depressions held some sort of canned meat. Its origin could only be guessed at, a small portion of watered-down split peas, and a cube of red jello. After sampling the mystery meat and the peas, he decided that the most palatable choice would be to mix the 2 in with his potato paste. He tried his best to savor the meal, but his hunger ran away from him, and within a few minutes everything had disappeared, save for the jello. He was finally able to rein in his ravenous appetite, enough to cherish the 6 mouthfuls of red sweet gelatin. The simple act of eating did wonders to buoy his spirits. The feeling of panic and fear lessened somewhat, and he was able to tell himself to simply take one day at a time. Who knows? Perhaps a miracle could still save him. He didn't really believe it, but it was something to cling on to. With nothing better to do and still feeling hungry, Aiden occupied himself with meticulously cleaning off every square inch of the platter. It was only when the hard plastic refused to yield a solitary molecule of nourishment that he actually set the tray aside. He finally felt relaxed enough to succumb to the influence of fatigue and tried to sleep. The bright lights were still relentlessly glaring down upon him, but he buried his eyes in the crook of his arm and within minutes fell asleep. Aiden slept fitfully. His dreams were wild and chaotic. Just when he thought that he had a grasp on what was happening, his dream would shift and a new disjointed scene would play out before him. He eventually awoke in a cold sweat, his heart racing, and the ever-present lights burning into the back of his eyes. He felt disorientated and didn't know where he was. For a moment, he thought he was back in his apartment in New Independence. But soon the pieces of his memory assembled themselves until he had a picture of the present. He had to urinate, and as he stood above the bowl, he noticed how dark his urine was. His mouth was dry. When was the last time I used the toilet? He wondered, but he couldn't remember. Was he severely dehydrated? He had only had one small cup of water since he was brought in, and he was struggling to piece together how long he had been in this cell for. He really had no way of measuring time in here. There were no windows, no clocks. He couldn't even see the guards to measure time by the changing of their shifts. Perhaps 24 hours had passed, but maybe it was more. He flushed the toilet and froze. What if it's only been a few hours? He shuddered at the thought, but quickly dismissed it. Wright had told him to sleep on it, and that she had expected a response in the morning. Either way, he was sure that he was being mistreated. It was just by how much. He stared at the fresh water whirling around in the bowl. Am I expected to drink it? He speculated, but shook his head at the notion. No, surely something like that would be a breach of conduct, or something like that. But then he thought of Detective Wright and her sadistic look as she told him that he had no rights. No, I can't expect that anything is off the table. But I'm not that desperate. Not yet, anyways. Aiden once again felt the walls closing in, and doom resumed its place at the center of his thoughts. As thirsty as he was, he couldn't remain idle for long, and began exercising to distract his mind. It was not long after he began that a guard interrupted him and took away his empty tray. Aiden asked for some water, but there was no response, and he half-heartedly resumed his calisthenics. The guard did, in fact, return with a small styrofoam cup of water. Aiden would have preferred something a little bit larger, but he was grateful enough for the precious liquid and held his protest until the water was securely in his possession. When it became clear that this was all the hydration that he could expect for the immediate future, he focused on cherishing his fleeting moments with the precious liquid, realizing for the first time just how delicious tepid tap water could really be. As soon as the empty cup was returned to the guard, he was ordered to face the far wall. After he obeyed, he heard multiple footsteps rush into his cell. Something hard was pressed into the small of his back, pinning him to the wall, and he felt a cold metal shackle envelope his neck. Aiden imagined it was the same sort that had been used earlier, with a rigid pole and a guard attached to the other end of it. After being secured by the neck, he was ordered to back away from the wall, and a guard slid in front of him. His handcuffs were removed briefly, only to be replaced by a pair that had 4 cuffs, 2 for his wrists, 2 for his ankles, with a short central chain linking the 2 pairs together. Now raising his hands above his chest would be nearly impossible. The neck shackle yanked back, choking him momentarily, and he was dragged out of his cell. He was brought down the same hallway to a similar flight of stairs, and he knew instantly where they were taking him, back to the interrogation room. The stairs were more difficult to mount with his feet shackled together, especially since every misstep, whether accidental or not, would be taken by the guards to be a deliberate act of disobedience, and the pressure on his metal collar would pull him roughly back into pace. Mounting a flight of stairs had never been so intimidating or challenging, and it took all of his concentration to keep up with his entourage. The procession finally made it up the stairs, but to Aiden's surprise, they passed the door to the interrogation room. They passed 3 more doors before finally stopping at the 4th. When the guard swung open the door, Aiden felt his guts ball up in terror. The shock sent what felt like a wave of 1,000 tiny needles, pinpricking his face and eyes from the inside. He had never before felt a terror so profound. The interior of the room was not, on its own, particularly grotesque. It had a partially inclined medical bed at its center, with all of the accoutrements one would expect to see in a hospital. But Aiden was not sick. He knew that whatever treatment he was about to receive was not meant to aid him. There was a guard at either side of him, holding him tightly at both of his elbows, and, of course, the unseen man controlling his neck clamp. Still, he fought at the threshold of the room, resisting the force attempting to thrust him inside. He writhed, bucked, twisted, and turned, trying everything to break free. An involuntary howl of terror filled the narrow corridor, interrupted by a periodic choking and wheezing noise coming from his throat every time the metal collar jammed into his windpipe. Aiden felt nothing but the fire of horror coursing through his veins, threatening to incinerate every fiber of his being. He was able to grab a piece of the doorframe with his left foot and fought like hell to reach out his right arm for the opposite side. He forgot all about the pain in his right elbow as he wrestled with the three men. The guard to his right viciously struck at Aiden's fingers and body-checked him through the doorway. Aiden went tumbling to the floor, down at the foot of the bed. 1 second later, the two guards were piled on top of him, cursing him for his lack of cooperation. Aiden was still screaming, but he was finding it more difficult to take a breath, and his cries were losing their intensity. Tears of frustration, anger, and fear coursed down his face. One of the guards delivered a precise punch to Aiden's kidney, ordering him to shut the fuck up. He followed up with another pair of powerful shots to the same spot, ensuring that his order would be followed. Aiden was left gasping for air as he felt like he was being suffocated by the two large men lying on top of him. Eventually, all Aiden could manage were short breaths to maintain consciousness. The guards deliberated amongst themselves how best to proceed in getting Aiden securely into the bed. It was settled upon by the group to stun Aiden into submission before attempting to lift him into the bed. He heard the zap before he felt the shock. His whole body went rigid and twitched involuntarily. He had shocked himself before, working on a friend's old car, mistakenly touching a hot positive alternator lead to the vehicle's metal frame. It had taught him a valuable lesson about disconnecting the car's battery before working on anything electrical. Still, it had been nothing compared to the shock that the stun gun delivered. It felt like a small eternity before the voltage stopped flowing through his body. Tears of pain were flowing freely down his face. All of the bones in his body felt like they were reverberating in a similar way to when one hits their funny bone. It was jarring. However, the guard decided to administer a second shot for good measure. The pain was somehow worse, and he emptied whatever was left inside his bladder. He was momentarily paralyzed. All of his muscles flexed and were frozen into place. The guards took the opportunity to quickly hoist him off of the ground and flung him into the hospital bed. Aiden wildly fought to regain control over his body, but his arms could only weakly resist as his limbs were strapped tightly into the bed frame. He had to close his eyes to avoid having a panic attack. This was no regular hospital bed, he soon realized. The straps were built into the frame, and there was even a depression for the head. A strap could be tightened around the forehead from the underside of the bed. He felt the strap squeeze against his skull, sucking the back of his head firmly into the custom depression, making even turning his head a major challenge. With all of the straps firmly secured, Aiden was beginning to feel a strong sense of claustrophobia. The guards checked and double-checked that everything was securely fastened before exiting the room, leaving Aiden in silent isolation. Strangely enough, he actually yearned for the return of the guards. Being pinned down in a bed, immobile and alone, was terrifying. It was causing his mind to wander down dangerous corridors of thought. Doom was once again rearing its ugly head. Aiden knew that he would have to do something soon if he wanted to avoid losing his sanity to hysteria. So he did the only thing that he felt he could do. He prayed. "Oh God," he whispered into the stillness of the room. Please deliver me from this fate." Fresh tears filled his eyes, and he remembered his silent prayer when he was down on the ground, bleeding and helpless on the kitchen floor in New Independence. I know I only seem to pray when I'm desperate, but I really need a miracle now. His throat was choked with emotion, and a strong sense of self-pity was threatening to suffocate him. "I know that you promised We'd never suffer more than we can endure. Well, I can't endure this. I don't know how, but please save me from... He swallowed hard. This torture from her. And, as if like a stage actor, she had been waiting there for her cue to enter, the door swung open to reveal Detective Wright, with a gloating grin already affixed onto her wizened features. "Having a little prayer?" she mocked as she strode closer to Aiden's bedside. "How quaint." She failed to keep a facial contortion of disgust from pulling at the edges of her grin. "Of course, the truth is, you are interested in the truth, aren't you? The truth is that what we're going to be doing today is not going to be, painful. There will only be a sensation of discomfort if you resist the questioning. I'm sure that you wouldn't willfully obstruct justice, would you?" She laid a patronizing hand on Aiden's left shoulder. He convulsed away from the touch, but the straps held him firmly in place. Detective Wright wheeled over a swivel chair from the corner, and Aiden noted that she was now wearing a green medical smock. At the side of the bed, there was a small desk, upon which was a keyboard with a clear plastic protective covering over top it. Wright pulled the flat screen, which was attached to the desk, closer to herself as she typed on the keyboard. From his position, Aiden couldn't see what was being displayed. He could only see the lights of the screen flashing across Wright's harsh features. The detective stopped typing and wheeled herself a short distance to a small cabinet on the nearest wall. Aiden, who had limited head movement, could barely see what Wright was searching for, but he could hear the clinking of keys. Eventually, she returned to his bedside with whatever was precious enough to be under lock and key. She placed a small glass jar on the desk beside her keyboard. Wright then stood up and walked over to the far wall, which housed another cabinet. She produced a pair of blue latex gloves and a small packet. "All right," she declared as she sat back down. "Have you heard of the drug Mensdemprin?" she asked as she pulled the gloves on. Aiden said nothing. "It's a common drug on the streets. I'm sure you've heard of it." She waited for a response. Receiving none, she shrugged her shoulders as she tore open an alcohol swab. "Of course, its original purpose was not meant to be used as a recreational drug." She swabbed the inside of the crook of his elbow. Aiden tried to avoid her touch, but the only movement was the flexing of his arm muscles. "It was actually designed to track the synaptic activities in the temporal lobe." Wright continued her lecture as she tore open a small packet, revealing a sterile syringe. "In reality, Mensdemprin is actually two separate chemicals working together. To avoid going into extraneous detail, I will simply say that the first drug works on releasing dopamine and endorphins. This is the part the drug addicts like." Wright spoke with very little emotion as she concentrated on drawing a precise quantity from her glass vial into the fresh syringe. "The first drug also acts as a strong de-inhibitor." The detective held the filled syringe in her right hand and isolated a vein with her left. "The effect is supposedly nearly 30 times more potent than that of alcohol." Aiden tried to squirm as Wright was halfway inserted into his vein. "I would not do that if I were you," she scolded. "You could tear open as many of your veins as you like, but I will always find a viable injection site in the end." Helpless, Aiden lay still, and Wright continued plunging the needle into his vein. She drew back blood into the syringe to ensure that she was indeed in the vein, and injected the contents into his bloodstream. "Anyways, the second compound is the real innovation." She withdrew the empty needle and placed a piece of cotton over the injection site. It tracks the synaptic activities in your temporal lobe. Using it with rudimentary interrogation techniques can yield incredible results. She leaned over into Aiden's line of sight, smiling wickedly. If you think it, then Menzdeprin can track it. The brain, Mr. Caldwell, does not lie. Wright produced a mess of wires. They were color-coded, with each nodule ending in a plastic cap. The detective removed the cap and revealed a thin, sharp needle. After taking a few moments to orientate herself, she began removing the caps and inserting the needles into the specific areas of Aiden's head. Some went into the temples, others the forehead, and another was buried further into his hairline. When she was nearly finished, she added a chilling caveat. And Mr. Caldwell, this shouldn't hurt as long as you're completely honest with me. Frankly, I don't know how the chemistry of Menzdeprin really works. What I do know is that if a subject tries to avoid a particular memory, the drug will... How is it best described? Pulling abruptly from a topic can cause irreparable damage to the brain cells involved. The drug can, in effect, disintegrate the synaptic endings of your dendrites, potentially damaging your long-term memory. And, in the worst-case scenario, it will leave you brain dead. Wright turned her attention back onto the monitor and typed commands into the computer. Apparently, she was waiting for the drug to take effect before beginning. Aiden could already feel the warm glow of the drug circulating through his body. At first, it was not an unpleasant sensation. In fact, given all the trauma and suffering over the course of his imprisonment, it was a welcome escape. The drug flooded his mind with a sense of comfort and well-being, and all of his anxiety and worries gradually faded into a distant dream. However, this sense of pleasure did not last for long. As the drug came into full effect, Aiden's own thoughts seemed to become more and more unwieldy and harder to control, as though they were taking on a life of their own. This loss of control was bewildering and terrifying. The more he tried to rein in his mind, the more his thoughts bucked and twisted out of his grasp, galloping into some unknown corridor of his subconscious. If he gave himself over to the roller coaster of the drug, he would be fine. It would be exhilarating, but not frightening. But Aiden did not like to give over control, not of his own mind, and not under these circumstances. In those moments, as the drug began tightening its grip on him, Aiden realized that complex thoughts would easily fall apart in this chaotic landscape. Somehow, the drug forced him into a corner, to clasp on to a simple truth, one that could not be shaken. The fair face of Natalia came floating into his mind, and he suddenly felt a rush of emotion. How could he have doubted her? These empty suits had tried to convince him, tried to persuade him that he had been deceived. But who were they? They were his enemies. Of that he had no doubt. He began repeating in his mind, "They are your enemies. They are your enemies, and you love Natalia." It became a mantra, and he repeated it over and over in his mind. Every time, he thought it sounded more and more true, as though it was becoming more and more vivid with every repetition. He began to realize that he didn't really care if what the detectives had said about Natalia was true. Russian spy or not, he knew that he would give anything to be with her again, and the rest of the world could go to hell. He would protect Natalia, even if the drug turned his brain into Swiss cheese. Detective Wright was still viewing her monitor as she spoke. It appears the drug is sufficiently present in your brain tissue to begin. Remember, Don't hold anything back, she lectured. I cannot guarantee your cognitive integrity if you do. Fuck you, Aiden yelled through gritted teeth. Wright heaved a great sigh. Well, if obstinance is your choice, that's fine as well. I did give you an appropriate counsel. If you choose to ignore it, well, in the end, it will make very little difference to me. Either way, I will take everything I need from you, and I couldn't care less if you walk out of here a whole man or not. Wright began the interview. Many of the questions were a repeat from the previous session. Some questions he had already given answers to, but he had committed himself to a stoic silence regardless. Helen was clearly annoyed by his lack of cooperation, although she tried hard to hide it. Silence didn't exactly cause Aiden any pain, but the sensation was somehow something quite worse. Subconscious thought is a difficult thing to control, especially when confronted with the power of suggestion. Aiden could remain quiet, but when asked about Natalia, he could not help but to conjure up a memory of her. The thought yearned to be shared, and the detective was using every technique to draw out that information. When Aiden refused to speak what he was thinking, the memory seemed to become rotten and deformed in his mind, almost as though the pages of his memory were one by one being crushed into a muddled slurry. And even if they could be recovered, they would never again retain the same clarity and intelligibility that they once had. At first, it felt as though he was only having his memories erased, but gradually he began to notice a difference in the way in which he was thinking. He was becoming less and less lucid. It was a frightening revelation. To lose one's mind systematically, one neuron at a time. He thought that it could have been simply the side effects from Menzemprin, but as the hours dragged on, it became clear that the drug's influence had already plateaued long ago. However, each time he fought against answering Wright's questions, he could feel himself take another step closer into the brain-dead abyss. Aiden couldn't see Helen's monitor, but the screen was displaying the data gathered from the dozen needle sensors stuck into his head. The sensors worked together to track the path of Menzemprin. With an advanced piece of software, the information gathering could give Wright a general idea of what sort of memory was being interacted with. If Aiden tried to trick the drug by thinking of something unrelated to the interrogation, Wright could see it on her monitor and inform the program that it was a dead end and to move along. At one point, Aiden tried meditating on something positive and recalled driving past a field of yellow sunflowers in the early summer. On Wright's monitor, the program told her that Aiden was thinking of nature, and with a few clicks of her keyboard, the image vanished from his mind. He was left bewildered and confused, unable to recall what he had been thinking of. The only thing that could not be erased from his mind was the same mantra: "They are your enemies. They are your enemies, and you love Natalia." He clung to these words as his only lifeline as his brain was slowly being unraveled. 3 hours into the interrogation, Wright was clearly becoming quite impatient and frustrated. So far, Aiden had given her nothing, and she was seething. "Look," she snapped at the taciturn prisoner. "I know that you had an intimate relationship with Natalia, so I don't believe for a second that you didn't know what she was planning, or who her Russian contacts were." Aiden looked stubbornly at her from the corner of his eyes. It was all that he could manage with his head firmly fixed into the bed frame. Helen's face was red with anger. "You want to know how I know that you had a relationship with her?" she spat at him. "When she was processed into the holding facility, a routine medical examination revealed that she had a fertilized egg. It had barely begun cell division. which means that it was from recent sexual intercourse. So, don't deny your relationship to Natalia. You can no longer protect her. Witnessing that her words were finally having an effect on him, she allowed herself a gloating smile. You can't even protect yourself. Aiden couldn't contain himself any longer. How is she? He croaked through a dry throat. His jaw hurt from clamping it shut. What about the baby? A tear formed at the corner of his eye. Helen's eyebrow arched at the question. Baby, she leered at him. It was not even formed into a blastocyst yet. Baby, she scoffed. It was disposed of course, with a basic contraceptive. The federal government is not going to become a nursery for terrorists. As far as Natalia is concerned, I'm sure that she is physically fine, although I don't doubt that she is being processed in a similar way to how you are now. I mean, in matters of national security, we must be thorough. Aiden thrashed around violently on the bed, tears of frustration and rage flowing freely from the corner of his eyes. He screamed a hoarse, guttural scream. He wanted to tear free of his bonds and squeeze the detective's neck until he could feel the cartilage of her windpipe crush and crack under the pressure of his hands. But the straps did not break, and after a few minutes he lay there panting and weak, just as helpless as he was before. Are you finished now? She asked condescendingly. He lay there motionless. She regarded him for a moment. Good, she said, before turning back to her monitor, typing away on her keyboard. Let's continue then. Chapter 14, Brain Dead. Hours after being brought back to his cell, Aiden was still not returning back to normal. He sat at the edge of his cot in a catatonic state, staring absent-mindedly at the white wall, his thoughts as blank as its surface. He could only feel a profound sense of dread, but he lacked an introspective explanation to describe the sensation. In some small corner of his mind, he knew that he was being irreparably altered. In a terror, that buried portion of his subconscious frantically screamed into the hollowed-out caverns of his memory, trying to be heard. The internal part of his brain had to watch as piece by piece his sense of self was being dismantled, and he was powerless to stop it. Memories were erased, thoughts expunged. In one session, he felt like he was inhabiting the body of a stranger. They were slowly, methodically stripping him of everything, and they were forcing him to watch as they picked his mind clean. The desolation of his situation was so complete that he was prepared to blame God for abandoning him to these sadists. How could he allow this to happen to him? This was not a trial. It was not a test of faith. It was an obliteration, something that he would never recover from. However, he could not bring himself to reject God. It was not for fear of eternal damnation, for he already felt damned. Rather, it was that his feeling of isolation was so complete that he could not face a reality without him. Faithlessness is a luxury reserved for the prosperous. On the surface of the earth, men may forget the glory of the sun, but in the darkest depths of the abyss, no man would dare to mock its power. Likewise, in his fragile state, he had to believe that God, while silent, was still there, and that justice would come, eventually. He would attempt to pray, but if the petition became too long, he would lose track of his initial premise, and his words would fall into the meaningless void. He would start with a basic mantra. They are your enemies, and you love Natalia. He reiterated it over and over again, finding a modicum of solace in its simple truth. It had gotten him through the entire session with Wright, without him answering a single one of her questions. It had caused her a great vexation, he could tell, and it was one of the small victories that he was able to walk away with. But he knew that the war was not over, and felt that she would not stop until she got out of him whatever she wanted. Empathy was not an attribute that Detective Wright possessed, and Aiden knew that she would reduce his brain to a puddle of gray matter without even batting an eye. And so, despite his doubts, Aiden prayed. What he lacked in words he made up for with emotion. Tears flowed down his face as he cried out to the heavens for some sort of miracle. Anything, something, to deliver him from this hell. He stayed on his knees beside his cot for hours. His feet would become numb from the lack of blood flow, but it was the only hope that could sustain him, that God would see his sincerity and be moved with compassion to save him. He would fall asleep for a moment with his hands still clasped together on the cot and his legs still folded awkwardly on the cell floor. He would awaken, cramped and still, but only straighten himself out enough to continue praying. He realized it was his only chance for deliverance and didn't want there to be any doubt in his mind that if there was a God, he would hear his plaintive cry from the other side of the universe. Unfortunately, there was no answer. The sessions with Wright continued, and nothing changed, except that every time he returned to his cell, Aiden felt less and less like himself. He would kneel down and forget why he was kneeling, and if he remembered that he was praying, he couldn't really formulate any coherent sentences. Sometimes he would just fold his hands and cry, feeling a dumbfounding sadness, but lacking the clarity of thought to know why he felt that way. He was in no condition to keep track of how many sessions he had been in, but it was likely around the 12th one that he finally forgot what he was trying to hide, and for what reason. He could still remember the phrase, "They are your enemies, and you love Natalia," but he couldn't connect that to any coherent meaning. In the 12th interrogation, he opened up. He withheld nothing. Everything that he knew about Natalia, what he had done, who he had killed, whatever he had been thinking at the time. He confessed that Natalia told him that Katya was with John Holt, and that he had intended to kill him to recover Natalia's sister. Nothing was withheld. Any question that Detective Wright asked was immediately answered. And Aiden was so far from being in his right mind to know that what he was doing was in any way betraying his ideals. Even after Aiden had relayed every last important detail that he possessed, the sessions still continued. It seemed that Wright was unconvinced that he had really disclosed everything, and she kept digging. In truth, Aiden had withheld nothing, but she still kept demanding a fresh session from her superiors. After the 10th extra session, even she had to admit that nothing more would be gained from any additional interrogations. Aiden was exhibiting all the telltale signs of severe brain damage. His basic motor skills were steadily deteriorating, dropping forks, stumbling into walls, and even drooling out of a half-open mouth. His eyes would fail to dilate from simple questions, and he would fail to answer, not out of obstinance, but out of a basic lack of comprehension of what was being asked. Helen had expected Aiden to reveal additional proof of Natalia's link to the FSB, but he only regurgitated what they had already told him, adding nothing new. Eventually, she had to admit a partial defeat, and signed off for Aiden to be transferred to a state prison facility. Due to the nature of his violent crimes, she had recommended that he be sent to a maximum security site. However, a psychologist was brought in from the outside and declared Aiden as being clinically brain dead. he was unlikely to pose a tangible threat to others. He recommended that a maximum security facility would likely be a waste of resources for a man functioning below the IQ of a 4-year-old. The psychologist has suggested that Aiden be transferred to an asylum for more thorough medical observation. Although there was a severe shortage of available space in the psychiatric hospitals across the country, so the higher-ups compromised and sent him east to a minimum security prison. With the passing weeks, Aiden's coordination did improve. He no longer dropped things as regularly, and he stopped drooling on himself. Although he rarely spoke, and when he did, he invariably repeated the same one line: "Enemies. They're all enemies." Sometimes he would whisper the words, sometimes he would yell them. Sometimes he would rock back and forth, his eyes staring off into the distance, or his eyes rolled back into his head, rapidly repeating the words as if in a trance. The other inmates quickly concluded that he was a head case and tended not to waste their time with him. The guards seemed to have no special interest in him either. He always obeyed their commands without question. Sometimes Aiden would stare at them with a naive concern that he had somehow missed or had forgotten to obey an order. He lacked the words to ask, but usually a guard would crack under his unrelenting gaze, and he would assure Aiden that he was not breaking any rules. Anyone new to the prison, either guard or inmate, typically received a quick explanation that Aiden was a little off and that it was best to just leave him be. When Aiden first arrived, a few inmates tried to make some idle chit-chat with him, but he proved to be a very poor conversationalist. He would be able to tell him his name, that he had killed people, which always received a reasonable amount of incredulity, and when pressed, he could provide few details. Once in a while, a little extra detail would invariably slip out, but for the most part, the majority of people found it too frustrating to try and engage with him. One day, an inmate became enraged with Aiden because he wouldn't stop repeating his "they're all enemies" in the mess hall. The tattooed Salvadorian sitting across from him promised to stab his plastic fork into Aiden's eye if he said another word. Aiden, oblivious to the threat, continued to drone on. Good to his word, the Central American lashed out and grabbed Aiden tightly by the collar of his orange jumpsuit. But before he could make good on his promise, another inmate grabbed the fork-wielding hand, and with the help of another inmate, subdued the attacker long enough for the guards to intervene. While no one at the prison was truly a friend to Aiden, most seemed to take pity on him and would defend him from a hostile newcomer. Beyond that, there was an aura of intrigue surrounding the mysterious simpleton, and while speaking directly to him was a tedious endeavor, many stories began to circulate about Aiden's past and what exactly landed him in the joint. Gradually, he became almost like the prison's mascot. Even the guards were intrigued. Some tried hard to find out what his sentence was for and how long he still had. But none except the warden seemed to know the answers to these questions, and he remained tight-lipped. The secrecy from the higher-ups only served to add more fuel to the fire, to the mythos surrounding the brain-dead inmate. Aiden was no longer very active. The only two things that he seemed to derive a small pleasure from were meal times and taking in some fresh air during the precious afternoon yard time. There was a small corner in the chain-link fence where he would sit on the grass and watch the other inmates exercising or playing basketball. Occasionally, he would look through the fence at a forest a few hundred yards away. He became more interested in the forest as the leaves began to change color. He couldn't seem to understand what was happening to cause this metamorphosis, and every day he eagerly strolled to the edge of the yard to see if anything else had changed. Months had passed, and Aiden was becoming soft. His whole life he had been active, mostly with heavy manual labor, but even in his youth he had played multiple sports. He had always been lean and muscular, but now that he spent most of his days immobile, eating as much of the prison slop as he was allotted, he was growing a pudgy belly, and the mass in his arms and shoulders was slowly melting away. One fall day, Aiden sat in his similar spot in the yard and watched as the last dead brown leaf hung to its branch, the cold wind blowing the dry leaf to and fro. It seemed impossible that it was still clinging on. Aidan had watched this one leaf for days. All of its brethren had long since fallen, and yet, as if defying physics and its fate, the leaf clung on. The wind was blowing hard today, and Aidan had to pull up the collar of his jacket to keep the cold wind from creeping down his back. Yet the leaf was still there, whipping around violently, but still there. And then, all of a sudden, the leaf let go and was quickly blown to the ground. Aidan tried to search for where his leaf had fallen, but it was indistinguishable from all of the rest. Just another crumpled brown mass in a sea of thousands, just like it. Aidan let out a plaintive moan. It was formed deep in his throat and muffled by his closed mouth. The sound was wild and sad. Tears formed in his eyes, but he didn't understand the origin of the emotion. Perhaps he felt as though he could relate to the helpless plight of that leaf, trying to cling on against impossible odds. And despite all of its trying and fighting, it still ended up with the same fate as all of the rest. Almost as though its relentless struggle had all been in vain. It had been completely pointless. It could have simply given up long ago, and it would have made no difference. Of course, Aidan's mind didn't have the capacity for this level of specificity. He only felt the effects of a mysterious sadness washing over him. He tried to pull himself away from the scene of the fallen leaf and focused on the activities going on inside the yard. A group was playing basketball in the dull light of a cloud-veiled sun. The jackets had been tossed aside, and trails of mist followed the backs of the men who were exerting themselves the most. Large white plumes of condensation puffed out of their warm lungs into the cold air of the yard. Aidan noticed a man was walking towards him from across the yard. No one bothered him while he was in his corner of the yard, ever. He followed the man closely as he approached. He had short, cropped blonde hair and blue eyes. He appeared to be young. Once the man was within 20 feet of Aidan, he slowed to a stop, his eyes wide. "Oh my God," he whispered in shock. "It's true." He took another couple of paces closer, and Aidan watched him dumbly. "Aidan?" he asked with a hint of doubt in his voice. "Aidan," he said more urgently. "You remember me, don't you?" The young man's voice crackled with emotion, and his eyes became moist. "Flux! It's Flux, man!" Aidan continued to stare blankly back at him. Flux closed the last dozen feet between them and knelt down on the hard ground in front of Aidan, clasping his shoulders, searching his eyes. "Holy shit!" he exclaimed in a hushed tone, his eyes wide with terror. "What the hell did these bastards do to you?" Aidan's brow crumpled ferociously as he tried to understand what was being asked of him. "They're all enemies," Aidan responded uncertainly. "Yeah, well, you got that right." He was slightly relieved that Aidan had at least responded somewhat coherently. "But please, tell me you're faking all of this," he whispered confidentially. Faking?" Aidan grunted. Flux shook him by the shoulders, looking panicked. "Come on, tell me this is all a put on," he pleaded. "What the hell could they have done to you to leave you this fucked up?" he asked more to himself. "They're all enemies," Aidan responded with slightly more confidence. Flux shook his head. "Most, not all," he corrected. "Aidan, I'm your friend, not your enemy." Aidan nodded his head. "Enemy," he confirmed enthusiastically. "No," Flux snapped. "I'm your friend." But Aidan only looked confused again. Flux took a deep breath. "Look, remember Natalia?" He tried to explain patiently. "You," he pointed to Aidan, We're helping Natalia to find her sister, Katya. Remember? He pointed to himself, met you on the street in Chicago. I helped you, and you helped me. Natalia. Aiden toyed with the word. Yes. Flux felt like he was making some progress. Natalia, do you remember her? I never met her myself, but you told me a lot about her. It sounded like she was a real looker. I mean, to hear you describe her. Natalia, Aiden asked with more interest. Flux looked hard into Aiden's eyes and realized with horror how far gone his friend really was. It was too much for him to take, and he broke down into sobs, unable to look Aiden in the eye anymore. He pulled the docile man into his arms and hugged him hard, convulsing with sobs. Unaffected by the affection, Aiden just sat there, with his arms at his side, staring into space. Flux sat with Aiden, trying to elicit some additional response from him, but he quickly became disinterested in Flux's words and returned to absent-mindedly watching the activities of the other inmates. Eventually, a loudspeaker informed the inmates that yard time was over and to make their way inside. Flux walked with Aiden, using the edge of his sleeve to rub away any of the stray moisture from his eyes and face before they got too close to the larger group. Weakness was not an attribute that one would want to advertise in prison, especially as a fresh-faced arrival. He knew just how important first impressions would be. They fell into line and filed through the main entrance. Once inside, he glanced over at Aiden as their lines diverged into their respective wings of the prison. But his eyes were straight ahead, and Aiden never gave Flux a second glance as he disappeared into the heart of the prison. Flux scratched at the back of his new buzz cut in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. He had only arrived at the prison 4 days ago, and yesterday he had overheard 2 inmates speculating as to the origin of the resident imbecile. One man had dropped Aiden's name, and Flux's inadvertent eavesdropping instantly transformed into a more profound interest. Nothing in their description of him sounded like the man that he knew, but the name was too unique not to see for himself. He wasn't sure what he was hoping to find, but there wasn't any doubt now. He just couldn't believe it was actually him. It felt like a nightmare. What had happened to him to turn him into that? Flux wondered and involuntarily shivered. It was almost as though he had been lobotomized. It was an ancient procedure, and Flux only knew of it from the movies. That still hadn't stopped him from inspecting Aiden's head for scars anyways. He was lost in thought as he re-entered his cell. His bunkmate, an enormous old biker with a large gray-black beard and a bald head, looked up from a book he was reading. He was lying down on his bottom bunk, but even stretched out, he was an intimidating man. Big John was his name, and at 6'4" and over 260 pounds, he certainly lived up to the moniker. His arms were covered in tattoos, a circle of burning skulls. A naked witch, standing over a glowing pentagram, stood out from a menagerie of dark imagery blanketing his skin. A snarling dragon on the side of his head was also hard to ignore. Flux had been scared stiff when he first saw the man, who stood almost a head above him. But so far he had been decent enough, and hadn't tried to actively intimidate his young cellmate. Yet. Flux eyed the top bunk, but he was really too anxious to want to lie down at the moment, opting instead to sit on the steel toilet. Big John eyed him curiously before turning his attention back onto his book. You know, John said in a deep, rumbling voice, if you want to take a shit, you're supposed to pull down your pants first. The ex-biker once again pulled himself away from his weathered book, just long enough to observe Flux sitting on the toilet uncomfortably. Did you get pepper sprayed in the yard for something? Causing trouble already? Big John asked casually while keeping his eyes fixed on his pages. At first, Flux was confused by the question. Pepper spray, he wondered. but he quickly realized that his tears must have caused his eyes to become red and swollen. He had no mirror to confirm this, but it was clearly obvious to his bunkmate. "No," he stated flatly. He considered that leaving it there would be the wisest choice, but he craved to have some outlet for his consternation. "I met a friend in the yard today," he added cryptically. Big John didn't look up from his book. "Oh yeah?" he asked disinterestedly. "What's his name?" "Aiden," replied Flux, and the big man instantly snapped his book close and sat up in his bunk, the springs creaking as they bore the man's shifting bulk. "You mean the prison's resident imbecile?" John's interest was now piqued. "You know him?" Flux nodded. "And has he always been like, well, that?" "No," snapped Flux before taking a deep breath. "Then what happened to him?" asked the large man, unfazed by the younger man's tone. I don't know," Flux replied seriously. "Less than 4 months ago, he was perfectly normal." He looked darkly at his bunkmate. "My guess is they did this to him." The bushy brows of the ex-biker raised in surprise. "They? You mean the prison?" he asked in a low, rumbling whisper. Flux shrugged his shoulders. "Either them or some other government agency." Big John exhaled deeply, and Flux could feel the whirl of air from where he was seated. "Lord have mercy," the big man exclaimed. "And they call us monsters?" Flux did not doubt the admission and was hoping that this wasn't a segue into finding out what made Big John a monster in the first place. Fortunately, the big man didn't elaborate and appeared to be more interested in what Flux knew about Aiden. Initially, he was reluctant to divulge much about his friend, but Big John was surprisingly persuasive, and soon he found himself spilling out everything that he knew. The two were so engrossed in conversation that they were both taken by surprise when dinner time was declared by a passing guard. When Flux entered the mess hall, he instantly tried to locate Aiden. He eventually saw him tucked in between two other men, eating his slop with docile contentment. Flux quickly got in line, grabbed a food tray, and made a beeline for Aiden's table. The seating around his friend was exceptionally tight. He asked for some space to sit, but only received scowls in response to his inquiries. He was standing there awkwardly with his tray of food, not sure what to do next, when a deep voice bellowed from behind him, "Move aside!" The voice startled him, and he almost lost the contents of his tray. It took him a moment to recognize that it was his bunkmate who spoke, and it wasn't directed at him, but rather towards the men seated opposite Aiden. One man was halfway between telling the newcomer to fuck off, but when he looked up, he stopped short. Big John was not an obscure figure in the prison. Many had been shocked that he had been even granted a transfer request to the minimum security facility, given his history. 10 years ago, he had been convicted of 5 counts of first-degree murder, including a couple and their 10-year-old son. As an active member of a notorious biker gang, his court case had received plenty of publicity, and nearly everyone in the prison knew Big John Dabrowski to be a ruthless killer with lethal connections. Apparently, John had been granted leniency due to a display of reformation and was transferred to this minimum security prison 6 months ago. The story was that a little over a year after being incarcerated, Big John had become a born-again Christian. It took 9 more years to convince his jailers that his contrition was legitimate. Eventually, they granted his request for a transfer. But John's reputation continued to follow him, and most of the other inmates knew exactly who he was and what he had done. Needless to say, the bench cleared away quickly after it was seen that it was Big John who had made the request. "So this is your friend?" John pointed his tray towards Aiden as he sat down. "Yeah," Flux managed as he followed behind Big John to join him on the bench opposite his friend. Aiden? He tried to get his attention. This is John. But Aiden only glanced up momentarily from his eating to view the stranger before returning his attention to his food tray. Big John arched an eyebrow at Flux, who could only return a sheepish shrug in reply. The big man looked across the table. Aiden, he said in a deep voice, have you accepted Jesus Christ into your heart as your personal savior? He asked solemnly. Flux was shocked. What the hell is this? He wondered. The young man was not really aware of his bunkmate's history and was perplexed at the direct question leveled at his friend. Aiden continued munching away, ignoring the question altogether. In an instant, fat, hairy fingers enveloped Aiden's spoon hand, locking it into place. Aiden looked into the big man's eyes angrily. He fought against the grip of Big John to no avail. The two stayed motionless for some time, their eyes locked together. Eventually, Big John broke the silence. I know demons, he whispered in his gravelly, deep voice. I was surrounded by them. At one time, I was one of them. The big man's voice was filled with emotion, and Flux looked on, bewildered. Evil can consume a man, John continued. It can cause him to do things he never thought possible. This evil can rot the mind until there's nothing left. Aiden continued glaring at the other man, his crushed hand still trying to wriggle free from John's massive grip. But there is salvation, even for us sinners, in Christ the Redeemer. Aiden, open your heart to Jesus, and you may be saved. Aiden tried to pry the plastic spoon out of his free hand, but Big John caught the other hand as well. Now 2 sets of hands were intertwined over top of the table. Big John closed his eyes, and Flux was surprised to see a small tear squeeze out between those lids. Lord God in heaven, through you all things are possible. Through the power of your unending love, even a creature as vile and twisted as myself was able to be saved. Big John continued praying and gradually gathered more and more attention from everyone in the mess hall. Some men were snickering at the scene of the big man praying over the prison idiot. However, most felt too uncomfortable to do much of anything. Occasionally, they would cast a sidelong glance to the other inmates to check that they were all witnessing the same thing. A small minority felt their own Christian upbringings bubbling to the surface and were moved by the boldness of the scene. Only you know the heart of this man, Big John continued. But Lord God, we know that nothing is impossible. In the name of the Spirit, we call on your name now, Lord God. Save this man's soul. In the name of Jesus. Restore this man's mind. In the name of Jesus. Make him whole again. Big John fell into a softer, indecipherable whisper with his eyes still closed, clutching the color out of Aiden's fingers. A few other inmates strode over to Aiden and began laying their hands on him and closed their eyes and began whispering soft prayers as well. This is fucking crazy, Flux thought, and wondered if he was in a dream. To date, the only experience he had had with the church was when a soup kitchen had a mandatory sermon before the meal. However, he had largely ignored the street pastor and just waited until it was time to eat. This was different. It had no hierarchy, no structure, but somehow a group of criminals had now gathered around Aiden, praying for his redemption. Instinctually, he was revolted by the whole scene. It looked somewhat cultish to him. People who didn't even know Aiden were laying hands on his head as though he was a long-lost brother. On the other hand, Flux was moved that all these people were trying, to the best of their ability, to help Aiden. Who was he to put a stop to it? Still, he did wonder where all this would end. When will they realize that their prayers have fallen on deaf ears? Flux mused and watched with rapt attention. Flux realized that the whole room had become eerily silent. Everyone was looking at Aiden. The inmates, the guards, even the kitchen staff were peering through the serving window. Everyone was curious as to what would happen next. So much theatrics had been performed in the mess hall that there was an expectation that something would happen. Aiden's eyes had not moved from Big John's own, even when they were closed. When Big John gradually opened his lids, he was immediately confronted with Aiden's hawkish stare. Flux thought he appeared to be angry, but he didn't know if it was simply because his meal had been interrupted. Aiden said through gritted teeth, and everyone held their breath. Don't need to be saved. He spoke as though he was struggling mightily against some unseen force. I need to get mind back. It took a moment to assess what had just happened. Was this the real Aiden speaking, or was this just wishful thinking? After a few moments, the silence of the room was broken by the din of over a dozen conversations spontaneously erupting all at once. The excitement was palpable. Flux was stunned. Aiden? Aiden, he shouted. Is that you? Flux pulled his eyes away from Big John to focus on Flux. He forced a sad smile. Don't know. I don't feel right, he forced out. But Flux gave him a bright smile. He knew, even if it was only a sliver, this was the real Aiden. It's good to, he started, but emotion overtook him, and he had to pause and restart. It's good to have you back, he sputtered out, and looked in awe at Big John. It's a fucking miracle. John smiled through his great beard at Flux. God is good, he stated matter-of-factly, as if this was the expected outcome all along. He released Aiden's hands and returned his attention to his meal. Big John seemed to be the only one in the room taking the events in stride. Guards had to eventually step in to disperse the crowd pressing around the healed man. Aiden, for his part, seemed to be looking around himself with much more interest, almost like how a toddler would absorb all of its surroundings with wide-eyed enthusiasm. Flux was too stunned to speak or to eat, and was simply content to watch his friend take one shaky step after shaky step, crawling blurry-eyed out of his cognitive slumber. Chapter 15. The Rebirth. Aiden exited the mess hall in severe pain. His head was aching and his mind was whirling as he struggled to find some stable mental structure to latch onto. He refrained from asking complex questions of himself, as it caused him to feel as though his brain was unraveling. By the time he returned to his cell, he had finally found some stability. Out of the mists of his mind came the image of a beautiful young woman. She had straight blonde hair, shoulder length. It was so silky that with every slight movement of her head, her fair strands were sent cascading over one another, as though the hair was as fluid as water. Her blue eyes looked straight at him, but there was a tenderness and a kindness in those eyes which comforted him and made him feel safe for the first time in a long time. Aiden's bunkmate asked him something, but he didn't hear the question. He was too focused on the image in his mind's eye. Questions, thoughts, they were all terrifying. He feared that they would return him to the dark corridors of his mind, where he would once again become lost in a labyrinth of synaptic dead ends and collapsed dendritic bridges. A mysterious hand had pulled him from the abyss, and he was now residing in an undamaged region of his brain, in his sensory cortex. The image of the lady had come to him there, and he dared not venture too far away. He would rather comfort himself by dearly holding on to the image of the young woman and to take solace from the inexplicable familiarity of her presence. She was speaking to him, but either her words were indecipherable or she was speaking too softly to be heard. Aiden quickly rushed into his lower bunk and closed his eyes, hoping that her image would still be there. Her shape was quickly losing form, and he began to panic. But the more he tried to recover her image, the more her features seemed to fade. Eventually, nothing was left but the dark reddish glow from the inside of his eyelids. He cried for the loss of the mysterious woman, whom he could not remember, and whose image he could not retrieve. In 3.5 months, Aiden had felt nothing. He had been an empty shell of a man, acting instinctually, subconsciously, emotionless. For the first time in many months, Aiden went to sleep disturbed, with a profound sadness lying heavily upon his chest. And for the first time in just as long, Aiden Caldwell dreamt. His dreams were chaotic and disjointed. At one point, he was sucking on a woman's teat. He assumed it was his mother's, but he couldn't be sure. A moment later, that breast had turned hard and tasted metallic. When he looked up, there was no woman present, only a machine. The robot pushed the aperture hard against the back of his throat, and he gagged and choked on the metal. He tried to push away, but the robot held him firmly in place, while a row of professional-looking men and women looked on, clinically assessing the progress. One old, nasty woman, with close-cropped, curly gray hair, gave a slight nod, and the robot began pumping a black, acrid ooze into the back of Aiden's throat. He sputtered and tried to spit up the foul fluid, but the robot pushed the aperture further and further down his throat. The next moment, the people and the machine were gone. He was no longer being held in place. However, his guts still felt like they were in turmoil. He spat out gobs of black blood. Tears ran down his face. When the tears touched the pool of dark blood, an image of himself reflected back. He was fighting with someone on the floor, yelling and screaming. Gradually, the image melded with the pool itself, and the blackened blood began pushing up into a glistening three-dimensional structure. The bloody structure metamorphosized into a miniature of himself and the other man, writhing on the ground in front of him. Shocked, Aiden leapt backwards, away from his regurgitated replica, and saw the blonde bartender looking on at the entire bloody scene from behind the bar. She appeared to be revolted by what she saw, and she shook her head in disgust. Aiden tried to explain, but his tongue wouldn't work. He thought it was a problem with the muscle. But when he looked back, he saw that his brain was outside of his skull and on a steel dissection table. A latex glove hand materialized out of the darkness and began poking and prodding his brain. He involuntarily cried out. The hand vanished back into the darkness, but soon reappeared with a scalpel in its clutches. Aiden waved his hands wildly in protest, but the blade sliced effortlessly through a chunk of his brain, and his hands fell limply by his sides. He cursed the strange hand, but after another quick stroke, his tongue felt soft and flaccid in his mouth. Blood was flowing from the cuts in his exposed brain. The hand disappeared again and reappeared this time with a pair of tweezers. The points of the tweezers disappeared into the bloody slice in his brain. An insect was extracted from the brain tissue, although, upon closer inspection, Aiden realized that it was only a tiny version of the blonde bartender. She was set aside, and the tweezers wormed its way into his brain again, and another tiny person was extracted. Horrified, Aiden tried to retrieve his brain. His arms still didn't work, but his brain was still attached to him by a thin, fleshy cord. He ran, and his spinal cord whipped his brain off of the operating table. His brain bounced and tumbled on the ground as he dragged it behind him. Out of breath, eventually, Aiden had to stop and look back at his battered brain, lying in a bed of dead leaves. He tried to brush off his brain to the best of his abilities and sat with it in his lap. He was wondering how he was going to put it back in when he suddenly awoke. He rose with a powerful headache that nearly brought him back onto his cot, but his kidneys ached with a strong need to urinate, and he fought through the pain to hobble over to the toilet. As he relieved himself in the dim glow of the nighttime lights, he began to feel more like himself. He couldn't exactly put it into words, but it felt like he had been blackout drunk for the past few months, and he had just awakened. The hangover was otherworldly, the pounding headache, his thoughts scattered, and his memory spotty, and yet he was back to being in his right mind. Somehow he had gotten a second chance, and it was simply a matter of time before he could put all the pieces of himself back together. An image from his dream floated in his mind, of him running away with his brain trailing behind him, hanging out of his open skull. He grinned to himself. I guess all I have to do now is dust you off and stuff you back in. After flushing the toilet, Aiden made his way back to the bunk. He lay down, with the weak light trickling in through the cell's bars. He stared into the grayness of the bunk above him. He had obviously gone to sleep far too early and was now wide awake in the middle of the night. His head throbbed, but he found that he could probe his fractured memories now without drowning in the abyss of his broken mind. He was still confused and disorientated, but he had finally found some stable ground to build off of. The girl in the bar. Who was she? He had plenty of time, so he didn't force the question. He simply lay there, casually meditating on its answer. Slowly from the shadows, the young woman's face materialized in his mind. He tried to control his breathing, not wanting to banish her image by trying to cling to it too desperately. She smiled at him, and he felt his face flush hot. Aiden reached out with an ethereal hand and gently cupped her face with his imaginary hand. He knew it wasn't real, but he could almost feel his hand tingle with a soft warmth radiating out from her skin. His breathing elevated, and his heart was racing. Natalia, he whispered to the conjured image. Natalia, stay with me, he pleaded, but she only smiled sadly at him as her face became transparent and eventually faded, absorbed into the gray darkness of the bunk above him. He suddenly felt so very alone and helpless. His eyes went moist, and he tried to blink the self-pity away. At least I have her name, he thought bitterly, and I will never forget it again. He realized in horror just how much had been taken from him, and he worried that he was under an illusion, that he was actually back to being himself. Perhaps he had been irrevocably altered. How would he know if he was? If he lost his hand, he could just look down and see if it was missing. But how could he see if he was missing a part of his mind? What if the missing part was the piece that carried who he really was? With that part gone, so was he. He was just an empty husk, diluted into thinking that he was the whole kernel. And so what if I am? He thought defiantly. There's no point dwelling on it now. If the old Aiden is truly lost, and lost forever, so be it. I will build this husk back from the ground up if I have to. He was shaking with emotion and found that he was angry, quite angry. He was a red-hot ember of rage, and his veins felt like they were coursing pure lava. Aiden felt that at any moment his pores would ignite and he would become engulfed in the flames of his fury. His hands explored the soft, pudgy fat around his midsection, and he was revolted by what he had become, a simple-minded, fat, piteous creature. This was not who he was. He was certain of it. Darius Andre awoke suddenly to the sounds of grunts and heavy breathing. It was a sound that he was loath to hear after lights out, and he was disconcerted that another man's throaty breaths sounded so close. He was shaking with anger as he tried to muffle the sound by wrapping his pillow around his ears, but the grunt still came through the pillow's thin fibers. Frustrated that he was unable to peaceably end the molestation of his ears, he looked over the edge of his bunk towards the source of the sound. His sleep-filled eyes had trouble focusing at first, and in the dim light, he was struggling to make sense of what he was seeing. "Aiden!" The black man hissed out an angry whisper. "Aiden, is that you?" The orange coveralls slowed to a stop, and Aiden rolled over onto his back, out of breath. "Yeah," was all he could manage in between gasps for air. "What the fuck are you doing?" Darius tried to keep his tone low. "Push-ups." "Push-ups? In the middle of the fucking night?" Darius was too irritated at having his sleep disturbed to marvel at his bunkmate's metamorphosis. "You have all day to do some push-ups, motherfucker. I don't need to hear your gay-ass grunts and groans in the middle of the fucking night. Save your little aerobic session for the morning." "Okay," Aiden conceded, still catching his breath. "I've done enough for now anyways." The black man only hissed in diminution at his cellmate's late-night exertions before rolling back into the comfort of his cot. Unfortunately, Darius could not get back to sleep. He was unable to stop thinking about how different Aiden had become after the incident in the cafeteria. It did seem like some sort of miracle. The idea of it really being divine intervention kept his mind too stimulated to allow for the reestablishment of his drowsiness. As Aiden's cellmate, Darius knew better than anyone just how limited Aiden's cognitive abilities had been. He had tried more times than he could count to ask him about his past, or to talk about anything at all, but Aiden had been as unresponsive as a brick wall. If he had said anything, he would mostly repeat the same old line about enemies over and over again. Darius had, at times, contemplated forming a shiv to end the repetition. But now the old imbecile seemed to be gone completely, and Aiden appeared to be much more normal. If the transformation was legitimate, then it was awe-inspiring. And in the classic sense of awe, the greatness of it imparted in him a fearful sense of wonder. Darius Andre tossed and turned for the rest of the early morning, until finally the lights were turned up to their full brightness and the guards began making their rounds. Aiden instantly hopped out of bed when the lights were turned up and turned back to his bunkmate. Darius's eyes were wide open, and Aiden smiled genially. "Sleep well?" he asked, and had to dodge a flying pillow careening towards his face. Darius rubbed his tired eyes and groaned as he crawled off the top bunk. "If this is the new you, you're going to be training in the yard with me today. I'm going to work you so fucking hard that you'll be praying for lights out tonight." Aiden's smile remained fixed on his face. "Fair enough," he agreed. Darius shook his head in wonder. "I can't believe this is the same fucking person. This shit's crazy." He twisted his back, trying to work out a kink that had formed overnight. He paused, looking at Aiden's transformed disposition. A serious look came over his face before he asked, "So, what happened? Last night?" Aiden was confused. "You mean when I was doing push-ups?" "No, dumb fuck," he said in irritation before looking around conspiratorially. "I mean in the mess hall last night," he asked in a low tone. "Do you think, what was it like? Did you feel God?" He thought for a moment before replying. I'm not sure," he finally answered. "Everything before that moment was a haze. Even now, I'm still trying to piece together who I am." He considered for a moment before adding, "Why do you ask about God?" "You don't remember?" Aiden shook his head, and Darius continued. "Well, Big John was praying over you and shit, and a few of the other guys joined him. And then, you just sort of seemed to snap out of it." "Really?" Aiden's eyes were wide. I think I only remember the final bit. Then he laughed. Oh yeah, I do recall saying something about not needing to be saved, but needing a brain, or something like that. Anyways, you seem to know more about it than I do. He patted his cellmate on the shoulder. If you say it was a miracle, then I believe you. Hey, motherfucker, I didn't say nothing about thinking it was a miracle, Darius replied indignantly. Oh? So what do you think happened? I don't know. He sounded exasperated. It's your brain, motherfucker. Maybe you've been faking it the whole time. But that make you one hell of a good actor. So I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Aiden could think of no decent response, and the topic was quickly dropped. Although, Darius wasn't the only curious soul in the prison. Far from it. Aiden had become an overnight sensation. Inmates called from their cells, asking how he felt, whether he was cured, or just yelled out random questions about his past. In any of the communal rooms, a crowd would quickly form around him, and the guards would sometimes have to break up the group before it grew to uncontainable proportions. Aiden tried to navigate the onslaught of questions the best he could, but he was only recently lucid, and the constant bombardment was giving him a worse headache. Fortunately, Aiden was saved when Flux and Big John relocated him in the cafeteria for breakfast. The burly biker acted as a bodyguard and effectively intercepted disturbers to Flux and Aiden's reunion. Aiden, do you still not remember me? He asked as he sat down, noticing Aiden's confused look. Oh yeah, you were sitting here last night, weren't you? No, Flux replied defeatedly. I mean, yes, I was here last night, but we know each other from before that. Don't you remember me? Aiden shook his head while scrutinizing the face of the other man for a clue. We met on the street in Chicago. I had shoulder-length dreads then, but when I got nabbed by the cops, they forced me to clean up and cut it all off. You gave me some cash back then. After, well, it doesn't matter. He trailed off. Aiden squinted his eyes at him, thinking hard. He was mouthing words, but putting no air behind them. Flux thought that he was whispering something to him and leaned in to hear what he was saying, but it was inaudible, and he sat back on the bench. The mouth was still moving, so Flux decided against resuming a conversation and just waited until he was done. A minute passed, then another. Flux was beginning to worry that Aiden was falling into another trance-like stupor when his fist came slamming down onto the table. Flux's heart was in his throat. He had not been expecting such an aggressive outburst. Damn it! Aiden shouted, burying his head in his hands. I think I do remember you. His hand slowly slid up his forehead and continued up until his fingers combed through his hair. I just can't quite think of where. Rex? No, something less common. Lux? The other man's eyes went wide with excitement. Flux! He almost shouted in relief. Flux? Holy shit. No wonder I was struggling. Aiden let out a sigh of relief. I mean, you got a haircut, and didn't we only meet once before? Flux nodded. Well, for a guy with memory problems, it's a tough first question. What sort of name is Flux anyways? Flux shrugged. I don't know. It's a nickname. I can't remember from who exactly, but it came from my second foster home. My birth name is Fred Lennox, but some of the kids were starting to combine the two until it turned into Flux, and I guess it sort of stuck. It's been ages since anyone has used my real name. But who cares? The important thing is that you're back. I don't know how. When I first saw you, you were unrecognizable. I couldn't even... Well, it doesn't matter. Somehow you're getting better. It was like a switch was turned on, and then bam! It was really quite something. Aiden couldn't help but smile at the enthusiasm of the young man. That is the power of God, Big John stated authoritatively. He had been quietly eating and listening to the conversation, but paused to add his interjection. Flux and Aiden shared a look, but neither dared to contradict the big man. Honestly, none of them could say, one way or another, what really had happened. Turning back to John, he asked, "And do I know you?" The big man gave him a hard stare. Aiden swallowed hard. "From before, I mean." "No," John answered flatly. He seemed to Aiden to be angry, but in truth, it was simply Big John's natural demeanor. A lifetime of violence had permanently chiseled a hard look into the older man's features, and no amount of inward joy would soften his granite exterior. Frankly, a little intimidated by the bearded man, Aiden turned back to Flux. "So," he began slowly, "I think I know why I'm in here, but how did you get in here?" "It wasn't because of me, was it?" he asked. Flux blushed and considered lying, but in the end he decided that lies may only complicate Aiden's recovery, and so he opted for the truth. "No," he admitted sheepishly. "The night that we first met, you had given me some cash. Do you remember?" Aiden's brow wrinkled in thought, but in the end he shook his head. "Anyways, I think you were trying to get me off the streets, and don't get me wrong, it was a decent amount of money. Maybe it could have covered a few months' worth of rent and food, but I don't know." He became exasperated with his own justification, fidgeting uncomfortably in his seat. "Okay, so basically, yeah, I could have used the money to get myself back on track, but I really didn't know where to start." He couldn't make eye contact with Aiden as he squirmed in his seat. For his part, Aiden was only casually listening, more concerned with knitting together the fragmented pieces of his memory than being judgmental of his young friend's poor decisions. Of course, Flux was completely unaware of this and was struggling to conjure up a plausible excuse for his actions. "Well, it was a decent amount of money, but I still would have needed to find a job. And what if I, in the end, didn't find anything? I would have blown all that money on rent and food and still ended up with nothing. I would have been back on the streets, back at square one. On the other hand, I did know where I could score a decent amount of dope, and I knew I could step on it and resell it for a reasonable profit. So that's what I did." Flux then hung his head even lower and in a quiet voice said, "It was all going really well. In a couple of months, I'd grown my money tenfold or more. I did rent out an apartment, and things were going great. The best of my life. For the first time, I felt like a real fucking human being and not some piece of shit from the street. It was so fucking stupid," he whispered, mostly to himself. "So stupid. I should have stuck with dealing with my people. But business was good, and they had a limited supply. A third party was offering a decent amount of coke at a great price. I didn't know him, but an acquaintance of mine vouched for him." He took a deep breath and smiled wistfully, forcing himself to make eye contact with Aiden. "He was a cop." "Of course he was. The signs were everywhere. The price was way too low. And I swear there was something off about that fucker too. But I was greedy and already counting the money in my mind. So I really deserved to get caught. And the dipshit that vouched for him, well, he only did it because he got himself hauled in a few days prior. They probably leaned on him to rat someone out, and I was his lucky pick. Anyways, that's it. I was a dumb fuck, and I got caught. Sorry, man. I know you didn't want me to buy drugs with that cash. I don't fucking know. Just sorry." Flux tried to swallow his guilt, but his eyes were already moistened by the powerful feeling of being exposed as a failure. Aiden, who had spent most of the other man's story trying to remember their initial meeting, was largely unaffected by Flux's strong emotions. He shrugged. Why apologize to me? He asked quizzically. If anything, your arrest was good for me. Flux looked back at him confusedly. I mean, who knows? But if it wasn't for you, I would likely still be a brain-dead zombie. So, you're not disappointed in me? Disappointed? Aiden said the word as though it was a foreign entity occupying space in his mouth. Like a father would be disappointed in his son? Flux blushed at the example, but said nothing. I don't know, Aiden answered honestly. It seems that getting yourself arrested was worse for you than it has been for me. He thought for a moment before asking, Do you feel bad about selling drugs, or just that you got caught? Flux was caught off guard. Well, I guess more for getting caught, he admitted. Right, Aiden mused. So we all got caught, one way or another. But feeling guilty just because you were caught is childish. It means that you were waiting for society to tell you what's right and what's wrong. You don't know for yourself? Flux felt trapped. No, I do. I know the difference between right and wrong, he answered lamely. I guess I know that drugs are bad for people. I've seen it firsthand how it can ruin lives. How it destroyed my mom and others. He shrugged bashfully. So getting caught was probably more sticking it in my face than anything. True, Aiden agreed. But I do understand why you did it. It's really all you know. Or so you say. Honestly, I don't really know you well enough to feel one way or another about it. Flux couldn't keep his hurt feelings from affecting his features. Aiden tried to smooth out the blunt impact of his words. He took a deep breath. I, too, have seen the destruction caused by dope on the streets. Men's Demprin pretty much destroyed my mother's life, and Aiden scrunched up his face, trying to squeeze his brain for another blurry memory. I think it was used against me in this place. Drugs have utterly destroyed the minds of tens of millions of Americans, leaving them helpless zombies, completely disassociated from reality. So no, I'm not a fan of drug use or drug dealing. The two maintained fixed eye contact, waiting. Finally, Aiden broke the silence in a groan of frustration. Fine, I'm disappointed, okay? He snapped. I barely know you, but we both had a similar fucked up childhood. I was just a little luckier. So yeah, on one hand, I think if not for being taken in by my grandmother, that could have been me living on the streets. And I don't know if I would have done anything better. So how can I judge you for something that I could have easily done myself? On the other hand, fuck what I just said. Yeah, I'm fucking disappointed. I'm really fucking disappointed. What the fuck were you thinking? You had an opportunity to pull yourself out from the shitty life on the streets. And what do? You dig yourself deeper. I mean, damn it, Flux. You can't play the victim your whole life. Take some fucking accountability for your actions. Oddly enough, Flux began grinning towards the end of the lecture. What's so damn amusing? Aiden barked. Flux burst out laughing, and warm tears of joy coursed in tiny rivulets down his cheeks. Oh, Aiden. He tried to speak through the emotion. You're just sounding more and more like yourself by the minute. It truly is a damn miracle. Aiden looked around bewildered at Flux's outburst. Nearly every set of eyes in the mess hall were upon him. In his anger, Aiden had raised his voice to the point where everyone in the cafeteria could make out his words. There was no longer any doubt. The brain-dead inmate was gone, and everyone wanted to learn about who this new man really was. Chapter 16. The Visitor. After breakfast, his fame only seemed to grow as the day went on. The prison guards had their hands full, simply trying to maintain some order surrounding Aiden. There was never a moment when he was left alone. Everyone wanted a word with him. Even a curious guard would ask him how he felt, or what had changed. Aiden tried to answer as best he could, when he could. No one was particularly mean-spirited in their harassment of him. It was mostly a product of genuine interest in the prison celebrity. When the men were finally given their late afternoon yard time, Aiden was sought out by his bunkmate, Darius, for the first time that day. The black man was insistent that Aiden was going to get a rigorous workout today. He didn't want a restless cellmate disturbing his precious sleep once again. Unlike Aiden, whom at the time was deemed unfit for labor, Darius worked in the textile wing for 8 hours a day. The work was monotonous, and he had been fighting all day to stay awake, blinking his eyes ferociously to keep the stitching straight. The $2 an hour was a meager wage, but it did allow him to make purchases at the commissary to augment the bland prison food with a candy bar or a cup of instant noodles. Flux, not wanting to have his time with Aiden shortened, insisted that he would join the duo's exercise routine. Big John joined the group as well, not saying a word. Darius had eyed the ex-biker suspiciously, but had said nothing about him joining. The black man was aware of the big man's ex-gang. They were notoriously not an ethnically diverse group, and there had been multiple violent territorial disputes between the bikers and the local black gangs. Darius took an instant dislike towards Big John, but made no protests about his presence. Instead, he got straight down to business and had the group warm up with some fast-paced laps around the yard. At the end of the run, even Aiden, who had been immobile for several months, was bent over with his hands on his knees, panting hard. The cold air burned his lungs going in, and Aiden thought that he tasted the iron flavor of blood mixing with his saliva. However, compared to Flux and Big John, he was faring not too badly. The younger man, unlike Aiden, had never really done anything sports-related before. His muscles were more atrophic than simply just dormant. Flux had collapsed on the cold ground, grabbing his sides, which ached painfully, and he took short, shallow breaths. Somehow, Big John was looking even worse. Huge plumes of steam were ascending from the fat man's bald head, which had been turned a bright red color, partly from the cold and partly from his exertion. His big frame was not well suited for running, and he was wheezing terribly. He was lowered down onto one knee, and his back would arch periodically as though he were about to throw up. Darius had a small bead of sweat forming on his brow, his hands on his hips. Apart from a slightly elevated breathing, he appeared to be largely unaffected by the dozen or so laps. Seeing the pain on the faces of the rest of his party brought a smile to his lips. The suffering of Big John particularly pleased him, and gave Darius an incentive to allow him to continue to train with them. His gloat was short-lived, though, for Big John's bulk was well suited to moving heavy loads. So when they moved on to the primitive barbell and weights, it was Darius who struggled to keep up. It was no consolation to him that he weighed nearly 100 pounds less than his nemesis. John, who was hungry for retribution after his running abuse, was eager to rub salt into the wound, and when Darius failed his bench press, he added another 20 pounds to the bar and effortlessly did 6 more repetitions. The two shared a venomous glare after Big John racked the weight. Flux was almost certain that a fight would break out and was calculating the value that his thin frame would have in getting in between the two, when John cracked a grin and moved away. Darius was clearly seething, but Flux couldn't figure out why. It would have been nothing short of incredible for Darius to match the other man's strength pound for pound. Still, the black man's highly competitive nature could not be muted with logic, and his dislike for Big John only added fuel to his burning desire to beat the man at every turn. The unfriendly rivalry between the two men made it all the more difficult for Aiden and Flux to keep up. They were caught in the middle of a firestorm, and their muscles felt like they were being torn off their bones rather than being built up. By the time their 1 hour of yard time had expired, all 4 men were exhausted. Flux was having trouble limping back to the prison's entrance on quads that threatened to cramp up after every step. Aiden no longer felt his persistent headache, as the rest of his throbbing body was drowning in pain. At dinner time, none of the men had the energy to speak. Each one was huddled over their own platter of food, silently eating. The fervor of the rest of the inmates had also died down considerably from the morning, and most were content to simply talk about Aiden than to attempt to speak with him directly. Though he was aching all over, Aiden was content for the first time since his arrest. He had companionship. He was slowly improving his recollection, and his immediate fatigue was so all-encompassing that he didn't have the capacity for idle worries. As soon as dinner was over, Aiden made his way back to his cell and laid down on his bunk. Hard as a rock, but, tired as he was, it felt like a cloud. Within moments he was asleep. When Darius joined him back in their cell, he couldn't help but grin at his handiwork. His sleep wasn't going to be disturbed tonight. He was sure of it. For the first few hours, Aiden had a dreamless sleep. But slowly images and memories began to coalesce in his mind. Unwelcomely, Detective Helen Wright became the focus of his dream. She was interrogating him, but Aiden couldn't be sure if they were the questions she had actually asked or simply fabrications from his mind. Either way, he soon found himself strapped back onto the modified gurney. He fought hard against the restrictions, but he was trapped. He heard Wright's malevolent cackle ringing in his ears. He fought even harder and yelled out in anguish. Aiden sprung awake, yelling in pain from a cramp in his left thigh. He sat up quickly and reached for his leg, but he cracked his head on the underside of the upper bunk before he could touch his ailing limb. Swearing, he scrambled out of bed to stand on his painful cramp. As he limped back and forth on his constricted muscle, he heard a loud groan emanating from the top bunk. "Aiden!" Darius hissed. "What the fuck is your problem, man?" "Leg cramp," Aiden uttered through his discomfort. "Leg cramp?" He spat the words back at him. "I think I preferred you brain dead. He never had a fucking problem sleeping at night." "What time is it?" "Hell if I know. Probably only a few hours after lights out. In other words, time for your dumb ass to get back to sleep." And turned defiantly in his bunk, away from Aiden, in disgust. Aiden stood in the dark, rubbing his aching thigh thoughtfully. When he thought that the muscle wouldn't flare up again, he carefully crawled back into his bunk. He lay there on his back, his eyes wide open. Sleep was the furthest thing from his mind. He tried hard to banish the thoughts of Wright, but the more he tried, the more vividly he would remember her hawkish appearance and her sadistic grin. He would lash out at her specter, but she would always remain just out of reach. And yet, she was still close enough for him to feel enveloped by her vile spirit. His heart was pounding rapidly in his ears, and his forehead glistened with a sheen of sweat. He yearned for vengeance. But even in his own imagination, he was denied any satisfaction. He was helpless. He was fixed in place like a rat in a laboratory, completely at her mercy, if she had any. Aiden's memory of Detective Wright was too interconnected with feelings of helplessness for him to disentangle the two. For now, the only solution was to conjure up a stronger memory to replace his current one. However, every time he tried to think of something else, he would inevitably return to be face to face with Wright's hideous visage once again. The night dragged on like this for some time, but eventually the intensity of memories faded and he drifted back to sleep. "Natalia!" Aiden yelled in a panic, snapped viciously awake by his uncontrollable dream. This time, his outburst was loud enough to attract the attention of a guard on the night shift. A bright flashlight shone through the bars of the cell, blinding Aiden, and he tried to shield his eyes from the painful light. The beam of light panned up to the top bunk. "Everything all right in there?" the guard interrogated. "What you shining that light up here for?" Darius protested indignantly. "It's that motherfucker making all the damn noise." The light beam returned to Aiden. "Remove your blanket, inmate," the guard ordered, and Aiden complied. Seeing nothing out of order, the guard grunted and queried, "So then, what's the problem?" "Just a bad dream," he replied lamely. The guard snorted derisively. "And what? You want someone to grab you a cup of warm milk and tuck you in? Tell you everything is going to be all right?" He mocked before taking on a more serious tone. "There's to be no loud outbursts during lights out. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir," Aiden managed to squeeze out, trying hard to keep the irritation of being lectured to out of his voice. The light lingered on Aiden for a moment longer before the guard shut it off and casually continued on. The top bunk creaked and moaned as Darius shifted his weight. "Twice in one night," he mumbled angrily to himself. "I got stuck with a damn insomniac, whooping and hollering through the whole damn night. Oh, I got a leg cramp. Oh, I had a bad dream. What a bunch of bullshit." Aiden felt a little guilty causing a commotion twice in one night, but he refrained from saying anything to his bunkmate, feeling that it would only make matters worse. Instead, for the second time that night, he lay there, wide awake, staring into the black darkness. This time, however, he was haunted by the image of Natalia. Somehow, it was actually more disturbing than the image of the detective. Right represented a horrid memory. It was distasteful, yes, but it was also in the past. Although thinking of Natalia made him worry for her. She had been captured as well, and only God knows where she was and what she was experiencing. Was she still alive? He found it hard to breathe when he thought of it for too long. He suddenly knew that he had to get out of this place and find her, but he felt crushed under the immense weight of the task. Sleep eluded him for the rest of the night. The light could not come soon enough. The feel of fall finally yielded over to the icy grasp of winter. It was not yet Thanksgiving, but the first snowfall made it difficult to forget that the shortest day was little more than a month away. A cold wind regularly blew across the yard. The cutting gust deterred a vast majority of the prison's inmates from spending their full allotted time in the yard, although there were exceptions. It had only been 3 weeks since Aiden's recovery, but he had changed dramatically. His soft flab helped to feed his rehabilitating muscles, and soon he had surpassed his pre-incarcerated fitness. Flux had also transformed dramatically, from skinny drug dealer with dirty blonde dreads, whom Aiden had first met, into a strong young man. He had never participated in sports before, his only form of exercise coming from walking the streets of Chicago. At first, he struggled to keep up with the rest and hated the drills, only participating with the group out of a loyalty to Aiden. Every day he grudgingly followed along, until gradually he actually began to enjoy the improvement he felt in himself, and look forward to their daily training sessions. The 4 men fed off of each other's energy and drove themselves to utter exhaustion every day. Aiden, while not the strongest of the 4, was by far the most driven. The exercise helped his memory and his overall sense of recovery. After working out, he felt that he could think more clearly and would dig up more relics from the past. It was like a drug, and he was obsessed. He was all the more driven because he had a goal: escape. He had to get out of here and find Natalia. Even if it seemed to be an impossible task, he had to do everything within his power to succeed. He first told Flux of his ambitions, but it did not take long before Darius and Big John were also brought into the loop. He wanted to keep his aims as discreet as possible, to avoid any slip-up around one of the guards. He wasn't even sure how he was going to go about it yet. Although it was a minimum security prison, escape did not seem to be overtly straightforward. There were somewhere between 40 to 60 guards on duty at any given time. The yard seemed to be the simplest prospect. However, the chain-link fences were topped with high-voltage cables, making scaling them nearly impossible. There were also 3-man guard towers watching the yard 24/7. Despite holding nearly nightly discussions on all of the possibilities, the four were no closer to planning their escape than they had been when they had first begun. Big John didn't even seem to be very enthusiastic about the prospect, and had adamantly opposed any suggestion of killing the guards in order to escape. Aiden was prepared to overrule him, but he had held his tongue. Not because he wouldn't kill in order to get out of there, but he felt that it should only be used as a last resort, and simply killing a couple of guards wouldn't by itself be enough to secure their breakout. There were simply too many locked doors to go through to exit the facility. Brute force alone would not be enough. As much as Aiden felt the clock was ticking, he still knew that if they failed to make their escape the first time, they might not get a second chance. So he instructed the other 3 to keep their eyes and ears open and gather as much information about the prison as they could, without drawing unwelcome attention. Hopefully, with time, an opportunity would present itself. Aiden just prayed that it would happen sooner rather than later. It was 4 days until Thanksgiving, and the 4 were once again braving the piercing cold of the yard to do their laps. They were only a few rounds in before a guard approached them. "Aiden!" he yelled. Aiden froze. They had never been interrupted before. What was this about? He wondered. "Yes?" he asked between his sharp breaths. "Come here," the man ordered gruffly. Aiden looked to his friends in puzzlement before following the guard back to the prison. The remaining 3 shared a look of mutual concern before watching as Aiden disappeared back into the prison. Once they were inside, the guard kept walking. "Where are we going?" Aiden pressed while trying to keep the panic from his voice. "Do they know about our plans?" he asked himself. His heart was pounding in his chest. Is this it? His one chance to escape had been blown before it had even begun. The guard didn't miss a pace. "You have a visitor," he said over his shoulder. Relief flooded through him. So I haven't been found out after all. But who's the visitor? His curiosity was no longer frantic, but he still tried to piece together who might be visiting him. The only plausible person that he could think of was his drug-addled mother. But the thought of her traveling halfway across the country just to visit him seemed ridiculous. Still, he could think of no one else living that he really knew on the outside. Admittedly, the thought depressed him a little bit and made him miss Natalia all the more. The visiting room was compact, with 6 small, clear acrylic tables, equally spaced apart, and with 2 opposite-facing chairs per table. He was sat down on the one nearest the door. No one else was in there with him. The guard pointed to the plexiglass viewing wall. "I'll be watching you from the other side, so don't even think about trying to smuggle anything in," he warned, and left Aiden alone in the room, who stared blankly down at his hands and waited. A minute later, a door opposite to the one that Aiden had come through swung open. A guard entered the room first, followed by a lean old man with a gray-black mustache and large metal-rimmed glasses. It took a moment for Aiden to recognize him. By the time he did, the man was nearly upon him. Aiden shot to his feet. "Lenny?" he exclaimed in disbelief. He had never expected to see the old trucker again. He extended his hand to Lenny, smiling warmly. "No physical contact," the guard barked before they clasped hands. They both looked to the guard for a moment before letting their hands fall awkwardly down to their sides. Lenny's weathered skin crinkled into a wizened smile. You're looking good, old boy," he drawled as the two found their seats. "To be frank, I was half expecting to see you be chewed up and rotten here in prison. But you don't look half bad. Aiden's face grew more serious. I'm doing better now, he responded cryptically, and Lenny's smile also evaporated. How did you find me here? Aiden couldn't contain his curiosity. A low rumble emanated from Lenny's throat. Well, it wasn't easy. Around a week after I dropped you two off, I was visited by a couple federal agents back in my home in Texas. They brought me in for questioning. I don't know how they knew about me or how I was linked to you. Aiden winced at that, since he was pretty sure that it was him who, under the influence of Mensdemprin, had told Wright about their ride with Lenny. He said nothing, though, and Lenny continued. Anyways, it was as plain as a Mormon's wife that you had run into a snag with the authorities. So I drove up here, quick as a horsefly, to find out what happened. I went straight back to that motel I dropped you off at, and eventually I found out from the Hindu there that there had been a big shindig at his motel, and the two of yous had got nabbed. In the end, it did take some doing to find out where they had taken you to. A sparkle of hope glinted in Aiden's eye. Do you know where they took Natalia? He asked desperately. Lenny shook his head sadly. Sorry, son, but I ain't seen hide nor hair of her. Aiden couldn't hide his disappointment and gritted his teeth as he stared into space. His attention returned to Lenny when the old man tried to change the subject. Anyways, how you doing in here? Aiden shrugged his shoulders morosely. They interrogated me, using Mensdemprin, and it almost made me brain dead. And it was through some sort of miracle I have been recovering. If you would have come 3 weeks ago, I wouldn't have even remembered who you were. Other than that, it's just sort of normal prison shit, I guess. Lenny arched both of his brows above the rim of his glasses. Good God. I'm sorry to hear that. He stopped himself and looked over to the guard standing only 10 feet away near the wall. He decided to change the subject again. Thanksgiving's going to be soon. Do you have any plans? I don't give a fuck about Thanksgiving, Aiden thought sourly. But he tried to be polite. He shrugged again. I don't really know. I suppose we might get some turkey or something like that. But they don't really tell us anything. So it could just be a day like any other. Oh? Lenny seemed to be looking intently at Aiden. Do you get a chance to take some air? You know it ain't healthy for a man to be cooped up inside all the time. Yeah, we get some air. Every day? Lenny pressed. Sure. What time? What's with all the questions? Aiden thought. I don't know. Sometime in the afternoon. Late afternoon or early afternoon? Because it's important to get some full sun, especially in winter. If you're out there around 4 in the afternoon, the sun's already getting a little weak at that time. You might not be getting enough vitamin D. Lenny's intensity about the sun made Aiden chuckle. Well, I hate to break it to you, but I think we only get out there between 4 and 5. Because dinner's shortly after we get in from the yard. But don't worry, because I'm out there every day. Every day? Lenny confirmed without breaking eye contact with Aiden. Even on Thanksgiving? Sure, I don't see why not. The tension in Lenny's body seemed to relax some. Good. Make sure you're out there. It's always good to take in the open air, especially on Thanksgiving. Ain't nothing like the free and open air to make one feel thankful. Sure, Aiden said flatly. Lenny smiled wide and stood up. Sorry, young feller, but I can't stay long. I gotta prepare for a big Thanksgiving party. I wish you could join us, but we'll be thinking of you. He stopped to appraise Aiden as he stood beside him. It's good to see you're doing well, my boy. The visit had been short, but Aiden appreciated seeing a familiar face. He smiled. Thanks for making the effort to come by and see me, Lenny. You're my first visitor. The guard was approaching the two men to escort Lenny out. Before turning to go, Lenny gave him an impish grin. Of course, son. He gave Aiden a rapid wink. I'll try and visit you again, soon. And he turned to go, following the waiting guard. Aiden's own guard soon returned from the other side of the viewing panel and silently brought Aiden back out to the yard. He had been lost in thought the entire walk back, and it was only when the biting cold touched his face that he saw his three friends doing push-ups off the icy ground. As he approached, the three were catching their breaths after their sets. Darius, who was the least winded, saw him first and gave a curt nod to Aiden. So? He arched his brow. What was that shit about? Aiden held his silence for a moment until all three were looking up to him, waiting for his response. Just an old friend, he said vaguely. Then a small smile touched his lips. I think that he's coming back on Thanksgiving Day. Darius snorted. And what? Is he going to smuggle in a turkey for us? Aiden's smile grew. Better, he answered seriously. I think he's going to try to smuggle us out. Chapter 17, Thanksgiving Day. The anticipation was almost unbearable. Tensions were running high, and the last few days had been filled with plenty of arguing. Darius thought that they were putting too much stock into a cryptic message from some old white geezer whom he had never actually met before. He was incredulous of the whole thing and believed that they were all wasting their time preparing for a jailbreak that would likely never come. When Aiden recalled for them everything that Lenny had said and where he knew the old man from, Darius became even more doubtful and insinuated that Aiden's brain may still be severely damaged. Let me get this straight, Darius had said. Some old trucker who gave you a ride a few months back, a guy who you only met one time while hitchhiking, tracks you down and visits you in prison. He gives you a wink and a nod, babbles some about getting fresh air, and that he's going to prepare for Thanksgiving. And from that means he's preparing to somehow break us out of prison? Well, when you put it like that, yeah, I can see how it doesn't sound very convincing. It's hard to describe, but it felt pretty clear in the moment. I mean, the guard was standing right there, so he wasn't going to straight up say, I'm going to fucking break you out of here. I mean, right? Aiden had tried to explain, but Darius still wasn't convinced. Although he wasn't so completely unconvinced that he didn't stick around for the group's discussions. A long shot was still better than no shot, after all. Big John was another matter altogether. He was more warring internally with the prospect of gaining freedom. He worried that liberation would offer more temptations, and it would increase the chance that he would slide back into a life of sin. His faith had been founded in the desolate environment of solitary confinement. As an old man with a life sentence, it had been relatively easy to focus on reforming his soul. The temptation of carnal sin in prison was pale in comparison to the free world. Would he still have the willpower to choose an edified existence when his old life would be so easy to fall back into? However, instead of being honest with the others, he instead simply tried to discourage the entire notion of escape altogether, bringing up every possible worst-case scenario known to man. Flux was supportive of Aiden and trusted his judgment, but he was so enthusiastic that he would bombard Aiden with question after question. Some of the questions Aiden had answers to, but others he could only guess at. The task of responding to Flux's never-ending barrage was becoming onerous. One of his favorite unanswered questions to ask Aiden was, how was Lenny planning on breaking them out? At first, he would reply that he honestly didn't know, but Flux would continue to press him. until he would finally speculate at the possible options, a decision which he instantly came to regret, since it immediately led to an endless amount of follow-up questions. Aiden would eventually be forced to angrily snap that he didn't know anything more than flux and to shut up. In short, the stress had been multiplying for everyone over the last few days. So it was with a profound sense of relief that Aiden finally stepped out into the yard on Thanksgiving Day. Even in the biting cold, his palms were still sweating. He cast sidelong glances at the patrolling guards and did his best not to appear suspicious. Their group had inflated in size. While Aiden had been adamant about keeping their plans discreet, Big John and Darius had pleaded incessantly to him to allow them to bring in some more solid men into the fold. He had grudgingly relented and was irritated to see an extra 10 strangers absorbed into their cluster. 14 men in total, all looking intently out towards the horizon. Aiden made eye contact with a curious-looking guard, and his heart jumped into his throat. "We couldn't be more obvious if we tried," he lamented. "Come on," he ordered gruffly, and began a slow jog around the yard. The trance of the other men was quickly broken, and everyone followed Aiden's lead. The tension was palpable. No one spoke. Every man's mind was lost to the mental exercise of searching through the misty void of their imagination to catch a glimpse of just what their mysterious future held. Their bodies moved around the yard, but their thoughts were far removed from the activity. What if Lenny never comes? Aiden wondered. Nothing, I suppose. We just run around in circles like 14 morons and then go back inside. Of course, I'll look like a real asshole, but so what? He knew that he was more concerned about what they were going to do if Lenny actually did come. How would it all turn out? His imagination could conjure nothing but chaos. He looked around. Not all of them might make it out alive, if anyone did. Aiden quickly banished such thoughts and focused on putting one foot in front of the other. Occasionally, he would cast a glance towards the white field, but saw nothing but the white eddies of fine snow whipping around the frosted ground. Here and there, little patches of spiky grass poked their icy tips through the snowy blanket. The season had been dry and windy thus far, and only a few inches had been given the chance to accumulate. But the wind had blown most of that snow from the open field into the drifts at the base of the forest or into ditches. That day, the sky was dark with clouds and seemed to grow more ominous with every passing second. It was becoming so dark that it almost looked like night. Aiden was in such a state of tunnel vision focus that he was unaware when the first snowflakes began to fall. But by the time he came out of his deep thought, his brows were frosty, and a whirlwind of snow was whipping about him. He slowed his pace and looked out beyond the chain-link fence. It was a gray and white blur, and he could barely make out the silhouettes of the large trees in the forest across the clearing. He abruptly stopped running. He was breathing heavily, partly from the run, but mostly from the stress he was feeling. He tried to level his breaths and listen. It wasn't his imagination. There was the sound of an engine. He looked out towards the edge of the clearing, where the road curled up to the prison's entrance. He saw nothing, but the sound was growing. The distant sound of shattering glass from the guard tower to his right faintly made it to his wind-deafened ears, followed by an even more distant crack of a rifle. Light shone down into the yard from the opposite guard tower to his left. He was blinded by the beam of light and couldn't see much beyond the white beam. Another crack sounded, and Aiden shielded his eyes to try to see where it was coming from. He heard a thud come from the direction of the tower to his left, but he didn't have time to process the information because he was watching a big rig cutting a straight line through the field, heading directly for them. Aiden yelled frantically for everyone to move away from the truck's path, and the group sprinted to safety. Within seconds, the fast-moving semi-truck was careening into the chain-link fence. Sparks flew violently over the top of the truck's roof before the high-voltage wires snapped. The truck was hauling a rusty shipping container, with the metal door flapping wildly open. The truck used the large yard to do a wide U-turn. It was all happening so fast, but Aiden had enough presence of mind to know that every second mattered. And as the truck was still in the middle of its turn, he made a beeline for the point where he anticipated that they could intercept it. He was sprinting like mad to be there in time. He hoped that Flux and the others were right behind him, but he couldn't spare the time to look behind himself to find out. The truck had slowed down to nearly 10 miles per hour, but it never came to a complete stop. Aiden leaped up onto the metal rung of the trailer and quickly hauled himself into the steel container. Flux was right behind him, and Aiden turned back to give a hand up to the other prisoners. The vehicle was picking up speed. A quick glance up showed the chaos of the yard. A mass of other prisoners and guards were forming behind the truck. The nearest was perhaps 30 feet from their group. Men were frantically pouring into the container as they could feel their only chance at freedom pulling faster and faster away. Big John was the slowest and the last of them to get to the trailer. He had a hand already on the metal bracket of the trailer, but both feet were still on the ground. The truck was already picking up its speed again, and John's massive legs were pumping viciously to keep pace. His foot tried to find the steel rung of the trailer, but he couldn't raise his leg high enough to catch it. Aiden, with the help of two other men, grabbed Big John's free arm and were trying to haul him into the container. They had finally managed to help him get his foot onto the lower rung when the truck passed over the mangled heap of chain link and barbed wire of the destroyed fence. The mass of metal ensnared his dragging foot and nearly pulled him and the three other men off the truck completely. But the other inmates jumped in to hold down the three who were still holding on to John. Aiden watched in horror as the mass of metal, as if living, heaved up and trailed after them. The journey would be short-lived, though, as the metal beast was still tethered to the remaining fence. "Hold on!" Aiden screamed as he braced himself and gritted his teeth as he clasped John's arm as tightly as he could. He couldn't see John's leg, but he felt the pull and the pop of John's shoulder as it was pulled from its socket. John howled with pain, but a moment later, the pressure broke, and John was still there. Little pings rattled off of the metal door, and for a moment, Aiden was bewildered. But then he realized that the guards must have recovered from their initial shock, and they were now shooting at them. "Get him in here!" Aiden yelled desperately as he tried to grab the back of the big man's collar. Inch by inch, motivated by the occasional ping of a bullet hitting the thick steel, they were able to eventually drag the big man into the container and shut the door. The truck picked up more and more speed until a hard bump shot everyone into the air, but the subsequent squeal of tires told them that they had returned to asphalt, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. They did it. They were free. "John?" The trailer was almost completely dark inside, and Aiden had to feel his way around. He heard the ragged breaths coming from the big man. In the final moments of hauling John into safety, Aiden had caught a glimpse of his bloodied limb. The razor wire had torn long, jagged strips from his ensnared leg. He imagined that John was in considerable pain, but the rhythm of his breathing sounded more serious than simply pain from a torn-up extremity. Aiden's hand blindly felt for the big man's heaving chest. The prison cloth felt wet. "John!" Aiden hissed worriedly, but John could only gurgle an indecipherable word. Aiden followed John's arm to the location where the big man was weakly clutching his chest. He added his own weight over John's hand, but he could still feel the warm pulsation of blood leaking through both of their fingers. John was trying to speak while squirming his legs frantically along the cold metal floor, but all Aiden could hear was a wet, rattling breath. "It's going to be all right. Just hang in there. We'll get you some help." He tried to comfort the big man, but he could feel John's fear. It flowed through him with such vivid clarity that it terrified him. He could feel the dying man's doubts. All the talk of faith and redemption was falling away in the face of the cold, hard reality of impending death. It was possible that Aiden's imagination was running wild, but the feeling was too strong to ignore. Aiden's body shook with emotion, and he started speaking, but his words sounded foreign to him, as if they were coming from another person. "John, listen to me. I know that you have done things in your life, things that you're not proud of, bad things, evil things." John was shivering and trying to respond, but the blood filling his punctured lung was preventing him from articulating anything coherent. Aiden removed the bloody hand from John's chest and grabbed the top of his bald head. "It's all right," he whispered. "God forgives you. You don't need to fear retribution. You're a good man who simply lost his way." A pang of doubt cut through Aiden's mind that this may not be completely true, but he pushed past the thought. "Have you let Jesus Christ into your heart?" Through his hand, he could feel the bald head nod slightly in the darkness, and John's ragged breaths seemed to calm some. "So then, you have nothing to worry about, do you?" "You saved me, didn't you?" he asked the rhetorical question. "So he's listening to your prayers." Aiden was suddenly overcome with emotion as he realized that he had completely forgotten about this man's part in his recovery up until this moment. He had pulled Aiden back from the brink of nothingness, and he couldn't even remember fully thanking him. He may not be able to pray the mortal wound away, but he could at least try to comfort the big man in his last moments. He owed him as much, and more. Warm tears coursed down his eyelashes, falling into the darkness where John lay. For a time, he was at a loss for words. It seemed as though John was more at peace, but it could have simply been that he was weakening by the minute. "Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death," Aiden began with his teary eyes tightly closed, "I will fear no evil, for you are with me." Eventually the truck came to a stop, but Aiden didn't know if they had been traveling for minutes or hours. His only guide for the passage of time had been the shallow breaths of Big John, and when that had stopped, he stayed fixed in position, kneeling in the darkness by the big man's side. It was only when the container's steel door swung open, flooding the inside with light, that Aiden became aware of his surroundings. Lenny's face appeared and was shocked at the sight of the dead man in his trailer, but quickly returned to the practical reality of their overall situation. "We gotta keep moving," he said in an empathetic tone. "We got 2 vans ready to go, but we need to go now. There's no telling how much time we got before they descend down upon this place like flies to shit." No one else had to be told twice, and the shipping container quickly cleared out, all except for Aiden, Flux, and the body of Big John. With red eyes, Aiden looked up piteously at Flux. "Yeah," Flux said, "I know it's fucked up, but we gotta leave him here." The younger man gently pulled at Aiden's arm until he grudgingly followed. Stiffly standing on numb legs, Aiden still couldn't take his eyes off the dead man's body. "He's in a better place now," Flux stated awkwardly before leading Aiden out of the container. They were in a warehouse of sorts, and the other van was already screeching out of the open bay door when the two squeezed into their own white cargo van. It was now completely dark out, and the snow was falling fast. After they had put some space between the warehouse and themselves, Lenny appeared to be more at ease, and looked in the rearview mirror at Aiden. "Well, that's sort of all I had planned up to this point," Lenny said with a wry smile. Aiden returned a sad smile. "It's enough," he responded distractedly. "Thank you." Lenny brushed aside the thanks and looked back at Aiden again, this time with rapt curiosity. "So what now?" Aiden stared off into space. "We do what needs to be done," he replied cryptically. Lenny cocked his head to one side. "And what's that exactly?" A dark resolve clouded Aiden's features. "We're going to pay a billionaire a visit." Chapter 18. The Holtz Estate. And so to recap, we will have, at maximum, 30 minutes to infiltrate the compound, make contact, and exfiltrate to the rendezvous point. Anyone not at the van by 01:30 hour will be left behind. Jake looked emphatically at each person seated in front of him. "No exceptions," he stressed, pausing for a moment to let it sink in. "Any questions?" Aiden was seated along with the rest of them and was marveling at his good fortune. Jake was the nephew of Lenny, and along with his brother Jason, the two had volunteered themselves to the cause. According to Lenny, when he had returned home to Texas, he had talked at length about his meeting with Aiden and Natalia to his two nephews. After being visited by the federal agents, the two men had been insistent on following their uncle up north to help however they could. And help they did. If not for them, chances are there would not have been a prison break. Jake was a tall man with a short-cropped, dark brown mohawk. He was only in his mid-30s, but white was already peppered through his hair and stubble. His decade in the army had made him look aged beyond his years, but his weathered skin was stretched over strong, corded muscles hidden beneath. He spoke with less of a Texas twang than his uncle, and Aiden assumed that the army had trained him out of it. The cold garage was silent for a moment while Jake waited to ensure that no one had anything more to add. At last he turned to Aiden. "Would you like to add any final words?" He asked in such a way that Aiden felt that he was left with little leeway to say no. After all, this was his mission, so to speak. And even though Jake and his brother Jason had more experience in conducting a mission professionally, Aiden was the de facto commander. He did not relish the role. He had never been in charge of anyone else before, and he was feeling the weight of responsibility dragging down upon his conscience. If he was wrong, he would be taking this entire room of men down with him. Aiden took a sharp breath and made his way to where Jake was standing. There was a whiteboard where the other man had made some notes about the mission. Jake moved over to the left side to stand beside his brother and give Aiden the center stage. Standing side by side, Aiden wondered if the two really were related. Jason was considerably shorter, with a mop of unkempt red hair, and he wore round-rimmed glasses. He looked more like a librarian than an ex-Army Corps of Engineers explosives expert. Although, to be fair, Aiden didn't necessarily know what a member of the Corps of Engineers was supposed to look like. During the prison break, Jake had been in the tree line with a high-powered rifle, subduing the prison guards, while Jason had been handling the logistics of avoiding recapture. Although on its face the whole thing seemed extremely simplistic, evading the police afterwards was no small feat, and Jason had been a large part of their success. Even though Jake had presented the final plan, Aiden was almost certain that large parts of it had come directly from Jason. The skill of the brothers made Aiden wonder what would have happened if he had attempted this on his own. He likely would have simply tried to blast through the mansion's front gate, guns blazing. He shuddered to think on what sort of sad failure that would have been. Aiden regarded the others assembled in the garage. Lenny was seated the furthest back, separate from the group. He wouldn't be present on the mission itself, and he would only be driving on the secondary escape, far from the Holtz mansion. Still, it was important that he was kept in the loop. Shortly after the escape, a few of the inmates expressed their gratitude for their liberation, but they did not want to follow Aiden on what appeared to be his own personal project. Darius had surprisingly stayed on to join the assault. Before the breakout from prison, the black man had made it clear that he had no intention of getting involved in white people problems, although the idea of storming a white billionaire's mansion seemed to prove to be too tempting for him to resist. And he had even convinced his two friends George and Dante to join the squad. The three black men sat together, slightly apart from the rest of the group, but they paid close attention to the details of the plan. Four men, who claimed to be friends of the late Big John, were also present. None of the men looked familiar to Aiden, but Flux vouched that Big John did spend time with Tom. The other three, Juan Carlos, Evan, and Stephen, were unverified by Flux, but all four seemed to share born-again Christianity, which could logically connect them to Big John. Unfortunately, they needed men, so even if they were relative strangers, Aiden couldn't be too particular. If they wanted to volunteer themselves to the mission, he was in no position to reject the help. He just hoped that no one would end up being a loose cannon. All in all, there would be 11 men involved in the assault, including Aiden. A dark cloud of doubt enveloped his mind. Staring out at all of those faces, he felt a profound sense of guilt for all of those who were trusting him and relying upon his judgment. What if he was wrong? Perhaps Katya didn't even exist. If so, then the government agents were right, and Natalia was simply a Kremlin spy who had used him as a pawn. He had realized that he didn't care if she was a foreign operative, since he felt no deep-rooted sense of duty to his country. If there was even a remote chance that Natalia was innocent, he was willing to risk everything to find her. That didn't mean that he felt no guilt about using others to accomplish this. Even Flux didn't know about the possibility that she wasn't really a captive sex worker, but actually just working for the Kremlin. The truth would likely be exposed tonight. If Holtz was clean, then the government agents would have been right, and Aiden had just led 10 other men into an innocent man's house, risking their lives in his own selfish pursuit. Although he couldn't come clean now. If there was even a hint of doubt, the mission would quickly fall apart. Of that, he was fairly certain. He stood there, heavily conflicted. On one hand, he was willfully deceiving the 10 other men in this very room over a lie that Aiden had swallowed because he couldn't stomach the truth. But on the other hand, if he told the truth of what he knew, and Natalia was indeed innocent, he would be abandoning her and her sister to be victims of a corrupt government and their powerful overlords. Neither option seemed certain. Doubt would plague him either way. His gaze fell upon Flux. If only he had been successful in convincing him to hang back, the choice would have been so much easier. More and more of his relationship with Flux had been strengthened to this point, where he practically felt like family. From the moment they had first met, Flux seemed to idolize Aiden as one would an older brother. Flux's unwavering dedication to Aiden had also grown in him a strong sense of protectional responsibility for the younger man. It pained him to withhold his doubts from Flux, but withhold he would, for his sense of responsibility to Natalia would always overshadow what he felt for Flux. He just hoped that it all worked out. Aiden cleared his throat. You know why we're doing what we're doing. He hoped that he sounded authoritative. It is highly likely that Holtz will be heavily guarded. As such, be prepared to encounter resistance. Remember, we do not have the luxury of time to be delicate. Holtz must be left alive for questioning. Everyone else should be eliminated on contact. The cold garage was filling with a somber silence. Darius looked up from his interlocked hands. "Even the maid?" he asked with an arched brow. Aiden nodded darkly. "If you can subdue her quickly, and there is minimal risk of her raising the alarm, then simply neutralize her. However, I want to emphasize that no one in that compound is truly innocent. I am sure that to a greater or lesser degree, everyone working closely with Holt is aware of his unsavory activities. That makes them either accomplices or enablers, period." He really hoped that that was the truth. "Everyone knows what their roles are?" There was a wave of curt nods. "Good. Let's get started." The Holtz estate was a massive complex situated in the exclusive neighborhood north of Chicago's downtown core. The entire 50 acres was surrounded by a 16-foot brick wall on 3 sides, with only the lakefront side open. The perimeter, including the water, was closely monitored 24/7 with an advanced array of motion sensors and discrete cameras capable of high-quality night vision and thermal imaging. The raw data was compiled in the guards tower, located near the main gate's entrance. Any data that was deemed to be suspicious by the security program was sent to one of the multiple screens for a guard to analyze. 7 guards were on duty this night. Security was the prime objective, but discretion was the second. During the day, the guards would aim to be as invisible as possible. Their employer was an eccentric sort, who had been quite clear that he did not wish to see the help, unless it was completely unavoidable. After sunset, none of the workers were permitted to be inside the 32-bedroom mansion. Typically, this would mean that either Mr. Holtz or himself and his 13-year-old son, when he had custody, would occupy the enormous structure. During the night, the guards did more foot patrols of the perimeter. To most, the precaution seemed to be a gross overkill, given that one of his neighbors was a retired congressman, and the second was a local news media mogul. However, Mr. Holtz was a cautious individual, and he was the man writing the checks at the end of the day. So, despite the biting cold blowing in from the frosty lake, 2 bundled-up guards were patrolling near the lakeside part of the compound at 12:53 a.m. While frigid, the landscape was picturesque. Everything except the walkways were dusted in a 4-inch layer of white snow. Even the skeletons of the deciduous trees were frosted in white. On some of the drooping branches, the snow hung at a near vertical angle, refusing to succumb to the influences of gravity. Hundreds of white lights illuminated the way. Some were more ornamental, shining up from the ground to illuminate the great skeletal span of an old oak, or they were dispersed in an expertly trimmed hedge to show off the angular artistry. Other lights were more practical, simply lighting the pathway. Ancient, wrought iron lampposts hung over the pathway, casting off a more brilliant LED light than their original incandescent light bulb ever would have. The lighting on the long pier shone into the water, trying to penetrate into its murky depths, as the icy water licked around the wooden support posts. There were no buildings within sight, and if it wasn't for the helicopter sitting a few hundred feet away, the lakeside would have looked like a well-manicured city park. The 2 guards strode, shoulder to shoulder, up to the pier. As they walked its length, they occasionally shone their flashlights out beyond the influence of the pier's lamps. At the end of the pier was a small T, all of which was covered with a corrugated steel roof. The 2 guards separated and investigated the 2 dead ends. On the left side, there was a 30-foot powerboat on a hydraulic lift. It was already winterized and wrapped in an opaque white plastic. The guard shone his light over the boat, ensuring that everything was as it should be. The second guard was doing similar inspections on the opposite side of the pier. Nothing was amiss, but the guard paused a moment and shone his flashlight deep into the distant waters of Lake Michigan. He shivered, partly from the biting wind, partly from taking in the great expanse of dark, empty night. He pulled his foreboding gaze back into the sanctuary of the well-lit pier. There was a sudden popping noise. Everything was plunged into instant darkness. Even the two flashlights flickered slightly before regaining their steady beams. The lights merged as the two guards found their respective partners in the darkness. They walked briskly to connect at the center of the T. As the first guard approached, he could hear his companion was already radioing in to the main gate. "Power outage?" the first guard asked as the two met up and continued to walk back to land. "Probably," the second guard replied distractedly. He brought up his radio to his mouth. "Alpha, patrol team, over." There was silence. Nothing but the two men breathing. "No response?" the first guard asked, clearly perplexed. The second guard didn't respond, but rather repeated his attempt to radio the main gate. "If it's just a power outage, why hasn't our generator kicked in yet?" the first guard mused aloud. There was still no response over the radio. The second guard shook his head. "Something is wrong," he hissed to himself before turning to his partner. "We need to hurry," he said urgently before sprinting to the waiting golf cart parked on the path. The first guard followed behind, hoping the other man was simply overreacting. He was only a few moments behind, but before he sat in the passenger seat, he already heard the second guard cursing passionately. The golf cart's central screen was black, and there was no sign of life. Nothing they did could draw out even a flicker of life from the vehicle. "How is this fucking possible?" cried the first guard. "It wasn't even plugged in. And there's no way the battery's this dead already." The other guard's face looked pale in the flashlight's reflecting beam. He drew his sidearm and turned to his partner. "I think we're under attack," he said seriously. "We need to get to the main gate. Fast." The two exited the golf cart and began jogging the long path, choosing the longer way around, skirting the property's perimeter wall. "No flashlights!" the second guard reprimanded the other in a harsh hiss. The first guard holstered his flashlight into his hip belt, and the two moved in darkness. The night was cloudy, and the visibility would have been nearly nothing if it wasn't for the faint white reflection from the snow. Fortunately, the two men were quite familiar with the pathways of the estate, and their feet were guided more by memory than by sight. "Do you really think we're under attack?" the first man asked as they moved in the darkness. The second guard only grunted. "But what could have taken out our power, generator, and golf cart all at once?" Just as he asked the question, a thought came to him, and he felt around in his inner jacket pocket for his cell phone. "Holy shit, it's dead too! But what could do all this?" The second guard shrugged in the darkness. "I don't know. Maybe an EMP?" "What?" The first guard tried to recall his high school engineering class that briefly covered electromagnetic pulses. "Could that really do all this?" "I guess, if it was big enough. But it doesn't really matter. The fact is, this is definitely deliberate." The first guard chewed on this in silence for a while as they jogged past the main mansion. Even without the lights on, the great white monolith stood out in stark contrast to the darkness. The great marble pillars propping up the huge structure, reminiscent of an ancient Roman temple with all the same opulence and grandeur. If they were under attack, was the enemy already inside the building? Gradually, the guard was beginning to feel that every step forward was a mistake. And if it wasn't for his partner, he would have been frozen in fear. Eventually, the duo made it past the mansion and were within 100 yards of the main gate. The two slowed their pace and proceeded cautiously with their guns extended. Everything was eerily quiet, and with each crunching step, the tension seemed to mount. The first guard stumbled and almost fell face first into the pavement. When he recovered himself, he looked back at what he had tripped on. Did he step off the path? No. There was something large laying across the way. His pistol was pointed at the dark mass, and his free hand went to his belt to grab his flashlight. He flashed it only for a moment, but it was enough to see the dead body. "Terry?" he whispered in horror. "What are you doing?" the second guard growled in a low tone. "I told you not to use your flashlight. If anyone is around the—" "No, fuck this," he interrupted adamantly. "I'm getting the fuck out of here. You do what you want, but this is not what I signed up for. If I wanted to get my head fucking blown off, I would have kept my job in the military." "Listen, we need to get off the main path," the second guard said calmly. "They still may be in the area. Let's move over to—" But his words were cut short again. This time it was not with words, but by a short whiz, followed by a wet slap, and then a second. By the time the first guard heard the suppressed crack of a rifle, his colleague was already slumping to the ground. He turned towards the direction where the shots were coming from, but all he turned towards was eternal darkness. There was an eerie sense of vacantness encompassing the Holtz mansion. Furnishings were minimal, and where they were found, they were easily dwarfed by the gargantuan room that they occupied. Footsteps echoed on the hard marble floors and resonated their hollow sound of abandonment throughout the empty rooms. Aidan worried that Holtz was not currently living at this residence, and the mission had been for nothing. It seemed impossible that anyone could be living here. If anything, it more resembled an ostentatious office building than a personal residence. Nothing appeared comfortable or lived in. The kitchen was spotless, but almost clinically so. The living room, he only considered it as such because of the leather couch and the massive television. But the couch had no natural creases in it or signs of natural wear. Searching the building felt futile. The size of the structure and their self-imposed time constraint only added to the stress. Aidan looked at his mechanical watch. It was difficult to make out the hands of the timepiece through his night vision goggles, but they still couldn't risk using any lights. Only 10 minutes so far. It felt longer. Aidan was finishing his sweep of the kitchen when Flux came around the corner. At least he assumed it was him, because Flux was the only other person clearing the ground floor with him. But a balaclava covered his face, and the night vision goggles blocked his eyes. And like everyone else, he was wearing an identical flak jacket and black tactical gear. "I think I found something," Flux whispered breathlessly. Aidan silently nodded and indicated for him to lead the way. It was a short trip, for they had only gone a few dozen paces beyond the kitchen when Flux stopped at a door in the middle of the corridor. Aidan had his bullpup rifle trained on the door. He nodded to Flux. "Is this it?" Flux nodded, but quickly added, "It's locked." Aidan lowered his weapon. "Don't know about you, but nothing's been locked so far, except for this door." "Right." Aidan gave the door a closer inspection. He felt the handle, which didn't budge, and then gave a light knock on the door itself. "Metal?" "Yeah, it's not going to budge without some serious force," Flux confirmed. "How about a key?" Flux shook his head. "I doubt it. I couldn't even find a keyhole. Can you? It's just that screen off to the side. Probably only unlocks with a fingerprint. And maybe there's an iris scan as well. Fuck. Yeah, it's going to be a bitch to open without electricity." Aidan felt his stomach clench into a ball. He didn't trust his legs to move. The prospect of what was held behind that door had a hold on him, and he couldn't tear his eyes away from it. Perhaps he was allowing his imagination to take control of his reason, but knowing what was behind that door was quickly rising in his mind to be of the utmost of importance. It held him like a powerful magnet. He didn't trust the strength of his limbs to pull himself away from its attractive force. "We're running out of time," he said almost under his breath. "Find the others, bring them here, and depending upon what they've found, we'll figure out what to do next." Flux nodded and rushed to gather the team. Aiden hesitated, and then almost reverentially removed his glove and touched his bare skin to the cold metal door, as if he could feel through his fingertips what lay beyond the barrier. The wait was painfully slow. Aiden searched the area thoroughly, but even with the distraction of his meticulous search, the minutes crawled slowly by. Every second was punctuated by the fact that their time in the complex was finite. When Flux returned, the mission was already 14 minutes deep, so they only had 16 minutes more to wrap things up and return to Jason in the utility van out front. It was nearly impossible to navigate the labyrinth of the mansion quickly, and Aiden was worried that their window for escape was quickly closing. Big John's prison acquaintances, Tom and Steven, arrived first, with Juan Carlos and Evan trailing not far behind, with a bleary-eyed teenager in between them. The youth, who couldn't be much older than 14, had his mid-length dirty blonde hair pasted to one side. The boy was half naked in just his boxer briefs. Aiden flashed his light into the boy's face, and he glared defiantly back at him through his free eye, on the side unobstructed by his mass of hair. He wore a look on his face equal parts shock and petulance. On one hand, he had no idea what was happening to him. Yet, at the same time, he understood that his place in society made him completely undeserving of such treatment, and someone would pay dearly for his ill use. "The son?" Aiden queried the group. Evan grunted as he yanked the elbow of the youth to pull him into a sitting position on the smooth marble floor. "I wouldn't know," he spat out in frustration. "The little shit refuses to talk. But given the look of this pretentious little bastard, I guess he's someone important. Also, in the 15 rooms that we went through, he was the only one we found." Aiden approached the boy, and he was about to question him when his light found Darius, George, and Dante in the darkness, and they appeared with another person in tow. This man was older, with equal parts gray mixed in with his thinning blonde streaks. Blood was trickling from his nostrils, and an angry, red wound on the middle of his nose indicated that he had been recently punched there. However, even through his disheveled appearance, Aiden could still recognize the face of the famous entrepreneur, John Holtz. He looked much frailer than Aiden had expected. Each step was made so gingerly that it made it look as though all of Holtz's bones were hollow, and the faintest pressure would snap them clean in two. His thin lower lip, stained from the blood of his nosebleed, quivered. Holtz, in real life, appeared to be unassuming, weak, and piteous, except for his eyes. The steely look from those gray-blue orbs stood out in stark contrast. He had the body of a wildebeest with the eyes of a hyena. Holtz's eyes found Aiden's, and they became locked together for the eternity of 20 seconds. They had never met each other before, but they appraised each other as though they were old enemies, each willing the other would be utterly annihilated by his own hand. The feeling was inexplicable, primordial, instinctual. However, this hyena was under the claws of a lion, so he gave no yips or taunts of mad laughter. Instead, Holtz hung his head passively, yet he could not hide the loathing from his cold eyes. Aiden reluctantly tore his eyes away from Holtz and turned to Darius. "Is this him?" Aiden asked. Darius nodded, and Aiden was about to turn back to the billionaire when another question struck him. "Why is his nose broken?" Darius looked instantly uncomfortable, in a way that Aiden had never seen before. "Well, you see, he resisted, and well, I did what needed doing." Aiden arched his eyebrow in curiosity. It was all very unconvincing, but Aiden didn't have any time to waste in discussing it any further. "This door," he said to Holtz. "What's behind it?" The billionaire's eyes darted this way and that. He cowered even lower in between the grip of Dante and George and started to mumble in a voice too shrill for a man. "Oh, God, who are you? What do you want? Money?" He looked furtively between the three black men. They already cleaned out the safe upstairs. Ow! Dante gave the billionaire's thin arm a hard twist. "Shut the fuck up, bitch!" he yelled in his ear. "Enough!" Aiden roared. "I don't give a fuck about the safe. I just want you to open this door." Holt had tears in his eyes. But that's impossible. Without power," he whined. "It doesn't have a manual override." Aiden closed the distance and grabbed Holt hard by his silk pajama collar. "Well, that's a pretty big fucking safety oversight. What happens if someone gets trapped down there during a power outage?" Holt sniveled through shallow, panicked breath. We have a power generator," he mumbled. Aiden's mouth was open to respond, but he had to swallow his words because Jake, jogging back from his balcony position, interrupted him. "We have a problem. The cops are already here." As if a switch had been turned, Holt instantly stopped his whimpering and even straightened himself to stand at his full height. Aiden looked at his watch. "It's only been 18 minutes, Aiden exclaimed in disbelief. Jake simply shrugged. "Maybe we're just unlucky." "And your brother?" Aiden asked. The other man clenched his jaw. "He'll take care of himself," he replied curtly. "But we need to think about what we're going to do. Our window for exfiltration is closing. Fast. How many cops are out there right now?" "It looks like just 2 squad cars, for now." "Shit, just 2 cars?" George chimed in. "We could still shoot our way out easy. I don't mind dropping a couple boys in blue." Aiden's vision narrowed and a sharp pain pierced the back of his neck. This was turning into a nightmare, and he had caused it. He hated feeling responsible for others, especially given how insurmountable the odds were against them now. Still, he knew that he couldn't leave here without knowing the truth. But what if there was nothing behind that door? Could he sacrifice everyone here to find out? "I'm not leaving until I get through this door," Aiden said. "But I can't expect everyone to stay here either. If you want to go and try to meet up with Jason now, I can't." "I don't think Jason will still be out there," Jake interrupted. "Either the police have detained him or he's already left. It would be crazy to hang around here after the cops showed up." "So the motherfucker's just abandoning us," Dante lamented. Jake ignored the comment. "As for the door, let's try some C4 on it." Aiden was surprised. "You brought C4? He winked. "Always come prepared," he stated as he walked over to the door, sliding off his rucksack as he approached it. A willowy, raspy, but much more confident voice raised a protest. How much longer do you think you have?" Holt asked. "This isn't the ghetto. The police force will take suspicious activity very seriously around here. This place will be swarming with officers soon. Then you'll have no chance for escape." Jake had located the most likely location for the deadbolt and stuck a thin brick of explosive to the spot. Holt droned on. "Your African-American associates should already have the keys to my chopper. They pilfered through my safe upstairs, and the keys were in there. Leave now, and you might be able to escape." Darius rummaged through his own pack and did produce a set of keys. Jake got up from his knees. "Ready." The remote detonator was already in his hand. "Let's move around the corner." "This is pointless," Holt wailed. "There's nothing of value down there." Aiden ignored his protests, but his palms were sweaty with anticipation. What if this rich prick is right? What if we find nothing? He shuddered at the thought. They had a lot to potentially lose here, and everything was riding on Aiden's word. If not for him, no one would have been here. They were all relying on his judgment. But less than a month ago, he'd been practically brain dead. What if he was delusional? His heart was pounding in his ears. Jake looked around to make sure everyone was in position. "Fire in the hole!" he yelled before pressing the detonator. Aiden instinctively pressed his fingers to his ears, even though he already had earplugs in. The pressure around his ear canal only amplified his throbbing pulse as he waited for the blast. The impact of the explosion rattled his teeth, and he stumbled to keep his balance. The blast was stronger than he had anticipated, and a plume of smoke and dust billowed out of the wide corridor. It took a few moments for the dust to clear. Aiden's legs felt wobbly. He told himself that it had been from the explosion, but deep down he knew it went deeper than that. He staggered over to the door. There was a small crater in the wall, but the thick steel door was only dented. Given the size of the blast, Aiden had assumed the door would have been blown to pieces, but it was clearly made of a robust material. However, the C4 had damaged the jamb and warped the door sufficiently for the heavy steel to swing in. Aiden looked down into the dark stairwell. His legs were glued to the floor. "Any volunteers?" he asked in a cracked voice. Jake already had his night vision goggles flipped down. "I'll go." Darius, Tom, and Steven joined him, and the four descended down into the depths of the complex. George and Dante stayed to guard Holtz, and Juan Carlos and Evan stood on either side of his son. Aiden and Flux monitored the top of the stairwell. Nerves were high. Aiden knew that someone should be sent to the balcony to observe for any new developments near the gate, but he was held, transfixed, by the inky black beyond the steel door, as it enveloped the four men. The six didn't wait in silence, however, for Holt spoke incessantly. It was not the ramblings of a man in fear, but rather he had the macabre cadence of a detached narrator building the tension in a sinister plot. "What is happiness?" he mused. "I thought I could obtain happiness. When I was young, I believed that I felt a glimpse of it. I was born into a life of wealth and prestige. I was denied nothing. But did it provide happiness? No. And how could it? It was all I had ever known. The bar from the start was already set nearly unattainably high. It did not take long before I considered my future options. I could continue to chase after the lavish, luxurious lifestyle, although already so fully accustomed to it, it would surely bring me no profound sense of fulfillment. Or I could willfully subject myself to a life of lack and want. Perhaps humbling myself would have been good for my spirit." He sneered at the word. "But my pride would not allow it. No. Instead, I threw myself into the pursuit of knowledge. And I do believe that the novelty of it really did bring me pleasure. However, this bliss of new discovery is not limitless. Eventually, the feeling of progress grinds to a halt, and every new piece of information is mired in the ponderous hours or days or even years it takes to obtain it, so that all the joy is sucked out of the process. After my 4th year of university, I was sick of the endless cycle of intellectualism or pseudo-intellectualism, and knowledge and its pursuit had lost all of its luster. So what now? I was in my early 20s, rich, intelligent, with little that was out of my reach. If I desired something, I could, in one way or another, possess it. Things, people, really didn't matter. But in all of the hedonism of my youth, I was unequivocally bereft of happiness. Drugs were short-lived, sex was even shorter, and even material wealth was nothing if it was all you had ever known. I was listless. My parents, seeing this, prodded me into business. But wealth acquisition, which was the main goal of any aspiring entrepreneur, was something that I already possessed. So I was poorly motivated. The words thus far had flowed past Aiden as a background to his own thoughts as he gazed into the darkness. But something in his mind told him to pay closer attention to the content of the captive billionaire's words. However, from the constant nagging of my parents, I was compelled to continue working in my father's company. It was only in my second year that I could finally say that I was happy. At first, I thought it was because I'd finally proven my worth. All my years of education and learning had finally culminated in my constructive productivity. I was an integral part of the success of the business. I was leading it into the future. Learning from my failures, innovating, and pushing the limits of what was possible. I was building upon the framework that my father and his father had painstakingly made. At the time, I believed that I enjoyed the challenge, but that's not really true. Holtz was looking into the darkness in front of him. He wasn't really speaking to anyone in particular, but simply speaking aloud as he stared into space. I didn't really care about the advancement of the company. Oh, I would say it if asked directly, but there was another joy I derived from the company, one that I dare not speak of. Power. Power is an interesting thing. If you use it to benefit the lives of those beneath you, it turns you into some sort of servant. But use it to destroy, and you become a god. 1,000 or even 1,000,000 lives that could be crushed in the palm of your hand. I'll never forget the first moment that I felt it. The power, that is. It was the first time that I had negotiated a merger. We had, of course, positioned ourselves optimally for the deal, and we had a few secret cards up our sleeves. The meeting had started cordial enough, everyone entering as equals, with dignity and respect. The laughter was devoid of mirth and ran a shiver up Aiden's spine. It didn't end that way. You should have seen it. An owner and a founder of a multi-billion-dollar chip processing company brought down to tears, begging for more equitable treatment. We had him groveling. Holtz's eyes were glossy with excitement. Some fucking old big shot begging a 25-year-old not to pull the trigger. Ugh, it was intoxicating. It felt great. But it took a couple of years before I identified the true pleasure of the experience. I thought it was because I had won, and winning feels good. But that was wrong. Either way, I would have won. What I really enjoyed, was the suffering of another, feeling him squirm under my foot. This revelation was further ratified during a business trip to India. At first, I was disgusted. The pollution, the filth, the chaos, the unavoidable abject poverty. Whenever I left my hotel, I was confronted with it, and it was repulsive. I instinctively recoiled from it, from its stench, and I would quickly seek the sanctuary of my opulent hotel. It was mediocre in comparison to my other accommodations, but oh, how sweet that sanctuary was. I found myself enjoying my privilege in a way that I had never experienced before. It wasn't that I actually enjoyed watching a man defecate in the middle of the street, or a young man eating some curry slop abomination that was spooned out with the grimy fist of a Hindu street vendor. However, in passing them by, I briefly lived vicariously through them, and their bleak existence of despair fulfilled me. It was only surrounded by the bitterness of want that I could finally taste the sweetness of my excess. Gradually, I found myself craving to be ensconced by the darkest trappings of unremittent, desperate need. "Oh, I see the judgment in your eyes," he spat at Aiden. "Don't be a fucking hypocrite. Pleasure is not defined by what one has, but by what one has in comparison to others. Even in the Bible, I forget the exact scripture, but a farmer hires some workers in the town square to work the full day. The employer pays them a fair wage, and the workers are happy. Until they find out that at midday, the employer went back to the square and hired more workers for the same wage. The original workers had been content with their wages until they found out that others had been working half the time and paid the same amount. In other words, everything is comparative. And so the opposite can also be true. I could pay you a shit, unlivable wage, and you would be discontented with it, unless you know that many others are earning far less for the same amount of work. And suddenly you become more content. Why? Your life is still shit, but knowing that others have it worse becomes a solace to you. On the other hand, you could have every possible luxury known to man, but if your opulence is the lowest amongst your peers, then there will be no satisfaction. That's because our pleasure is comparative, not absolute. So don't give me that condescending look, just because I'm blunt in the assessment of the source of my happiness. And so, yes, I will admit it, I have actively sought to make, for my own pleasure, certain lives under my control miserable for my own happiness. If you were honest with yourself, you would realize that we all operate in the same way. An involuntary sneer was fixed upon Aiden's lips. He spoke in a trembling whisper. "I am nothing like you. You are a sadist, empty, shallow, and hollow. And the fact that you require others to define how you feel makes you a human parasite." Aiden barked out a mirthless laugh. "Ha! And I have worked for an unlivable wage. And if you think that knowing that there were others who made less than me made me feel any better, ha! You're a fucking moron. What you're talking about is simply being a petty prick. The point of that scripture you quoted was about contentment. If you compare yourself to others, then you'll never be content. Someone will always have something that you want, or something that you think you want and can't have. True happiness must come from within." Holtz snorted derisively. "Spoken like a true underachiever. Listen, if you want to wallow contentedly in your mediocrity, be my guest. But I will not be told to find contentment inside myself, like some uninspired placard that one might find hanging above the urinal in one of my warehouses." The sound of light, scuffling footsteps coming from the basement silenced Holtz, and he nervously turned back towards the basement door's gaping black maw. Aiden continued to look at Holtz, watching to see what his reaction would be. The middle-aged billionaire stared unblinkingly towards the basement's entrance, and the sound of footsteps grew. He looked like a lizard, emotionless, without fear, but still curious to see what would emerge. Surely he must know, though, Aiden wondered. And yet, if there was any anticipation of damnation, Aiden couldn't perceive it in the face of Holtz. Aiden finally turned his attention to the door. He felt like he had been struck by 1,000,000 volts. Rigid, he dropped to his knees. His mouth could barely move, and tears instantly began blurring his vision. "Natalia," he forced out breathlessly. A small figure wrapped in a thin blanket was being guided through the doorway, led by Tom. The resemblance was remarkable. The same blue eyes, the same thin, pale features. Only this girl was a little shorter, younger, and her nose and lips had just enough variation to distinguish her from her sister. But there was no doubt that this was Katya. The shock to Aiden was physically painful. Somehow his mind had been fully aware that there was a possibility of finding Natalia's sister at the Holtz estate. After all, it was the reason that they had stormed the compound in the first place. However, his surprise at Katya's discovery dissolved an illusion in his mind that he had truly believed that she wouldn't be found at all. The specter of the truth loomed ominously above him. He had believed the lies of the despicable detectives over his trust of Natalia. But why? And then he thought of himself, strapped helplessly to a gurney, with the vulturous detective Wright leering over him. Fear. Fear was the answer. He was terrified of his own helplessness, and even more so, how helpless he was to protect Natalia. In an instant, he was hit with the cold, hard reality. The system, which he always knew was flawed, was not simply infected by a handful of reprehensible individuals, but rather it was corrupted to the hilt. Layer upon layer of selfish, sadistic, immoral cretins, the vile, putrid flesh of society had become so grotesque that any decent person would gladly accept the more palatable veil of deceit than to peer beyond the curtain and be horrified. Aiden, who believed himself to be thick-skinned, had fallen victim to the same trick. He had lacked the courage to face his enemy full on, and that lack of courage had made him avoid asking an obvious question. How can flagrant criminality exist within a police state? And the only reasonable answer is because the state is also criminal, and the millions who work for it or alongside it are complicit as well. The weight of 1,000,000 hogs will crush the life from an individual lion, no matter how noble it is. A cold, sinking feeling enveloped him and dragged his soul down to the depths of despondency. Natalia, pure and innocent, was lost to him, and had been for months now. He could be under no false illusion now. The state who held her knew that she and her sister were innocent victims, and yet they had willfully lied and brought against them false accusations to protect John Holtz and those linked to him. If Natalia was still alive, he, and he alone, would be the only person who could save her. The weight of that responsibility was crushing the air from his lungs. As the red and blue police lights flashed through the tall windows of the mansion, Aiden couldn't even be certain that they would make it out of this alive. Katya eyed the dark, kneeling figure with puzzlement, multiplied by the fact that this sobbing stranger had just whispered the name of her sister. While the whole scene was bizarre, she did understand that this was a rescue of sorts, and she felt a sense of empathy towards this stranger. The feeling of inexplicable kinship arose in her so rapidly that it felt foreign and bewildering. It nearly overwhelmed her. Without thinking, she silently walked towards Aiden, and her slender fingers, so alike Natalia's, lightly brushed his damp cheek. His head slowly tilted up to look at Katya's face in the darkness. A spark of hope rekindled. The moment was broken by a scoff, and a petulant whine arose from the spoilt son to his sadistic father. my God. All of this over a few whores? It was a mistake, and even his father grimaced at the outburst of his son. He hissed at him to be quiet, but it was already too late. The spell was broken. Nihilism was replaced by rage in an instant. Aiden's head snapped up to appraise the youth, and in a moment he was back on his feet and closing the distance. The young man's eyes were wide. What are you doing? Let go of me! His words fizzled out as Aiden's blade was pressed firmly against his neck, tucked just underneath the boy's freshly emerging Adam's apple. Aiden's other arm was under young Holtz's right arm and grabbing a generous tuft of shaggy hair from behind. He spun the boy around to face his father. "Where is Natalia?" Aiden screamed. Holtz appeared to be frightened for the first time, and his lower lip quivered slightly as he answered, "Who?" "Natalia Karolina. You sent the feds after us. So where is she now?" Aiden pressed the blade hard enough to send a thin red rivulet down the youth's neck. Holtz's eyes darted nervously from side to side. I don't know. I was only aware of a potential threat. I don't know you or her. Just let him go." He added the last part as his son shuddered in fear. The power suddenly came on, and every man was blinded momentarily by the brilliance of 1,000 lights coming to life in an instant. Holtz squinted at the glare, but a faint grin crept onto his lips. "It's them," he hissed in triumph. "They're coming for you." Aiden met his gaze with loathing. "Perhaps, but they won't be quick enough to save you or your son." He heaved the boy's head back and with all of his strength slowly dragged the blade through his neck. The youth let out a scream, which started clear and shrill, but turned into a distorted, wet, gurgling monstrosity before gradually dying out into silence. The blood ran freely and spurted up through the opened arteries in rhythm with the boy's fading pulse. His mouth still moved, and his eyes frantically darted back and forth, a panicking brain searching for something mortal to latch onto in the face of its impending doom. Aiden tossed the boy's body to the side, and Holtz watched in horror as his only son fell face first into the ground, writhing and twitching, fingers blindly trying to contain what little blood remained in his body. Holtz's entire body was shaking with rage. "No!" He howled like a feral beast. His cry tore at the fibers of his voice box, and his hoarse scream didn't end until he had used every last bit of air in his lungs. Gasping and wheezing, he turned his refined rage on Aiden. He lunged, but was caught on either side by George and Dante. Struggling to break free, Aiden approached, slowly brandishing the bloody knife in the other man's face. Aiden's face was stony and his voice level. "Maybe you are right. Sometimes the suffering of others can bring pleasure." Holtz's face contorted. "Fuck yeah!" His words were cut short as Aiden thrust the knife to the hilt just above the pubic bone. The pain and shock left Holtz speechless. Aiden slowly sliced a meandering path through the other man's lower abdomen, never breaking his steely-eyed stare. Shocking, I know. The violence, the bloodlust. Does it seem to you to be excessive? I don't think so. No. What you're experiencing is the culmination of your decades of unpunished sins. This is your retribution. His blade stopped at Holtz's ribcage. He slid the blade out. If you can eviscerate Natalia from my life, he reached into the center of the man's gaping wound, then I can rip the entrails from you. A mass of organs slid out and dangled on the cold marble. As if on cue, both men, in disgust, let go of their hold on Holtz and let him fall in a heap to the floor. Chapter 19. Encircled. There was an uncomfortable silence. The only sound came from Aiden's shallow breaths and the weak gurgles and groans coming from the father and son as they stubbornly clung to their fading lives. Aiden slowly looked around. All eyes were on him in undisguised horror. Adrenaline had drained his face of all pigment, and the red splatter of the other man's blood stood out in stark contrast on his pale face. He had been so laser-focused on Katya and later Holtz, he hadn't noticed the 4 other girls huddled behind Katya. Everyone, except for Jake, had watched in shock as the entire scene unfolded before them. Aiden looked from one horrified face to another until he finally came back to the scene of the dying duo. In retrospect, he reflected that perhaps, without proper context, slitting the throat of the son in front of the father before disemboweling him slowly could have appeared extreme. John Holtz was still lucid enough to weakly grab handfuls of his intestines strewn across the marble and try with limited success to stuff them back into his rended abdominal cavity. Aiden felt a pang of guilt, not for the killing of the 2, but that he had failed to use a little more discretion and had allowed the young women to have a front and center viewing of the brutal deed. Thankfully, he wasn't required to break the uncomfortable silence, because Jake came sprinting into the corridor. He paid the 2 bodies writhing on the ground only the briefest of considerations before focusing on the task at hand. "They have drones surrounding the property," he said without preamble. "They have clearly zeroed in on us here, and I'm sure that the drones have already detected the guards' dead bodies. We didn't exactly hide our tracks from an aerial view. Either way, we don't have much time." Aiden tried to shake himself back to reality. They were not only surrounded, but they now had 5 women to smuggle out as well. He cursed under his breath. "So, how many drones?" "Exactly?" Jake shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe 10 to 15. I only spotted 5 from my vantage point, but I can't see the whole estate. From the balcony, I can only really just see the front. I really don't think it matters. If there's 5 or 10, it'd only take 1 to track our movements, and if it's well equipped. Either way, they know we're here, and I'm sure the moment that we step outside, the sky will be swarming with them." "Shit. Well, what can we do about them?" Jake shook his head. "Without my brother, all we can do is shoot at them. But that's like shooting a horsefly out of the air with a BB gun." Aiden could sense a growing sense of panic in the party. "Let me think," he snapped at no one in particular. He paced back and forth in the narrow corridor. "What's the rules of engagement for the police?" he asked Jake. "How would I fucking know?" he shouted defensively before taking a moment to think. "But I would assume that they would want to minimize casualties." He nodded towards Holtz's dying body. "And protect the wealthy family above all else." Aiden nodded. "Right. Flux, strip. George, take his weapons. Dante, take Juan Carlos and Evan to Holtz's bedroom. We need a pillowcase and a fresh pair of pajamas. And if you can find any warm jackets for the ladies, all the better. Tom and Steven, bind the girls' hands behind their backs. Lightly, mind you." Aiden looked sheepishly at the girls. "Sorry, but for the moment, you're going to have to be our hostages." Aiden walked over to Holtz and turned back to the doe-eyed girls. "You may want to look away," he warned them before stripping the pajamas off of the billionaire. By the time the man was naked, Flux was already down to his boxers. Aiden called him over, and the 2 men dressed Holtz in his tactical gear. Once again, Aiden checked to make sure that all the women were out of the line of sight this time, before bringing down the butt of his rifle into the face of Holtz. The polycarbonate butt did not have the desired impact, and Aiden had to heave the blunt instrument multiple times to make the face unrecognizable. With nothing left to do but wait for the men to return, Aiden slumped down with his back to the wall and fished around for a cigarette and a lighter. Jake eyed him critically as he lit his smoke and waited until after he had inhaled before asking, "So I get the whole take hostages part of the game plan. But what next? I mean, there's no way we're just walking out the front door. So I hope that's not what you're thinking." "Well," Aiden began ponderously, "Holtz did say that he had a helicopter, so that's a possible option." Jake took a quick inventory of the number in their group. "Impossible. There's no fucking way. We can't all fit into that fucking heli." Aiden shrugged and took another drag from his smoke. "If we could at least get the women away by chopper, then the rest of us can fight our way out." Jake snorted. "That's fucking ridiculous. And who's gonna fly the chopper out of here?" "Well, you've flown in combat missions before, so I was thinking it'd be you." "Yeah, I've flown in a chopper before. That doesn't mean that I know how to fly the fucking thing." Jake was shaking his head in disbelief. "You had better have a better plan than that, or we're all fucked." "Oh yeah? How about go fuck yourself, G.I. Joe? I'm just a fucking steel worker, not a fucking platoon leader. So if you don't like my leadership, why don't you take charge?" Aiden's face was regaining some of its lost color. Jake held his gaze for a moment before cracking a defiant grin at their desperate plight. "I'll let you know if I think of something." Aiden was taken off guard by the quick reversal of mounting tensions. "Okay," he yelled, unable to decelerate his emotions as quickly as the other man. "Fine," he managed in a calmer tone. Flux, with a pillowcase over his head and wearing Holtz's silk pajamas, poked his head out first into the frigid back courtyard. Aiden was crouched behind him with a Glock held to his temple. With the power restored, the bright lights surrounding a large covered swimming pool blinded the men from the activities in the night sky. They could hear the distant hum of drone blades, but they saw nothing, until one approached close enough to be illuminated by the lights on the ground. Aiden spun Flux to face the drone straight on. "If anything happens to me or my men, I'll kill him, and everyone else," Aiden yelled. The drone stayed fixed in position, hovering less than 20 feet away. There was a loud crack of a rifle, and a plume of sparks shot out of the drone before it plummeted to the ground. Aiden looked back to a grinning Jake, who shrugged off the shot. "Normally, they don't stay fixed in one spot like that." Darius and Jake followed on either side of Aiden, with their assault rifles trained on the fake Holtz for added insurance. Behind them were the 5 hostages, with a man for each of them. Only Dante trailed behind as the last man, with no assigned hostage, and was free to comb the skies for drones and other threats. There was a ring of drones hovering around the group, close enough to monitor the situation and attack if needed, but far enough to make shooting them out of the sky nearly impossible, even for a crack shot like Jake. Their computer guidance systems made them glide together fluidly, as though they were one large circular structure. Even when a gusty wind came howling in off of the lake, the small aviation vehicles remained fixed solidly in their formation in the sky. Aiden moved the group along at a rapid pace, but the size of the property made the group's progress seem to be agonizingly slow. With each step, he began to wonder that they were only being toyed with, and that escape was impossible. With every step, his plan was appearing to be more and more like the preposterous fantasies of a child than something that they could legitimately pull off. Where could a helicopter even go without being detected? Let alone the fact that no one in the group knew how to actually fly the thing. Aiden had an image of the chopper's blades slamming into the ground as they tried to make a haphazard takeoff, the vehicle tearing itself apart before exploding into flames. "This is so stupid," he thought as they continued marching down the lit path towards the helicopter pad. He could almost feel the morale of the group plummet when they saw the black helicopter sitting on its pad. It looked small, even smaller than expected. Aiden had been hoping at least to get the 5 girls away to safety, but this thing appeared to only have a maximum of 4 seats, including the pilot's seat. The incessant hum of the surrounding drones only served to add to his mounting anxiety. He wanted so badly to simply close his eyes and act like this was all just a bad dream. However, if he stopped now, he would be captured or killed for sure, and there was no guarantee for the safety of Katya and the others. He had to find some way out. Protecting the girls definitely complicated things. It bloated the size of the group. It made them slower, and it made the option of splitting up to try to slip through the cracks of the police perimeter completely unfeasible. When they finally reached the helicopter, Aiden couldn't contain his desperate frustration. "Fuck me!" he yelled as he struck the plexiglass bubble with his fist. It only had 2 seats. That cheap prick Holtz couldn't even fork over the cash for a full-size helicopter? Now we're all really fucked, sandwiched between the cops and the cold lake with high walls on either side, he despaired. He noticed out of the corner of his eye that the drones had inched closer. He had this sense that they knew that he was floundering, and they were looking to make their move soon. Aiden pressed the barrel of his gun hard into the hooded temple of Flux, causing him to crane his head to the side. "Get back, or I'll blow his fucking brains out!" He was trying to contain his mounting panic. Despite the cold wind, Aiden was sweating profusely and had to brush the droplets away from his eyes. "Come on, let's go!" and continued to lead the men towards the water. His mind was frantically searching for some solution, but all he knew was, if they stopped, they would be quickly picked apart. As they neared the lake, the wind became noticeably more violent. Even the stable drones occasionally dipped and bobbed from the strong gusts. White, foamy wave caps rose up from the inky black water, standing out in stark contrast against its black backdrop. "Hey!" Jake shouted in Aiden's ear. "Over there, at the end of the pier. It looks like a pretty big boat." Aiden's heart leapt to his throat. He turned to Darius. "You think you got a key for that thing in your bag of goodies?" Darius had already unslung his pack and was looking through its contents. "Well, if this one's the chopper, then it could be this one." There was no time to deliberate. Aiden led the group at a jog towards the pier. By the time his foot came into contact with the first wooden plank, he heard the whiz of a quickly descending drone. He released his hold on Flux, holstered his pistol, and quickly raised his rifle. But before he could fire a single shot, the drone had already sailed past him and exploded into the boat. "No!" he howled in horror. "They're going to destroy it!" Aiden whipped off Flux's hood and put his pistol in his hands. There was no point maintaining the facade any longer. "Protect that boat!" he ordered and went sprinting down the pier. Another suicide drone was diving down towards their only way out. A chorus of machine gun fire erupted. The drone was small and fast, making it a hard target, but some lucky bullet somehow struck it, and it fell short of the boat, sending up a geyser of water from the cold depths instead. When Aiden reached the vessel, he saw that they had been lucky. The first drone had been too high, and the edge of the roof had absorbed the blunt of the explosion, with only the boat's winterizing cover catching fire. Aiden jumped through the flames onto the powerboat and found the helm. He breathed a sigh of relief. The gauge said that they still had 3/4 of a tank. Darius was right behind him. "Key!" Aiden yelled. Darius tossed him the key, and he quickly inserted it into the ignition. He turned the key, but there was absolutely nothing, not even a hint of life. The others were loading onto the vessel. "Flux, get the women down below, and Dante, stay up there. Start lowering the boat," Aiden ordered, pointing to the hydraulic lift's control panel. "What's wrong?" Jake asked. "No power. Nothing." There was a jolt as the lift began lowering the boat. "The batteries?" Jake offered. Right. Well, where the fuck are they? Aiden could hear the waves beginning to lap at the boat's hull. Hey, right here, under the seat, Darius exclaimed. The boat began to rock from side to side, loudly colliding with the lift's frame every time a strong wave broadsided the vessel. There was an arcing spark as Darius connected the positive terminal. They had no tools to tighten it into place, so he simply held it on its post. There was the hum of another drone as it approached. This one was larger than the others. Aiden turned the key, and there was a light buzz of the fuel pump before the 4 250 horsepower motors roared to life. Tom, Stephen, Juan Carlos, George, and Evan were already firing at the incoming drone, but their bullets flew past harmlessly. Aiden looked over and saw the drone hovering in place near the shoreline. A jet of fire sprouted from it, and a small projectile shot out. They were fully lowered into the water now, and they were rocking even more violently from side to side. Aiden looked up at Dante. Jump! But his words were drowned out as the missile exploded into the pier. The force of the explosion knocked the men to the ground, and a hail of splintered wood rained down upon them. When Aiden rose, the pier was split in two, and there was only a burning hole left where Dante had been standing. Aiden slammed the throttle forward, and the boat lurched back as the propellers drove into the water. There was a large bang as they collided with the lift on their way out. Another missile struck right behind them, where they had been a moment before, and a geyser of cold water rained down upon them. Aiden added more power and turned the vessel into the open waters. Another suicide drone was careening down towards them. At the last moment, Aiden banked hard to the left, and the drone exploded into the water beside them, lifting the boat on a swell of energy before it came crashing down with a jarring impact. The waves and the wind were all seeming to grow in their intensity, crashing and blowing about them. Aiden could hear nothing but the howling wind. He flipped down his night vision goggles again as they continued into the black abyss of the raging lake. Even with the hard wind, the drones continued to pursue them. Apparently, one was hit with a lucky bullet and fell out of the sky some distance away and exploded harmlessly in the lake. Another, pursuing them from behind, misjudged the distance, or the wind pushed it just short of its target, and it exploded into the wave just behind them. Aiden was blinded by a flash of intense light and was momentarily disorientated. The crack of thunder was deafening. A winter storm? He wondered. When his eyes had readjusted, he scoured the sky in search of more drones, but he saw none. Minutes passed, and still nothing. Jake took out a multi-tool from his pocket and helped to tighten the battery terminal so that Darius didn't need to continue to hold it with his hands. When Darius finally was able to lean back into the cockpit's integrated bench, he looked ill. Jake clapped him on the back. Hey, you feeling all right, man? Darius shrugged the other man's hand off of his back. Fuck you, motherfucker. His cheeks puffed out as he tried to contain his throw-up. He closed his eyes and tilted his head back. Don't touch me, motherfucker, he whispered breathlessly. Hey, at least we made it out alive. It doesn't look like they have any more drones chasing us, Aiden said, trying to be reassuring. Although Darius received the good news with a lack of enthusiasm, and with his eyes still closed, he winced every time that they crashed into another wave. Alive? I wish I was fucking dead. But he was interrupted by his roiling stomach and twisted just in time to spew over the gunwale. Jake grabbed the back of his tactical vest to ensure that the other man, who was preoccupied with his sickness, didn't lean too far over and tumble headlong into the icy waters below. Jake patted Darius on the back. There you go. Let it all out. Darius's back arched as he violently retched. Gradually, the heaves tapered off. Feel better? Jake asked. Darius spat out thickly. Fuck you. Jake patted Darius on the back and turned to Aiden, grinning. Well, boating ain't for everyone, he said, and Aiden tried to suppress a laugh. Thankfully, the noise from the wind was too loud for Darius to take any notice. How? Darius started weakly, before being interrupted by another stomach convulsion. How long till we offer this fucking boat? He asked desperately. With one hand on the helm, his other sought out for the folded paper map tucked into his inner vest pocket. Well, Aiden said, slowly consulting the piece of paper, I think that we'd be better off continuing due east. He looked up at his speed gauge. If we continue to hold the same speed in this direction, it'd take a little over an hour before we could start heading south. Aiden turned his wrist to view his analog wristwatch. It's a little before 2, so at around 3 we'll turn south. We might need to still head southeast, and hopefully we can hit the Indiana dunes before sunrise. Darius wheeled around violently, with Jake still clinging to his vest. Sunrise? Through his night vision goggles, Aiden couldn't precisely see Darius's features, but he could make out a string of saliva linked to the black man's bottom lip, flapping wildly in the hard wind. You plan on taking us deeper into this shit? His voice cracked with anger and terror. He lunged on unsteady legs at Aiden, but Jake held him back. I'm gonna fucking kill you! Take us back to land now! Nature, lacking a proper sense of propriety, interrupted at an inopportune moment. A flash of jagged lightning cut the dark sky in two, less than a mile in front of them, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. A mix of sleet and rain began to fall heavily about them, the boat's tiny canopy providing them with little protection. In the din of the falling precipitation, Aiden had to yell to be heard. I'm sorry, but you know I can't. I get that it seems bad, but this storm is actually a godsend. Without it, we'd be caught for sure. I have to make the most of it. If I follow the land too closely, their drones will pick up our location for sure. This is the best chance we got. The weather should make us hard to track. So we'll go further out, till we're sure that the wolves have lost our scent. Darius stood there in silence for some time, swaying with the relentless crash of waves pummeling their bow. He began to shiver, partly from the cold and partly from his nausea. Although he couldn't see it, Aiden could feel the rage of Darius's piercing gaze cutting straight through him. Eventually, Aiden broke the standoff and turned to their two spectators. Tom, Steven, help Darius down below. He turned back to Darius. Go lay down. It's all gonna work out. I promise. I don't need your fucking help, Darius cried with irritation and twisted out of Jake's grasp. He spun round and made for the cabin's opening, but the boat, falling fast into the trough of a large wave, robbed him of his first step. He stumbled headlong towards the bow, but Tom and Steven caught him before he fell into the hard fiberglass lip of the cabin. The three slowly disappeared down below. Jake and Aiden were the only two remaining on deck in the biting sleet. For a while the two sat in taciturn company, setting their jaws against the merciless weather. Jake was the first to break the silence. You know, he pointed to all of the blank screens on the boat's navigation system. Even though we're not using it, all of this shit is still trackable. What do you mean? I mean that as long as you have a transponder on board, its signal can be intercepted, regardless of whether you're actively using your GPS or not. Aiden's heart sank. A profound sense of fatigue washed over him. A part of him was tempted to simply ignore Jake's counsel and hope for the best. He took a deep breath and pointed up at the canopy. Let me guess. Our transponder's probably integrated into the radar, mounted on the top of this? Jake grabbed the edge of the hardtop and, stepping onto the lip of the cockpit, pulled himself up for a better look. He finally lowered himself back into the cockpit. Yeah, most likely, he admitted grimly. And it's a stocky bitch as well. It's not coming off easy. And in this weather...
I don't know. There's nothing to really hold on to. One big wave, and you could easily be washed into the sea, or lake. Why do you assume it would be me getting up there? Oh, well, it's just a generalization. But who else would it be?
Jake shrugged.
Whatever. It doesn't really matter anyways. It's too slick up there. We could try shooting the damn thing off, but that probably wouldn't really work.
Jake stumbled over to the helm's electronics and felt around in his pocket for his multi-tool.
We can at least try to dump this part of the GPS.
It took him a few minutes to locate and loosen the bolts mounting the screen in place. Once the GPS's waterproof housing was pulled away, Jake was able to pry the screen and its hidden circuit boards out of the pedestal. He cut the wires and threw the mass overboard. Jake sat back in silence. Aiden tried to relax and accept that they had done everything that they could, and they just had to keep on moving. 10 minutes passed, with Aiden raptly watching the roiling waves, which seemed to be steadily growing in their intensity. An inky black wave nearly washed over the entire deck at the bow, and Aiden was forced to ease back on the throttle slightly to smooth the ride. The loss of speed was agonizing, and almost gave him the impression that they were now bobbing in limbo. He was fairly sure that the force of the headwinds would slow their progress, but he couldn't be sure by how much. He was navigating completely blind, with only an old paper map to guess at their location. There was nothing on the horizon in all directions. Not even the glimpse of a faint glow came from the shore anymore. He had no intention of using the boat's navigation system, but somehow, with its guts torn out, he felt completely lost and naked in the middle of a raging tempest. To make matters worse, the radar antenna almost directly above him was a splinter in his mind. It nagged at him, and it almost felt as though the inanimate piece of electronics was mocking him. The idea that it was possible for them to become completely lost in the waters of Lake Michigan, but the authorities would still know exactly where they were, it just added salt to the wound. If they were going to be sailing blind, Aiden wanted to be sure that their enemies would be just as blind. Flux popped his head out from below. His lips were pursed tight. He didn't appear to be as bad as Darius, but their current mode of transportation was clearly not his preference.
How are things going up here?
His tone was borderline piteous. Aiden turned to Jake.
Take the helm, he ordered.
Jake didn't question, and once they had traded places, he asked,
Are you going to try to get a little rest?
Your multi-tool, he demanded instead. Jake handed it over hesitantly.
What are you planning to do?
Aiden was steeling himself for the task ahead and had no time for small talk. Instead, he turned to Flux.
Are you feeling strong?
Strong? Flux swallowed hard.
Yeah, strong,
Aiden snapped impatiently while he searched in the boat's integrated compartments.
I guess so. Strong enough.
Flux stammered as Aiden produced a length of thick rope.
Why? I need your help.
Aiden answered as he wrapped the rope around Flux's waist, as the young man looked anxiously out towards the icy deck, being relentlessly pounded with sheet after sheet of wet sleet. Aiden tried to tie a knot around Flux's waist, but after a few failed attempts, he became frustrated, and Flux became more nervous. Eventually, he settled for a slip knot. It bit hard into the abdomen of Flux, but it seemed to be the more secure option, so the young man refrained from complaining. Aiden wrapped the other end around a deck cleat and held it tight.
Here, stand on the edge of the cockpit. No, right here. Yeah, now stand up. Don't worry, I've got you. Good, now lean back. What?
His cry was carried almost completely away by the wind.
Lean back, damn it!
Aiden ordered, and Flux complied shakily.
Okay.
Once he was in position, Aiden wrapped the rope securely around the cleat and hopped over to Flux. He stuck his head out of the cockpit and yelled to Flux, but his words were carried away by the wind. Frustrated, Aiden grabbed Flux by his vest and pulled him into the relative calm of the cockpit.
I need you to help me onto that roof and secure my feet while I try to take off that fucking antenna or radar, wherever the fuck it is. All right?
Flux only nodded, and the two tentatively exited the cockpit. The wind slammed into Aiden's left ear so hard it felt like a punch to the temple. When he took his first step outside the cockpit, his foot slipped on the slick deck and left him clutching the lip of the hardtop desperately. His heart was in his mouth, and he instantly thought about abandoning the project. But his stubbornness overcame his fear, and he fought on. Flux, who was supported by the rope around his waist, grabbed Aiden's collar with his free hand. The whipping wind was deafening both men, but Aiden signaled for Flux to bend his knee so he could use it as a step. Without a second thought, Aiden hoisted himself up onto the hardtop, but the surface was covered in a thin, wet sheet of ice, and he scrambled to find a grip. He was suddenly terrified that he had made a grave error and he would slide backwards and overboard, whether Flux was there to support him or not. He cursed his stupidity as his numb fingers frantically scoured the smooth surface for some traction, but he found none. The boat rose and fell, and Aiden's back already ached from the strain of forcing his chest as flat onto the hardtop surface as possible. He was thoroughly terrified. He was trapped. He couldn't go forward, and he was even more uncomfortable about returning backwards. A hand on his butt broke the stalemate. Inch by inch, Flux pushed him more completely onto the roof. Eventually, Aiden's searching hands collided with the hard pillar of the radar stand. He grasped it for dear life and dragged his body the final distance to comfortably wrap his arms fully around the structure. But he still had Flux supporting his feet. He could almost cry with relief. The icy rain pounded relentlessly. Aiden's night vision goggles were distorted with frozen droplets, and he was effectively blind. And the boat was constantly crashing up and down in an endless procession of craggy liquid peaks. Thunder roared in the distance, and Aiden felt a terror of death unlike anything that he had experienced before. It was like all the weight of God was closing in around him, and the immensity of it made him feel like the insignificant ant that he knew he was. He felt immeasurably weak and helpless. The only solace he could derive was from the thought that if God had sent this storm to hide their escape, then it would make no sense for it to destroy him. A small inner voice countered that if the storm was simply a coincidence, then he couldn't expect any such special protection. Also, no one had told him to crawl onto a slick roof in the middle of a storm. Even God can't save a man from his own stupidity. This pessimistic insurgency was quickly put down, though, since Aiden's current circumstance didn't produce within him an overabundance of optimism as it was. He could not afford to squander what little hope he had over something as frivolous as deductive reasoning. Clinging to the radar pedestal, he prayed that God would suspend the laws of motion for the foreseeable future until he was back in the relative safety of the boat's cockpit. Somehow he felt that physics would conspire to see him at the bottom of the lake before betraying its principles. The wind and sleet were cutting straight through him, and his body temperature was plummeting fast. He had to move. He felt for Jake's multi-tool in his vest pocket. His frozen fingers only faintly felt the hard metal rectangle as he pulled it out. His heart pounded as he concentrated on tightly holding on to the small tool, afraid that his numb fingers might not be holding it securely enough. He frantically felt around the radar's base for its mounting bolts, but he felt nothing on that smooth white surface. Desperate, he heaved on the pedestal, seeing if he could tear it off with brute strength. But alas, it was frustratingly solid. Aiden flipped up his goggles, and the frozen rain cut at his eyes. He could see nothing but contoured darkness. Hugging the post, he searched his pockets for a tucked-away flashlight. The beam of white light was nearly blinding as it sliced through the blackness. Enveloped in darkness, cold, wind, and rain, This solitary beam of light under his control gave him a small sliver of comfort. He stuffed the flashlight into his mouth and sought for the bolts. There, under the radar's disc, were 8 recessed hex bolt heads. Fortunately, they were mostly free from ice, and Aiden prayed that the multi-tool had an Allen key large enough to fit the bolts. Lightning shot across the sky. He located the largest key and tried it in the nearest head. It fits, Aiden thought in relief. Well, sort of. Perhaps it's metric or something. There was a very slight amount of play when he moved the hex key. Careful not to strip the bolt, he applied pressure. Nothing. He applied more pressure, and still more. Crack! The key slipped out of the bolt's head. Aiden cursed. He found the key again and turned. Oh, thank God. It had only cracked loose. It hadn't stripped. He continued to undo the bolt as quickly as he dared, without risking dropping his precious tool. By the 7th bolt, Aiden's face was numb with cold, and his jaw ached with the effort of holding the flashlight in his mouth. He was beyond losing feeling in his fingers, and they were beginning to be stubborn in obeying his simple commands. He fumbled to insert the hex into the bolt, and when he finally connected, he twisted on it impatiently. The tool slipped out of the head, and he reinserted it and turned again. Shit! But it was clearly becoming worse. On his 5th attempt, he was sure that it had been stripped beyond salvageability. The hex would spin uselessly with the lightest amount of pressure now. In desperation, he tried to brute force the radar off. It was only fastened by a single bolt now. How hard could it be to rip it off? He tore up on the casing, but he was still lying on his belly, and he was in a deleveraged position. The casing did have some play, though, but the single bolt was still rigid enough, and the innards of the radar mocked him as the unsecured side lifted into an artificial grin. Flux was still holding his feet. Aiden turned back to him and freed the light from his lips. Let go! The wind robbed his words, and Flux only looked confused. Let go! Aiden screamed himself hoarse. Reluctantly, Flux eased his grip, and Aiden slid his legs beneath himself to crouch like a frog over top of the radar. He pocketed the light and the tool. In the dark, chaotic waters, he heaved up on the radar's housing with one hand as the other secured himself to the base. Its mouth opened larger, but that final bolt was annoyingly robust. Tears of frustration and desperation welled in his eyes. Stubbornly, he pulled and pulled again. Each time it felt so close to coming free, but never did. In anger, he squatted with his feet beneath him and yanked at the cover with both hands unreservedly. The cold plastic exploded into angry shards, and Aiden fell backwards, with only the thin wires of the radar keeping him from sliding off the back of the hardtop into the lake below. Aiden scrambled on the slick surface to grab what remained of the radar structure. He hugged the pedestal ferociously and waited for his heart rate to subside before cutting the wires and tossing the radar overboard. He looked back to Flux, or, to be more accurate, the dark lump that he assumed to be Flux. He would need all of his limbs to clamber back into the cockpit, and a lack of light seemed to be a necessary sacrifice. Flux was only 5 feet away, but it didn't feel like a comfortable distance to close on the slippery surface of an ever-moving hardtop. Aiden looked to the bow of the boat, but saw nothing of the coming waves, only blackness with a mixture of faint, foamy whitecaps. Aiden called to Flux, but in the din he couldn't be sure if he was heard. If Flux didn't catch him, Aiden could easily slide straight overboard. Aiden shivered in the elements. The numbing cold had already worked its way up his arms. If he waited too long, he wouldn't have enough control in his limbs to pull himself back into the cockpit. He thought he heard some voice mixed into the ripping wind, but he couldn't be sure. He gritted his teeth before sliding towards Flux. For a moment, he was lost between the safety of the post and the edge of the hardtop. The boat listed to its side, and Aiden panicked, but before he slid off the edge, Flux's firm grip grabbed him with both hands. It was an awkward descent. In daylight, it would have looked comical, but in the dark of night, and in these stormy conditions, it was simply a numb-limbed, frantic clamoring for safety. When Aiden's foot finally touched the lip of the fiberglass cockpit, he could almost cry with relief, save that the cold and wind had robbed his tear ducts of the adequate moisture for the task. He nearly fell onto the floor of the cockpit. He turned onto his back as he cherished the moments of relative calm, protected from the wind. Evan was seated nearby and leaned over Aiden's shivering body.
Holy shit, man, that was fucking crazy. Was that even really necessary? I mean, that looks sketchy as fuck.
Aiden could only take ragged breaths and momentarily pause to blow on his frozen fingers. Jake answered for him.
Hey, shut the fuck up. The last thing a guy needs to hear when he just risked his neck is to have some dipshit asking if it really needed doing in the first place. And to answer your dumbass question, yeah, it was necessary. If we don't want to be intercepted by a gaggle of cops when we return to shore. Why don't you make yourself useful and scour the cabin down below for any other electronics? If it's got a circuit board, throw it overboard. I don't want Aiden going through all that effort just to have the fucking cops triangulate our position through something dumb like a microwave CPU.
Evan got up. All right, I'm going, he said defensively. He bent over Aiden and patted his shoulder.
Hey, I didn't mean anything by it. You did a good job. I sure as fuck wouldn't have gone out there, especially not in this shit.
Aiden only chattered his teeth in response. Flux was struggling to undo the tightened slipknot around his waist, but finally gave up in frustration and began carefully cutting the rope with his knife. When the last fibers were cut, Flux let out a groan of relief and rubbed his sides where the rope had cut into him the deepest.
Is that it? Are we actually making it out of this alive?
But he also thought of the endless sea of faceless cops and federal agents who would be tirelessly searching for them.
We may survive for now, but then what? You two should probably warm up down below, Jake said. You both look pretty frozen. I'll be fine up here for now. Just send up someone else to keep me company.
Everything ached, and his right hand slipped wetly on the fiberglass floor as he tried to crawl to his feet. His hands were still numb, and the feeling in them hadn't yet returned, but he couldn't see much in the unlit cockpit. Perhaps he had cut himself on the hard plastic when it had exploded. He finally found his feet and stiffly made his way down below with Flux trailing after him. Evan had a small flashlight and was searching the boat's small galley for appliances. Beyond the galley was a C-shaped settee area, with an oval dining table in the middle. The 5 women were huddled together underneath a few large blankets. 5 lumps nestled into the center of the sea. The ends of the curving bench were capped by Juan Carlos and Tom, with the former closest to the cabin's hatch. On the opposite side, there was a straight bench shared by Stephen and George. The V-berth in front was occupied by the sick Darius, who was lying down with his eyes closed, but he was far from sleeping, as he was waging an internal struggle to maintain a precarious control over his nausea. With the exception of Darius, all eyes turned towards Aiden as he entered. A soft light dimly illuminated the cabin from a string of recessed LEDs lining the roof and floors. The light was discreet enough to be barely visible through the portholes, but bright enough for Aiden to generally make out the faces that were staring back at him. They all shared a desperate, tired look. Some appeared to be sick in varying degrees of intensity from the motion. Others simply looked exhausted and stressed.
We're not being followed,
Aiden announced hoarsely, unable to suppress a cold-induced stutter from contaminating his speech. However, in these roiling waters, the threat of pursuit was clearly far from being the group's primary concern. There was a tense moment before he added, "We should be at shore by or a little before sunrise."
Sunrise?
George croaked. He was partially reclining on the bench with his head resting on the top of the cushioned backrest. He looked only marginally less sick than Darius.
"Why the fuck is it going to take so long?"
he demanded, raising his head slightly in consternation. "I know it's not a very comfortable ride," Aiden replied with understanding, "but taking the longer route to the Indiana dunes will increase our chance of avoiding the cops when we finally do make it to land."
"Yeah, but it also increases the chances of us drowning in the middle of the fucking sea,"
George countered. "It's a lake," Aiden corrected.
"I don't give a fuck what you call it. I ain't afraid of a little salt in my water. I'm afraid of getting capsized out here. If it's deep enough to tear our boat a new asshole, that's all that concerns me. You could call the Atlantic a motherfucking puddle, but I ain't gonna try to cross the fucking thing in gumboots."
The effort of his protestations made him feel ill, and George had to briefly close his eyes and lean his head back onto the soft cushion.
"Oh, is it a little too stormy for you?" Aiden snapped back sardonically. "I was the one surfing on the top of the fucking roof in this shit to make sure that your black ass doesn't get caught and sent back to prison."
Before tensions escalated further, Flux stepped in between the two.
"Look, I know we're all stressed and tired, but for now, we're all still alive."
Flux looked over to the frightened faces of the girls.
"And we did succeed in our mission." "Fuck the mission. I'm here to get paid, and there's a lot easier ways to hustle than this bullshit,"
George shouted.
"Oh yeah? Fuck the mission?" Aiden yelled over Flux's shoulder. "Well then take whatever you got from that safe and go fuck off. Go back to your gangster shit on the streets. I don't give a fuck. But we are not going back to shore until I say so."
He took a deep breath, realizing that their brief argument was only serving to terrify the already frightened girls all the more. Aiden continued in a calmer voice, directed mainly at the women.
"This is a solid boat, and we aren't going to die out here, I promise. And by sunrise, we'll all be ashore."
He turned back to George.
"And you can do whatever you want after that."
George grumbled something under his breath, but said nothing more. Aiden looked to Juan Carlos. "Did you want to go and check on Jake?" The other man only nodded and got up without a word. Aiden took his seat, and Flux squeezed in between George and Stephen. It took him a moment to realize that Katya was seated beside him, under the one long blanket shared by all of the girls. Katya was eyeing him intently.
"You're cold,"
she observed in a thicker accent than her sister's. She lifted the edge of the blanket, exposing the warmth underneath. Aiden could only stare at her blankly. An involuntary shiver convulsed through his spine.
"You must come here."
She gave the cover a gentle tug to illustrate the limitations of its size.
"Come,"
she commanded in a soft yet firm tone. He couldn't explain why he feared getting close to her, but he strongly desired to stay where he was. However, the pain from the cold and logic eventually overruled his mysterious apprehension, and he edged further into the nook of the bench, closer to Katya. She silently wrapped the blanket tightly around him and pulled him into a semi-reclined position. Aiden clutched the warm blanket in both hands tightly under his chin. He closed his eyes and waited for the cold to subside. Minutes passed, and his teeth were still chattering. The only heat that he could feel was coming from Katya, but it seemed to only graze the surface of his skin and penetrate no deeper. He felt a hand touch the back of his, briefly before being quickly retracted.
"You have blood."
It was a subdued exclamation, which Aiden took to mean that she had discovered that he was bleeding. Aiden kept his eyes shut.
"It's not that bad. It'll take care of itself." "No, show me."
Katya pulled away the blankets and grabbed the injured hand for closer inspection.
"Ah, see, look."
Aiden grudgingly opened his eyes and looked at his hand in the dim light. The back of his hand was a mess of blood, and what he had thought was more of a surface scrape turned out to be a deep, jagged puncture the size of a nickel. It looked painful, but he felt nothing. It was as though he was viewing someone else's injury rather than his own. The wound was still bleeding profusely, and Katya produced a thin square of cloth. Aiden watched as she wrapped the improvised bandage around his hand and tied it tightly in place. How similar her fingers are to Natalia's, he reflected. He remembered the day that they had first met, and how she had also been bandaging him up. How short a time they had actually spent together. Aiden had spent significantly more time pining after the memory of Natalia than he had actually spent physically in her presence. And yet now her sister sat before him, with Natalia's same blue eyes and soft touch. He could never feel closer to Natalia unless she were here herself. Logically, Katya's presence should have been a comfort to him. Instead, she only made him miss Natalia all the more. He hated himself for getting them both caught, and the guilt burned like acid on his conscience. He wrestled with the thought that if it had not been for Katya, the two of them would likely still be together. If only Natalia had not been so damn selfless in trying to save Katya, he thought bitterly. But deep down he knew that, in part, it was Natalia's noble spirit that made him love her and miss her. Unbeknownst to her, Katya was serving to be a catalyst to reopen Aiden's old wounds, and he vividly felt the pain of losing Natalia and still being powerless to save her. Aiden shook again, this time less from the cold and more from trying to contain the torrent of his emotions. He was still in enough of a command of his senses to know that crying and blubbering in front of the men would not be good for morale, especially in their current circumstance. Katya took his shivering to be hypothermic and covered him in the blankets, wrapping her arms around him to lend him some of her warmth. Stephen grunted. Hey, Flux, you shivering too? Here, you can have my jacket, he offered, stripping off his tactical vest, and then unzipped his insulated jacket, passing it to a grateful Flux. And if you're still cold after that, Stephen paused. Well, you can fuck right off, 'cause I ain't gonna spoon with you, no matter how hard your teeth chatter. A subdued wave of chuckles and snickers ran through the cabin. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Flux replied. But if I needed it, I think I'd rather trade places with Aiden anyways. There was more snickering. Come to think of it, I'm starting to feel a little chilled myself, Tom chimed in. Stephen chortled. You know, when I first saw Aiden climb onto that roof, I thought he was batshit crazy. But it looks like he knew exactly what he was doing after all, huh? Well played, sir. Well played. It was good to hear a little mirth break the stress and tension, but Aiden's feelings were too far removed to enjoy it. Instead, he lay stiffly in a partially reclined position and felt the pain slowly grow in his extremities as the heat returned his feelings back to him. As if in lockstep, the anguish of emotion seemed to dance hand in hand with the anguish of his flesh, until both were whirling wildly about in his tortured mind. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he ached beyond reason. Natalia was his only thought. Aiden was jarred awake by an aggressive sense of falling. He was completely disorientated as his feet flailed to find some stability. He was sliding off the bench towards George and struggled to avoid a head-on collision. At the same time, his ears were ringing with the high-pitched screams of the girls as they too struggled to remain in one place. Aiden heard a stream of cursing coming from the cockpit.
Aiden! Aiden, get the fuck up here!
Jake screamed. Bleary-eyed, Aiden staggered to the stairs. Another wave rocked the boat violently sideways, and Aiden's knee collided with the hard edge of the step. He clung to the handrail desperately, and it felt like the stairs were actively trying to buck him off. What the fuck is going on? He tried to gather his thoughts as he fought the near-constant movement. He finally emerged from the cabin and was instantly blasted by a ferocious wind. Was it like this before? It seemed to be much worse. Doom clutched his bowels and twisted. He tried to stand in the cockpit, but his back was slammed into the integrated bench on the leeward side, the strong centrifugal force pinning him to the seat.
What the hell's going on?
Aiden yelled at the top of his voice. Jake's face looked drained, and his knuckles were white around the helm.
Going on? We're getting fucking hammered. That's what's going on.
The dark mass of waves, without any light, were a chaotic mess. Aiden tucked his head back into the cabin.
Someone pass me their goggles,
he ordered. He couldn't remember what had happened to his, and in the chaos, he didn't want to waste time looking for them. Flux passed him his pair. Good old reliable Flux. What would I do without you? He reflected as he stared out into the raging waters. His stomach coiled into knots as he watched the endless procession of steep, dark waves tirelessly moving towards them. Each time the wall of water would slam across their beam, they would be rocked violently sideways. As soon as the powerboat began to level out, it would be hit with another wave. It felt like they were stuck in an eternal wash cycle, which would not stop until their existence had been cleansed from the surface of the lake.
Let me take the helm, Aiden ordered. Are we heading south now? I've been trying for the last 30 minutes now, but every time I turn south, it feels like the waves are gonna flip the fucking boat.
Jake was shaking visibly from the stress, and his knuckles were white from trying to maintain control over the vessel. He seemed to be eager to relinquish his seat in the captain's chair to Aiden. As soon as he sat down, he glanced at their current speed. They had slowed down considerably. At this rate, they would never make it to shore before sunrise. If they made it at all. Aiden slowly throttled up while keeping his eyes fixed on the incoming waves.
What the fuck are you doing? Jake cried in a panic. You're gonna flip us!
Aiden ignored him and focused on turning into the wave as it was peaking at the hull, and then turning back to ride the peak for as long as possible before repeating the process. In general, the complete cycle only lasted for 10 seconds, which demanded his complete attention. If he lost focus for one moment and the wave hit them wrong, the boat would lurch aggressively to the side, and he would hear a chorus of girlish screams and manly curses rise up from down below. As it turned out, the weather had not really gotten much worse, but the direction that they now needed to go did make things much more challenging. Adding to the stress was that because of their snaking pattern to avoid being battered, Aiden was becoming less and less confident that they were headed in the right direction. He didn't know if they were going to overshoot or undershoot their target. However, there was nothing to be done about it. Even if they wanted to risk it, all the GPS equipment was thrown overboard long ago. The only form of communication that they had was an archaic cell phone, which was theoretically more difficult to track, but was being reserved exclusively for emergencies. Aiden was saving it to contact Lenny, if or when they finally made it to shore. Exhausted and frazzled, Aiden was too afraid to relinquish control of the helm, and wave after wave, minute after minute, continued on through the blackness, with no evidence of progress to assure him that this hell would ever end. Gradually, grueling minute after minute piled upon one another, until eventually they stacked up into an hour. In this way, the sands of the eternal night trickled slowly away, one painstaking grain at a time. Aiden's back and neck ached from the constant twisting to watch the incoming waves. His eyes burned with fatigue, and his ears were nearly deaf from the wind pounding his drums relentlessly.
Hey, Flux exclaimed, I think it's starting to get brighter out.
The tempo of the waves was nearly ingrained into his bones. Excited to see something different, Aiden flipped up his goggles and looked around. His muscles turned the helm instinctively, but he was effectively blind. It was still black.
Bullshit,
he scoffed.
No, look over there, on the horizon,
Flux insisted. Aiden's eyes focused in the same direction as the incoming waves, and, pitiful though it was, he saw a dim, gray blotch on the horizon. It was incredible how much that pathetic light raised his spirits. He still had to use his night vision, But he now knew that the darkness would not be eternal. Day was coming. When it did finally get brighter, the initial joy of light was tarnished by the endless view of water and sky. Where was the fucking land? They should have already been ashore by now, so the fact that they could not even see it was disconcerting. Did he make some mistake reading the map? Was the speedometer inaccurate? Or even worse, was the compass broken? The last one nagged at him the worst. But if they really were off course, then where were they actually? The frustration was that there was no way for him to know how to correct their direction. They were effectively blind. All they could do was stay the course and pray. The group sat in the rocking boat in silence. Aiden felt a nauseating amount of stress and anxiety, while simultaneously feeling extremely tired, exacerbated by the monotony of the scenery. A few times he caught himself drifting off and snapped back to reality with a painful jolt, sending his heart racing momentarily before being dragged back down into the clutches of his pervasive fatigue. "Hey!" Flux's exclamation startled nearly everyone in the cockpit, who had all fallen into a morose silence. Irritated glances were cast in his direction for disturbing the peace with his frivolous outburst. However, the anger etched into Aiden's countenance quickly melted away into blissful relief as he realized that Flux had shouted at the sight of land. Hope replaced despair, and even though it was still invisible to the naked eye, Aiden fixed his gaze on the pale gray horizon expectantly. The wind was still blowing hard, and the sky full of dark clouds, but the precipitation had stopped. As the land gradually grew in the horizon, Aiden began to feel more and more exposed. He had already used his archaic cell phone to contact Lenny to inform him that they had escaped and where he was expecting to make landfall. However, the area he had given was very broad, and he was beginning to worry that they would be discovered long before Lenny could make it to their location. Once again, Aiden was helpless to the circumstance. The only thing he could do was to continue towards land. The landscape gradually took shape, and tall sand dunes revealed themselves. Thankfully, the area appeared to be vacant and uninhabited. Still, he would have preferred to be making landfall under the cover of darkness. As they approached the beach, the waves subsided noticeably in the shallower water. But when the boat finally ground to a halt, the water around them still looked frothy, cold, and unwelcoming. Still, no one was very keen to linger on the boat for any longer than necessary, and Flux and Jake were the first to jump into the cold water at the bow of the vessel. The water came up to their thighs, and each cold wave rose to their ribs. Tom, Evan, and Juan Carlos joined the two. Stephen and Aiden helped to lower the 5 girls down to the men below, who slung them over their shoulders like a sack of potatoes and carried them the 100 or so feet to the shore. George and Darius, who were still too sick to help, simply made their own way ashore. By the time that they had made it to the beach, everyone, including the women, were partially wet, cold, and shivering. Darius was lying on his back, breathing heavily, looking equal parts sick and cold. "I am not going on another mission with you," he declared emphatically. Aiden could only offer him a hand up, wearing a tired grin. "I understand," he replied somberly, before adding, "We need to keep moving." Darius reluctantly accepted the hand, and he was hoisted back to his unstable feet. He looked Aiden dead in the eye, still holding the other man's hand tightly. "No, I'm serious. I ain't doing this shit again." Aiden nodded. "I get it, but we're not out quite yet, so let's keep moving. We can talk later, if we don't get caught." There were some tense moments as the group tried to determine their exact location to relay to Lenny, and then waiting, huddled and shivering, in a stand of trees just off of the highway for him to come. Every passing vehicle brought Aiden's heart rate up with the fear of being caught or the excitement of being saved. A dark utility van screeched to a halt at the mile marker that Aiden had given Lenny. They were saved. The group ran to their freedom as fast as their cold, numb limbs would allow. And when they approached, they were greeted with Jason's smiling face as he slid open the van's side door. "You made it out?" Aiden exclaimed in shock. "I could say the same thing to you." Jason looked the group up and down as they filed one by one into the back of the van. "Although it looks like y'all had a harder time than I did." Jake clapped his smaller brother hard on the back. "I didn't have any doubt that you'd make it through all right." Smiling, he turned to Aiden. "He's a slippery little weasel, that one," he stated with fraternal pride. "He's never been all that strong. Look at him. He's got arms like noodles. But every time you try to pin him down, he'll find some way to wriggle free." He gave his brother a quick hug before turning the feigned affection into a headlock, but Jason slipped his head easily through the nook of Jake's muscular arm. The older brother beamed with satisfaction. "See what I mean?" Jason's face was nearly as red as his hair. He kicked his brother hard in the ass. "Stop wasting time and just get into the fucking van," he admonished. Jake turned to his brother, massaging his battered buttock briefly before shrugging off the rebuke and climbing into the vehicle. "So how did you make it out of there?" Aiden asked Jason as the two finally filed into the van and closed the door behind themselves. They were crammed in like sardines, and they had to squeeze into a free spot on the floor. Jason shrugged. "I basically just drove out of there." "Oh? And the cops didn't stop you?" "Well, sure they did. But I simply explained that I was sent out by the local power company to investigate the blackout." He shrugged casually. "I looked the part, so they let me pass." "But if you were there to repair the outage, why would they let you leave the area?" Jason scratched his chin absent-mindedly. "I don't know. I think I told them that a transformer had blown and I wasn't equipped to replace it, and that the company would be sending out another crew soon. I mean, the story was pretty damn close to the truth. The transformer was blown. I blew it. I was just lucky that they never searched the back where I still had the expended EMP. But that's enough about me. How the hell did you get out of there?" We got out of there in the worst fucking way imaginable," Darius interrupted Aiden hotly. "Oh?" Jason looked quizzically between the two men. "Well, I guess you'll be wanting to stay in the van next time?" "There ain't gonna be a next time, motherfucker," Darius snapped, and Jason held up his hands defensively, unwittingly stepping onto the landmine of Darius's coiled rage. Our getaway was haphazard, to say the least, and I think that it was bad enough to discourage George and Darius from joining us on another mission," Aiden explained. He paused for a moment in silence. Perhaps he was just delirious and delusional from their ordeal, but he had a plan forming. The thought had come to him in the depths of his pre-dawn fatigue while at the helm, so maybe the idea would be best left to the realm of dreams and fantasies than to try to bring it into the harsh light of the awakened world. And yet, what other option did he have if he ever hoped to see Natalia again? A long shot was likely to be the only chance he would have. "So, Darius," he began slowly, "before you and George leave us, I have one more favor to ask." Chapter 20, Controlled Chaos. West Jackson Boulevard, downtown Chicago, 12:34 p.m. The Lyre Pub and Bistro was packed for the lunch rush, with its usual fare of corporate clientele. The eatery was strategically situated directly across the street from Holt's Tower, previously the Willis Tower, and originally the Sears Tower. Generally, the spot would be filled with all of the loud, self-important chatter which would be expected from a luncheon between delusional paper shufflers, somehow believing their arbitrary tedium to be of irreplaceable societal significance. However, conversations of how to bilk the general public while still maintaining the illusion of the free market were temporarily put on hold. All eyes remained transfixed by one of the many televisions in the bar. The female news anchor spoke passionately, as though she were emotionally distraught by what she was reporting on.
In still more concerning news, the DoD has just confirmed that the security of a U.S. military base had been compromised early this morning. When questioned directly about the incident, the Secretary of Defense had this to say.
A transitional graphic flashed across the screen before playing a pre-recorded interview. An older man with a short, gray brush cut gave a steely speech from behind a podium. Of course, we are taking this threat very seriously. We are currently working closely with local law enforcement, the FBI, and quite frankly, we're throwing all of our available resources at this issue. It is a top priority for us to quickly, and more importantly, safely, apprehend the perpetrators before they are allowed to wreak any more havoc upon the American people.
There has been some speculation online that this attack was carried out by the fugitive and escaped convict Aiden Caldwell. Can you speak to this?
Of course, Aiden Caldwell is a person of interest in this case, but I can neither confirm nor deny his involvement in this incident, simply because I do not know myself. Security footage only shows 4 men dressed in black wearing ski masks entering the compound at around 0200. Forensic teams are searching the area for biological samples as we speak. However, Aiden Caldwell is already a convicted Russian asset, previously convicted of 8 consecutive murders. He is also the primary suspect in the vicious murder of John Holtz and his teenage boy, a horrendous crime. And 2 days ago, we found a Detective Helen Wright brutally murdered in her own home. She was the lead investigator in Caldwell's first criminal case, and so it appears as though he was exacting out his revenge. He is a sadistic killer, and in no small terms, he is a danger to the American people. Whether he was involved in the military base attack or not, it is imperative that he is taken off the streets, and quickly, before he takes any more innocent lives. We implore any citizen with tangible information on the suspect's whereabouts to immediately contact your local law enforcement. A photo of Aiden's mugshot scrolled across the screen, with a police contact number below it.
Were there any casualties associated with the breach?
Next question.
Was any military equipment stolen from the base?
No comment.
What was the motive for attacking the base?
Motive? Let's be clear. These perpetrators are terrorists. They're murderers, and they are extremely dangerous. Frankly, right now, I'm more interested in apprehending the suspects first, and then, when the threat to the American public is neutralized, then I will allow myself the time to speculate about the possible motives for such a heinous crime.
So there were deaths at the base?
The program returned to the anchor.
It is truly disconcerting to see such brazen attacks on the people of Chicago at the hands of these monsters. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that either. These people are monsters. And Aiden Caldwell, as the presumed leader of these various crimes, is the devil, with the average American feeling, and rightly so, completely unsafe. It is hard not to question if the American government is not failing to protect its own citizens. Why was such a violent criminal only imprisoned in a minimum security prison? A prison which, frankly, was a cakewalk to break into and out of. Someone has some answering to do. Martial law was declared last week, shortly after authorities found Mr. Holtz dead in his Lake Forest home, sadistically murdered in front of his own son, who was also found dead at the scene. I will spare the viewers all of the grisly details. I have been working this job a long time now, and I thought I had grown a pretty thick skin over the years. But to read that police report, let's just say it is very hard to stomach.
A glisten of moisture touched the female anchor's eyes.
Every red-blooded American should be incensed that this heinous act of barbarism has gone, to date, unpunished. The mayor has implemented an 8 o'clock curfew over the entire city. But is it too little? Too late? The people of Chicago deserve better. A week of terror is a week too long. Dan?
The camera panned back, revealing the anchor's black co-host.
Dan, please give me some good news.
She turned to the man with a look of mock distress.
I could really use a distraction right now.
Oh, well, Stacy, I'm sorry, but unfortunately, it's just more disturbing news. Our team has been recently tracking a video going viral online. I want to warn the viewers at home that they may find the following not suitable for all audiences. Now, I want to preface this by saying that when our team reached out to the appropriate authorities for a comment on the aforementioned video, they stated categorically that the viral video circulating online is a fake, and that the footage depicted is a part of a psyop, or psychological operation, by bad actors meant to sow the seeds of unrest in our society. The video in question shows 5 white police officers handcuffing 2 African American suspects. A scuffle ensues, and the officers retaliate by shooting one of the fleeing suspects. And the other handcuffed African American was repeatedly kicked by the officers while he was lying face down on the pavement. We have decided not to show the video here because its authenticity could not be independently verified.
Oh my! So, is there anything known about what happened to the African American suspects?
Well, remember, Stacy, the FBI claims that this video is a fake. However, the video, which was posted from an unknown account, claims that both suspects died from their injuries. But it doesn't end there, because a spokesman for the FBI says that they have identified the 2 men in the video as one Darius Andre Green and another George Damian Wood. Both men were incarcerated together. And get this, Stacy, at the same prison as the fugitive Aiden Caldwell. They all broke out of prison together.
Well, that's quite the coincidence. So does that mean that the video was faked by Aiden Caldwell himself for some reason? Maybe just simply to create some upheaval in the city.
Well, it's definitely where the FBI is leaning, although they have not confirmed that theory definitively.
And what do you think?
Well, as an African American man myself, I did watch the video.
Dan paused, and Stacy nodded along sympathetically.
If it is a fake, it is very convincing. No lie, it was quite difficult to sit through. And if I'm being perfectly honest, I'm divided. On one hand, the FBI's official statement does make a lot of sense. The 2 men did escape with Caldwell, and they could have very well been accomplices. If that's the case, then it does seem plausible that Caldwell was behind the staged video to undermine the federal agent's control over the city. But to what end? Just to promote instability? Who knows? With all of the chaos over the past week, there's a lot of theories and misinformation circulating online. It's really difficult to process everything that is going on. So the skepticism, especially from the African American community, of the official narrative is understandable. The most prevalent argument is that there is really nothing connecting Green and Wood to the terrorist Caldwell, except for their mutual escape. As far as we know, the 3 only met while incarcerated, with Caldwell's M.O. being quite different from that of his other 2 inmates. Both Green and Wood were serving time for petty crimes, theft, burglary, drug possession, dealing, and the like. They had no known connections to Russia, neither were they ever convicted of murder. Maybe when they saw an opportunity to escape prison, they simply seized it, not fully comprehending just how deadly that decision would ultimately become. In other words, it could simply be the same story we've heard time and time again of two black men being in the wrong place at the wrong time. If it's the latter, I could definitely understand the reason that the federal government would want to play down the authenticity of that particular video. It's not a good look, but maybe they're just trying to sweep the whole situation under the rug. Once again trying to ignore the systemic racism and abuse of power that seems to proliferate our society. I'm sorry, Dan, but I don't know if I can agree with that conspiracy theory. It seems to be playing directly into the hands of the bad actors who produced the fraudulent video in the first place. Don't you think that it is dangerous to be potentially adding fuel to the fire of misinformation? We have a duty to our viewers to do our best to keep them properly well informed. And I don't believe that it is our place to legitimize scurrilous accusations of willful deceit from our government unless it can be backed up with irrefutable evidence. A video posted from an anonymous account does not, in my opinion, prove much, if anything. My 12-year-old son could likely produce a deceptively good video fake in half a day on his smartphone.
Have you personally viewed the video? Dan pushed back.
No, I haven't.
Well, let me tell you, whether I endorse it or not, the fact is there are going to be a lot of angry people out there. The video is convincing enough. Look, if this was the only time that a couple of white cops roughed up a black man, it'd be different. But the government has lost the trust of the average African American.
The female anchor looked visibly distraught. It had suddenly hit her that Dan had just painted her into a corner. If she continued to defend the government too heartily, she would risk appearing to be a privileged white woman who had zero empathy for the plight of the poor black community. She would need to choose her next words very carefully here.
I understand and I completely empathize with the struggles that every African American family faces on a daily basis. I have and always will in the future condemn in the strongest possible words bigotry and racism in any form. I do recognize that systemic racism is something that we all must work hard to eradicate from our society. However, right now, we must all appreciate that America is under attack. This is not a domestic matter. We are at war. We have Russian agents roaming our streets, killing our citizens. This is the time more than ever we need to stand united, to stand together against tyranny. African American, white, Hispanic, Asian, we are all Americans, and we will not be divided by external forces.
Part of the bistro's attention was pulled away from the TV to a commotion near the entrance.
"Oh my God!" someone shouted. "It's already started!" "Quick, lock the door!" yelled another. "They'll smash the windows!" yet another warned.
In near perfect synchronicity, a large rock smashed into the liar's window. Those closest screamed and yelled in shock and fear and leapt away from the shattered, but still intact, glass. Self-preservation was slowly overpowering their curiosity, and the pub's patrons fought to get as far from the windows as possible. A steady stream of protesters continued filling the streets at a frightening pace. The majority of them wore masks or bandanas tied around their faces, but the clientele of the bistro did not need to expend much mental energy trying to figure out what sort of predominant ethnicity was flooding into their downtown core. The city was not caught completely off guard, though. For the past week, they had already been on the highest of alerts, and riot cops were quickly dispatched to protect the municipal and federal buildings. Plexiglass shields were formed, and barricades quickly went up. The cops picked off the stragglers and dragged them off into waiting police vans. However, the protesters' numbers continued to swell, and even with all of the main arteries to the downtown area blocked off, their numbers still continued to grow. When one sector was contained, another would quickly become overwhelmed. Within an hour, Chicago was quickly descending into a sea of chaos. Fires burned, stores were looted, people were assaulted, cars revealed their bellies to the sky, and tear gas wafted through the streets. The mayhem was not contained to the city center. Elsewhere, especially in the poorer suburbs, the situation was much worse, and the police dared not interfere with the prolific looting happening there. Rather, they consolidated their collective might to protect the edifices of wealth, and yet even there they were struggling to maintain order. The chief of police had been preparing for a night of violence, but this midday rampaging had been completely unexpected. Didn't these people have jobs? By 2 p.m., downtown Chicago looked unrecognizable. The flags of anarchy, or a fist in the air, resembled war banners more than simply flags of protest. The accompaniment of sticks, crowbars, and baseball bats, all wielded with vicious intent, served to ratify the look of a battleground. The police force held up their own line of aggressive intent as well, and did so most admirably. No exposed flesh was spared the kiss of a rubber bullet. No tear duct sat waiting idly by for acrid smoke to fill its eye. And no unprotected skulls wandered near the range of a baton without being cracked senseless. All dispensations were doled out liberally, and with a fervent desire for them to be equitably received. However, with every escalation of violence, the horde answered in kind, to the point where some of the salarymen wondered if lethal force was a threat that they did not wish to see reciprocated. They tightly clustered into the plexiglass shield wall and tried to contain the writhing sea of bodies. They were slowly being pushed back, closer and closer to the walls of the municipal courthouse. A lieutenant was frantically on the telephone to receive some support to help contain the situation, which was becoming more serious by the minute. Fortunately, help came sooner than expected. In less than 8 minutes, the U.S. Army Reserves sent a tank and 2 support fighting vehicles to help contain the situation. A police blockade on West Jackson Boulevard stopped them at the bridge. The guard yelled up to the tank operator,
"What? This is all you've sent? Where's all the fucking men? It's chaos in there."
The tank operator only looked down on him through his darkened helmet visor and smiled.
"You'd be surprised just how convincing a tank can be. We'll have 'em running scared in no time. Trust me. Besides, we came under short notice. You should be happy. You ordered pizza and we sent you caviar. And don't worry, we're all equipped with less than lethal force."
The guard waved his hand, brushing off the last comment.
"I don't give a shit about any of that. I just want you to protect my brothers in blue. Those fucking gangbangers need to be taught a lesson sooner or later. Give 'em hell, I say,"
he yelled as he moved the plastic barrier out of the way.
"Sure thing,"
the tank operator replied cheerily before lowering himself back into his seat. Most of the protesters had moved beyond the Lyre Pub and Bistro, joining the larger group closer to the municipal courthouse. However, for the few remaining stragglers, the sight of the tank and support vehicles quickly convinced them to abandon their location, and they escaped down the nearest side streets. The tanks continued moving further east, but a strong contingency of police and private guards were directly in their path, protecting the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. A cop came out from behind the plexiglass shield, waving his arms.
"Sorry, boys, but you're going to have to detour around. We got this area well protected. It's the courthouse that's being overrun right now."
The tank and its 2 compatriots sat silently.
Hey, you hear me? You need to go that way. 2 more blocks. What the?
The tank creaked and groaned as its cannon swung up and to its left. Its barrel pointed directly towards the bank building. It fired. A hail of fire and concrete rained down on the stunned riot cops. The man who first confronted the tanks struggled to find his voice.
"Hey, are you fucking crazy? There's still people in that building,"
he screamed over the deafening ringing in his ears. In response, the tank adjusted its barrel and fired a second time into the building. The second shot blasted through the building's signage near its entrance, and a second shower of concrete and rubble fell upon the defenders of the edifice. The men stood rooted to the ground, trying to process what was happening. A news helicopter, which was recording the clashes near the courthouse, upon hearing the explosion, diverted west to investigate, with more than a dozen police drones trailing behind it. A short ascent and banking to the southwest brought the aircraft within a direct line of sight of the damaged bank building in under 30 seconds. The crew was intently focused on recording the black smoke spewing out of the multiple shattered windows of the building. It was difficult to make out much of anything on the ground of those narrow streets through the cloud of concrete dust, so no one took any notice of the fighting vehicles camouflaged down below. A rapid burst from the light tank's 25mm railgun tore a dozen large holes into the chopper's tail section, convincing the panicked pilot to seek the sanctuary of ground as quickly as possible. Any drones that hovered into the range of the advanced combat vehicle's electronic jammers lost control, careening into the surrounding buildings before plummeting to the ground as a mangled heap of gray-black polycarbonate. Watching the helicopter retreat, leaving a trail of black smoke in its wake, the men on the ground were convinced that this surreal dream was quickly becoming a nightmare. As though they were all of one mind, the previously frozen crowd instantly burst into a frenzy of movement. All structure vanished in an instant. Training, orders, rank, and title all became inconsequential to the instinctual, individualistic desire to live above all else. The panic formed a sea of bodies, limbs flailing, men jostling against one another for every square inch, all fighting like mad to escape the creeping advance of the three steel behemoths. The roar of the large cannon echoed through the streets as the tank continued to fire more shots through the bank building, accompanied by the higher ring of the smaller tank's railguns' bullets, shattering windows, slicing through cabinets, and crudely carving out chunks of concrete out of the structure's gray pillars. The cacophony only served to foment a mad urgency in the rear ranks to push frantically at the maelstrom of men in the fore, to push them to move ever faster toward the relative safety in the east. A few blocks further in this direction, the vanguard came into contact with some straggling protesters. Initially, the rioters prepared for a fight, but when the cops simply ran straight through them, they looked around confusedly for a few moments before simply turning and running alongside the group. A block from the bank building, one of the light armored fighting vehicles turned north and left its partners. At the second block, the larger tank stopped in front of an unmarked federal building, and the third vehicle continued pursuing its quarry eastwards, occasionally firing a short burst from its railgun above the mob's head to remind them of its close proximity. The face of the matte black high-rise seemed to be nothing special. The large glass windows offered a direct view of the reception inside. The iconic seal of an American eagle hanging above the security desk was the only indicator of the building's clandestine function. Only a savvy person would know that for the past 40 years, it had been a major headquarters for the U.S. National Anti-Terror Task Force. Security here appeared to be no more imposing than any of the other buildings in the area, with only a handful of guards stationed around the body scanners. Of course, this was only a facade, and beyond the visible foyer, there was a thick concrete perimeter wall separating the aesthetic entrance from the facility proper. The entire compound could only be accessed through a single reinforced steel door. The stationary tank fired a dozen smoke grenades in a single burst, and everything in a 180-degree radius in front of it soon became enshrouded in a large cloud. The tank spun on its tracks and fired an equal volley in the opposite direction. The thick white smoke eventually devoured everything in a block-and-a-half radius. Visibility inside the haze was limited to a maximum of 15 feet. It was through this soup that the tank spun towards the entrance of the federal building. Flames and thunder roared from the mouth of the cannon, and the tall glass panels fell in on themselves. The guards monitoring the entrance fell to the ground, holding their ears in shock from the impact and the sound of the round. The tank was too large to fit through the entrance, and the reinforced steel door, which sat behind the guard station and metal detectors, remained intact. With the tank's barrel halfway inside the building, another round burst forth from its maw, this time striking the door point blank. The projectile left a large crater in the door, but it still held on to its robust jamb. 2 more tank rounds cleaved out large chunks of hardened concrete, to which the door's long steel bolts still clung. The final shot was redirected towards the door, and this time the stubborn hunk of steel relented and exploded inwards. Beyond the door were scores of federal agents, huddled behind overturned desks and filing cabinets, their shaky hands clinging to pistols and assault rifles, trying to understand what or who was trying to break in. A third volley of smoke was fired point blank into the damaged entrance. Most of the tear gas canisters ricocheted violently in the entrance hall, but some of the smoke found its way inside the compound. 3 men equipped with gas masks exited the tank. The first 2 rushed over to the incapacitated security guards to bind their hands and feet with nylon zap straps. The third man approached the rough opening to the facility, armed with a revolving magazine grenade launcher. Tucked safely into the nook beside the entry, he blindly fired a half-dozen gas grenades through the hole where the steel door had once stood. Once he was joined by his 2 companions, the 3 entered the room, encouraged by the chorus of coughs coming from their unexpectant hosts. "Hands!" shouted a mass-muffled voice, and a spray of bullets flowed over the agents' heads to punctuate the order. One by one, trembling hands emerged from behind their cover, and a cluster of teary-eyed federal employees were herded into a corner office and made to lie down with their hands on their heads. "Who here has an access card for the prison level?" one of the masked men asked. "No volunteers? Maybe a bullet in the back of your fucking heads will encourage y'all." The blind agents heard the crack of 2 deafening shots, and they redoubled their trembling. One agent slowly reached into his pocket to produce a key. "This will grant access to the prison's holding cells," he stammered. But biometrics are also needed." He had barely finished before he was aggressively pulled to his feet. 2 men held each of his arms and led the volunteer to the service elevator. The third stayed behind, busying himself with securing the prisoner's hands and feet. A quick scan of the prisoner's card admitted the trio access to the elevator, and they descended to the 4th sublevel. It was a silent elevator ride. When the doors finally opened, both men had their guns poised and ready, standing behind the captive. However, this level only held a short, unmanned corridor with another security door, this one housing the first biometric checkpoint. From here, Aiden thought that it would have been easy, but there was another group of guards waiting behind this door, and they fired upon them as soon as the security door swung open. The first bullets hit their prisoner, and Flux yelled in pain, the 2 falling back in a unified heap. Aiden returned fire before remembering the remaining smoke grenades in his launcher slung across his back. Not requiring much accuracy, he blindly fired the grenades through the door opening and listened for their satisfying hiss. Keeping low, Aiden crawled over to Flux and rolled the dying agent off of him. Flux, are you okay?" Aiden cried through his mask. Flux grunted. I think so. I think only one got through." He felt around blindly and winced in pain as he touched his lower abdomen. His glove, when it came back to his face, was wet. Aiden pulled out a package of gauze from his pack. He tore the package open and folded the gauze a couple of times and liberated his pants belt. He slid the belt underneath Flux's lower back and peered under Flux's vest and shirt to find the general source of the bleeding. Aiden stuffed the folded gauze into the heart of the oozing mess, repositioning Flux's shirt and tightening his belt over the gauze.
You should be fine.
Aiden tried to impart confidence into his voice.
Are you okay to stay here for a bit?
Flux was already lightly shivering from the shock, but put on a brave, albeit mask-covered, face.
I'll be fine. Go find her.
Aiden nodded and hesitated a moment before entering the smoke-filled room. No prisoners were taken this time. Coughing, unarmed, with their face buried in their hands, begging for mercy. It didn't matter. This was war, after all, was it not? Time was of the essence, and he couldn't afford to have any more loose ends. Good or bad, Aiden lacked the luxury of time to judge the character of those who stood in his way. They simply had to die. Aiden had no way of safely and efficiently taking prisoners. His act of mercy was being carried out 4 stories above, where Jake was overseeing a dozen or more hog-tied agents. But down here, with Flux slowly bleeding out in the other room, he could not afford to be so lenient. The supplication of the blinded guards only awarded them a quick death. After combing through the room, Aiden cursed under his breath. The area seemed to serve as a guard's office and hub, but now there appeared to be 3 more secured doors branching off in opposite directions. Each one looked identical, and they all appeared to be lined with rows of holding cells. He hoped that these corridors didn't have any more branching hallways to further complicate his search. Time was ticking away with stress-inducing rapidity. He picked the first door in a clockwise rotation from the one he entered and grabbed the nearest guard's body to borrow the dead man's access card and biometrics. When the door opened, he dragged the body halfway through the threshold to keep it from automatically locking behind him and began his search. While Aiden was searching the labyrinth below, the panic above had by no means abated. The 2 light tanks had done an effective job of herding the mob. One pushed the crowd from the south, and the other pushed from the west. The choke point was the courthouses. The mass of people numbered nearly 10,000, but the riot police protecting the municipal building from invaders had no line of sight on the tanks, so they were ignorant as to what was driving the mob forward. They simply fought like hell to hold their lines. Eventually, the great heap of human bodies and tangled limbs became so squeezed together that the cluster seemed to have a mind of its own. Sometimes it would sway forward, other times it would rock backwards, but mostly it remained fixed in place, and no amount of pushing and shoving would budge it. The panicked lines nearest to the tanks had little effect on the greater homogeneous mass. It was a stalemate. The minutes dragged on, but little changed. There wasn't even room to perpetuate violence upon one another. Police and protesters were crushed together indiscriminately, and neither was in control of how, who, or when the unconscious mass would decide to crush the air from an individual's lungs. It was like an overbooked rock concert just before the band takes to the stage, and the fans are all suspended in some sort of crushing purgatory. The crowd heard the hum of a motor in the sky before they saw the low-flying chopper. Unlike the news helicopter, this was a behemoth. Its 2 rotors cleaving through the air with long, powerful strokes. With the light gray paint job and the discreet gunner ports, it was clearly military. However, so were the tanks on the ground. A sea of eyes looked up in horror. Few thought that this aircraft had been sent to liberate them, and most were confident that its sole function was to finish them off. The will to run was high, but everyone was mired in the muck of the mob, held helplessly in place by the mass of their neighbor. The collective will was singular: escape this trap. But their sheer mass was too unwieldy to effect any change over their stasis. All they could do was tremble with terror as the chopper whirled closer and closer. Time seemed to stand still as the chopper approached from the south. But in reality, it was under a minute from the time when the aircraft first appeared to the time when a pair of missiles emerged from either side of its nose. In a fraction of a second, the corkscrewing projectiles precisely struck the light tank, and it violently exploded. The blast burst out of the opposite side of the armored vehicle, slamming into a dozen or more bodies in the vicinity. They died instantly. Those immediately behind the protective wall of flesh survived, but the blast radius sent a shockwave through the sea of men, eventually crashing into a corporeal wall of unmoving bodies further away. The crest of the wave met an unfortunate end, as their bodies absorbed the momentum of 100 men colliding into a static cluster of thousands. Their screams of pain quickly died away as their crushed ribs could no longer safeguard the air in their lungs. In an instant, even the riot police in the far rear guard saw the military chopper unleash its missiles and heard the subsequent explosion. Maintaining their post immediately dissolved in their minds, and the firmly holding northern ranks evaporated in an instant. The cork had popped off the top, and men flowed in torrents out of the newly formed gap. The second tank still sat to the west and began moving forward. It was near the belly of the mob, and as the tank approached, the men became divided in two. The newly opened northern direction was the preferred choice, but not everyone could jostle themselves into position before the tank cut them off from that route. The tank, however, was not concerned with the mob's movements, but already had its barrel pointed to the sky as it rounded the corner. The standoff only lasted for a second between the two vehicles before both shot a volley of missiles at one another. The tank exploded like his twin, but the chopper had also been struck and started spinning wildly out of control as flames licked out of the rent hole in its belly. The heavy helicopter listed onto its side and descended rapidly into the side of a glass high-rise. A thunderous roar tore through the streets as the flames devoured the fuel of the chopper upon impact. Jason winced as his screen's image distorted before going completely blank. He looked up at the other 4 men in his team, huddled under the footprint of a large cell phone tower situated on the rooftop of a 5-story apartment building, some 6 blocks away from the center of the action. Tom was already packing away his own remote controller for the armored fighting vehicle, turned fiery ball of scrap metal. "Well, let's hope that bought him enough time," he said under his breath as his eyes followed the path of dark streaks of smoke staining the afternoon sky. He turned back to the others. "All right, let's get the hell out of here. I think we'd best head north to merge with the mob there." He did a short calculation in his head. "The core of the group should be passing by in 10 minutes, more or less. They're moving pretty fast." One by one, the 5 men sprinted to the old building's external fire escape and raced down the wrought iron steps to the narrow alley below. Jason was the last to drop the final 10 feet, and Evan was watching him fall as he was catching his own breath. "Do you really think that they're going to make it out of there?" he asked. Jason shrugged. "Logically, no. I mean, it's really a fool's errand if I'm being completely honest. They'd be lucky to even get into the building, let alone find their way out again. But Aiden, that stubborn bastard, would have attempted this all alone if he had to." He suddenly looked very serious and seemed to be staring straight through Evan. "I just hope my brother will be smart enough to know when to get the hell out of there. Aiden is so single-minded. I'm afraid that if he doesn't find her, he'll just keep looking until the whole area is locked down and escape is impossible. And I don't see Flux leaving the side of his mentor either. So those two are too committed. It's all or nothing for them." He took a resigned breath. "Maybe for Jake too. I don't know." Evan looked confused. "But if this was all a waste of time and guaranteed to fail, what the fuck was the point of all of this?" he asked in exasperation. Jason fired him a fierce look. "Nothing is a guarantee. You asked what I thought their chances were, and I answered honestly. He shrugged. But really, I thought the same thing before storming the Holtz mansion. So maybe I'll be wrong again, and Aiden will pull another miracle out of his ass. However, as Aiden combed through another corridor of holding cells with no success, his ass, puckered with fear and anxiety, did not feel like it would be yielding a miracle anytime soon. Fortunately, he had enough presence of mind to begin his search methodically. Otherwise, the branching labyrinth of this subterranean prison could have easily induced a powerful, bewildering panic in him. As it was, he was feeling a cloud of stress weighing heavily around him. It was condensing on his cold skin, dripping from every pore. He was sure that he had passed at least 100 cells by now, and with every failure, he was beginning to worry that Natalia had been moved, or that she had never been here to begin with. He thought of Detective Wright, with his cold steel blade pressed into her sagging skin just below her chin, and he wondered if she could have been lying to him. At the time, it seemed unlikely. Her look of supreme terror had been convincing enough in the moment, but now he started to doubt. Perhaps, as her last act of spite, she had deceived him into chasing a wild goose. It felt like a small eternity that he had been searching. The cells were surprisingly empty. On average, only 1 in every 5 had an occupant. What will I do if I never find her? He shuddered. What if she's been killed? He thought of Flux bleeding from a gut shot, waiting for him to return. It was hard to swallow, but he had to admit to himself that he would continue to search until he was positive that he had scoured every last nook and cranny of the complex, or until he found Natalia. Even if it resulted in Flux's death. Aiden felt a rare pang of guilt. Flux had been a true friend, and it was difficult to be in a position where he had to rate his value below another. But he knew that Flux was bleeding out in the other room. But as for Natalia, he couldn't even be guaranteed that she was even here. And yet Aiden would still sacrifice his friend's life in exchange for the phantom which he sought. He stopped dead. What was wrong? He couldn't quite place it, but there was something familiar here. It was only a door that led to a staircase. He dared not enter the stairwell and potentially get locked out of the corridor. Still, he retraced his steps, turned and looked through the port into the cell. The cells were all identical, but for some reason he believed that he knew this one. Was this the same cell that he had occupied when he was first arrested? Could she have been placed beside him? No. He had already checked all of these cells. But still, he looked into the ports of the neighboring cells. Nothing. He was wasting time. Aiden turned to head back to the central office. There was only one more branch left to search, and he was running out of time. He was about to jog back, but instead of quickening his pace, he stopped dead. This is crazy. What are you doing? Come on, let's go. Don't start second-guessing yourself now. There's nothing back there. It's a dead end. But despite all of his protests, as though being possessed by some external force, he returned to his old cell, or what he believed to be his old cell. He must be losing his mind. Now he was chasing phantoms. He used the keycard to open his cell. It was vacant. He opened the cell to his right. It was the same, sterile and empty. He opened the cell to the left of what he assumed to be his old cell. Still nothing. No, wait. He caught the glimpse of a bundled up blanket in his peripheral. It was tucked into the corner, in a blind spot of the viewing port. Aiden's throat was tight, and his hand trembled as he reached out towards the thin gray fabric. He gently tugged on the blanket, but there was some resistance. He pulled harder. Thin, white fingers were clutching tightly at the corner of the blanket. Natalia? Aiden asked in a hoarse whisper. He tried to swallow, but his mouth felt full of sand. It's me, Aiden. He tried to pull the covering away, but the bundle was rigorously defending its sanctuary. His lips were quivering as he dropped to his knees and felt at what he assumed to be her back. Even through the fabric, the points of her spine were easily distinguishable. Slowly, he pulled her closer to him in a tender embrace, but muffled groans protested the affection. The utterance was not the sort of sound that Aiden had expected to come from Natalia's lips. He had the horrible vision that he had diluted himself into embracing some random, emaciated prisoner. He had to satisfy his curiosity, despite the resistance. Aiden held the bundle at arm's length, and in a single quick, forceful pull, yanked the blanket away. Pale, thin arms flailed to recover their lost protection. The face, hidden behind a veil of fine blonde strands, released an unrestrained howl. It was a hideous sound. Halfway between a scream and a yell, it lacked any structure that would indicate that it came from a sentient creature. It was a sound helmed by primordial instinct alone. It didn't resemble anger, fear, or sadness. It was the cry of a banshee, feral, chaotic, unhinged, unguided by intelligent purpose. The noise was unsettling, but it amplified within Aiden's core, disintegrating the fibers of his spirit. It was clearly the body of Natalia, there crouched before him, but her mind was gone. Her eyes were still hidden in her mess of hair, but he could already hear it in her voice. Her mad cry was nearly relentless, and she paused only to recover her breath before resuming her guttural shrieks. Aiden's face distorted vulgarly as a mixture of uncontrollable emotions overtook his will. Tears flowed freely down his contorted features, and he drew Natalia to him in a tight embrace, despite the fact that it brought her mouth within a deafening proximity to his left ear. However, the maelstrom of defeat tearing through his soul left him numb to any sort of physical discomfort. Reason was exorcised from his mind. He didn't know if he drew her closer in an effort to comfort her or to comfort himself. He had no doubt that she had been put through the same type of torturous interrogation that he had experienced. But the fact that she was still here, so many months later, it was hard to believe that she had not been treated with the same sort of mercy that he had been afforded. A specter of Aiden's past, broken self arose from the mists of his memory. He had been so laser-focused on the future that he had nearly forgotten his brain-dead self. And how long did it take for Detective Wright to completely break his mind? Weeks? Perhaps 2 at most. But Natalia was still here. Even if the interrogations had stopped, she had been left here for months in complete isolation. A freight train of thought smashed through his mind in an instant, and he cried. He cried tears of relief for having finally found her. He wept for her condition and for what he had been helpless to prevent. He wailed and raged at those who had done this to her. He profoundly wished that he had not given Wright such a quick departure from this mortal world. The flood of rage, sadness, love, and hate gushed out of him all at once and gradually flowed out of him through his throat, creating a chorus of chaos within the small cell. The two primordial beings intertwined together and wailing in discordant harmony. He couldn't say for how long he stayed in this state for, but eventually he became aware that he was the only one making a sound. He stifled his cry and slowly backed away from Natalia, just enough to look into her face. His own eyes felt puffy and red. He tenderly brushed the fine blonde strands away from her face. She looked just as he remembered her, that is, everything except for the eyes, which looked back at him with the same sort of furtive bewilderment of a young child. He choked down a fresh swell of sadness. Natalia's eyes had always held his with a confident intelligence, which had belayed such strength that he had often found it difficult to meet her gaze for very long without needing to look away. In contrast, these eyes were timid and restless, always looking for another escape from intimacy. "It's all right," he consoled, half to himself and half for her benefit. "I have you now. Don't worry. I have found you." He saw a modicum of trust forming in those blue eyes, if not recognition. She smiled at him. Her missing tooth had been replaced, he noted. "I suppose if they were going to break you mentally, it's best not to look like you've been broken physically as well," he reflected bitterly. "If they ever wanted to parade you around as a captured Russian spy, it'd be better that you didn't appear to be missing any important parts." Aiden rose on his aching knees and drew a reluctant Natalia up with him. But when he tried to bring her through the door, she twisted violently away from him and ran to the sanctuary of her cot, yelping out a vehement protest. Aiden wanted to be gentle with her, but time was slipping away from them, and if they didn't leave now, they might never leave this place. Despite Natalia's flailing fists, Aiden quickly grabbed a hold of her and slung her over his shoulder. She kicked, punched, and screamed, but she was light, and Aiden endured the punishment and began jogging back to the main office. By the time they had passed the dead guards, Natalia had calmed down and became more preoccupied with seeing the new environment than trying to escape his grasp. They came upon Flux in short order. He had dragged himself over to the nearest wall and was propped up there. He had also managed to somehow change out of his tactical gear, and though pale, he still looked quite alert. "Sorry it took so long," Aiden said sheepishly. "How are you doing?" But Flux ignored the question. "You found her!" he exclaimed with wide eyes. Aiden could only provide a terse nod. The moment was too bittersweet to feel very exultant. He deliberated for a moment before deciding to risk placing Natalia back onto her feet. Having regained her independence, she looked down the corridor leading back to her prison cell and paused. She was hesitant to return back to the familiarity of incarceration, and yet she was equally fearful of the unknown. Aiden watched her intensely to see what she would do next, but her mind was incapable of logically deducing all of the possible options, and in the end she relinquished her choice to the one most readily available. She clung to Aiden as a toddler might, seeking the most familiar protection from a foreign environment. Aiden was conflicted by her choice to cling to him. On one hand, it made the rest of their escape much simpler, and yet it was in a way painful to see the woman that he loved reduced to such an infantile state. He wondered how many others she could have just as easily clung to for comfort, for he knew that she didn't recognize him as Aiden, but simply as the man who had entered her cell. No sooner had he thought it, he chastised himself for entertaining the idea. What mattered now was that he had found her, and for the moment she trusted him. The rest could be sorted out later. "Can you walk?" Aiden asked Flux. He nodded. "It hurts like hell, but I think I can make it." Flux grunted as Aiden gave him a hand to his feet. He supported Flux on one side as he cradled Natalia on the other, and the trio moved for the elevator. The silence was palpable. Aiden could almost sense the questions bubbling up from Flux, who did well to suppress his curiosity. He thought of consoling Aiden, that he had found him in much of the same state in prison, and if he had recovered, then so could she. But Aiden still appeared to be precariously emotional, and Flux did not dare to upend his current lucidity. Their journey to the ground floor was shrouded in the same uncomfortable silence. When the elevator doors slid open, the spell was quickly cracked by an animated Jake.
"Holy shit, where the fuck have you two been?"
he exclaimed before noticing Natalia hiding behind Aiden. His eyes went wide. Shock deflated his words into a mere whisper. "My God,
You found her.
Solemn nods were his only response, and Jake quickly realized that Flux had been shot. He moved to assist the younger man and said with a sense of urgency,
We need to hurry. Most of the mob has already passed by. I fired out a few extra smoke grenades a minute ago. Hopefully it'll be enough to conceal our exit before trying to blend in with the crowd.
Aiden shed the last remnants of tactical gear on him. Everyone's firearms, grenades, and flak jackets were left behind. Their only defense was appearing to be random protesters and pray that they didn't get caught. The tension was high as the four emerged from the federal building into the cold glow of the smoke-filled street. Their hearts jumped when they saw the first cluster of men, but the strangers simply passed them by, and they followed behind them, heading eastwards. After 4 blocks, a troop of actual National Guards passed by, but they paid them little mind, as they assumed that their enemy was still entrenched near the municipal courthouse. They continued, walking past the police barricade, but everyone there seemed to be too preoccupied with aiding in the assault preparations to pay 4 poorly-looking protesters much mind. The further that the 4 got away from the city center, the clearer it became that they had made it. Aiden tried to rejoice at their improbable victory, but all he could think of was revenge. He thought of all that he had done, and it felt like a speck of sand in a desert. He could feel the warmth of Natalia's body as she clung to him. He took comfort in that feel, but he could not bear to look at her. For a brief moment, he needed to believe that it was the intelligent, strong, and caring Natalia that embraced him, not the infantile husk of destroyed psyche that the government had left him with. He would stay with her forever, of that he had no doubt. He would never willfully abandon her, but at the same time, he could not sit idly by. Chance had brought him into contact with the nation's dark underbelly, and now, in good conscience, he could no longer ignore its existence. The battle had begun, and he meant to finish the war. Epilogue. 3 months later. Early morning sunlight pierced through the frosty conifer canopy, those warm rays teasing the mountain forest with its first touch of spring. Water droplets formed where the light kissed the icy branches. The treetops were the first to cast off their snowy mantles, to reveal their blue-green needles buried beneath. As the sun rose above the ridge and its heat grew, more wet clumps of white fell from their elevated perch onto the dappled white forest floor below. Chipmunks began their day's work early, and the silence was quickly filled with their excited squeaks. Tucked inconspicuously into the steep cliffside of a remote Colorado mountain range sat a humble cabin. A thin, nearly clear plume of hot smoke rose from a small stovepipe. The little black nub was the only unnatural feature on the roof, which was primarily made of rough cedar shakes covered in green moss. Nearly half of the structure was buried into the side of the mountain, in what had previously been a natural cave, which now housed the cabin's 2 small bedrooms. The common area, split between the kitchen and the dining room, were gifted with the only natural light coming from 2 small windows. The early morning was the only time when direct sunlight could stream into the cabin from between the high mountain ridge to the east and the cabin's long and low overhang. The sole inhabitants of the humble cottage were all basking in the glory of those precious rays of light. Katya was occupied with whipping up some batter in a steel mixing bowl, while occasionally pausing to check the heat of her skillet on the stovetop. She did this by dipping her finger into a pail of clean water and flicking a droplet or 2 onto the black iron. When the water sizzled away satisfactorily, she scooped out a dollop of butter onto the cookery, rolling it around the hot surface until the fat was completely liquefied. The butter had just begun to brown when she poured her first white runny blob onto the hot iron. The thin disc sizzled, and an appetite-inducing fragrance quickly filled the room. Less than 5 feet away, Aiden sat on a rustic bench with Natalia curled up next to him. The bench was made of rough-hewn pine, but it was covered in a plethora of blankets and cushions to make it quite cozy, and Natalia was taking full advantage of its comforts. Bundled in a sea of softness, with only her face exposed, she leisurely leaned on Aiden's shoulder to easily see what he was reading. Nearly a month ago, Flux had been quite excited to stumble upon a used bookstore that had some volumes in Russian. He had eagerly bought everything available and gifted his discovery to the two women. Katya had been delighted by the act of kindness and had to suppress tears of joy at the sight of her childhood stories in her native tongue. It was all the more welcome due to the crushing solitude in the remote mountain range, especially at night. It was quickly established as a new ritual for everyone to gather around after dinner to hear Katya read another passage. At first, Aiden understood nothing of what was read, but other than splitting firewood and hauling in weekly rations brought in by Flux, there was little else to occupy his time, so he soon became dedicated to learning Russian. The task of his tutelage fell upon Katya's shoulders, and she took up the responsibility without protest. She turned out to be a fairly competent teacher, to the point that, in a relatively short amount of time, Aiden could adequately read simple Cyrillic. This morning, while he waited for breakfast, he decided to practice reading aloud, using a childhood favorite of Natalia's, Morosko. As he stumbled through the Russian words, Katya occasionally correcting him from the kitchen, Natalia's eyes remained fixed on the pages with wide-eyed fascination. They'd all read it many times over, but no matter how many times that worn novel came out, Natalia would always exhibit a level of enthusiasm that would be generally reserved solely for a novel experience. It was almost as though she could never recall the last time that they had read the book. A part of him would become irritated by her persisting childlike antics. However, this morning, he reasoned that if he was to learn to read Russian, it might as well be with something that Natalia seemed to genuinely enjoy hearing, no matter how many times it was retold. A sharp whistle from outside interrupted Aiden's reading, and he looked up from his book. He hadn't been expecting a visitor. "Come in," he hollered, not wanting to get up from his seat while Natalia was still leaning on his shoulder. The door creaked loudly as it swung open, and drowned the dingy cabin in brilliant light and cold air.
"Flux!"
Katya exclaimed with a bright smile.
"Come in."
Aiden couldn't be sure if Flux's cheeks were flushed from the cold morning or from seeing Katya so pleased to see him. Either way, Flux could not hold her gaze for long, and only managed to give her a stiff nod before turning back to Aiden. He cracked a grin.
"We finally nailed down that bastard,"
he said triumphantly. "Who?" Aiden asked. He stopped himself short, casting a nervous glance at Katya.
That judge I told you about. Well, he was really covering his tracks well, but Lisa, one of the girls from the Holtz mansion, said that she had, an interaction with him, and that he was connected with Holtz. Well, if you remember, you had said, "Hold on,"
Katya stated with satisfaction as she laid down a heaping plate of doughy goodness on the small table. She turned to Flux.
"Why don't you take off your coat and join us for breakfast?"
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I really do, but I already had something on the way up, and I..." He trailed off as he saw a look of disapproval creep into her pretty features.
It does smell good, though."
Katya grabbed the back of his jacket, forcing him to relinquish it.
"See it,"
she ordered flatly. Aiden tried to suppress a laugh. "You might as well listen to her. Katya takes mealtimes very seriously around here." Katya began serving out the white and golden brown discs. "Did you make crepes?" Flux asked conversationally.
"Blini,"
Katya corrected.
"Well, they sort of look like crepes,"
Flux replied with the fried flour on his fork. "Yeah, they're basically Russian crepes." Aiden trailed off when in the corner of his eye he saw Katya's brow begin to furrow, and recalled a previous argument they had. But they're called Bellini. Well, whatever you call them, they're very good, Flux said with his mouth half full. So anyways, Jason did some digging on that judge. Business, Aiden interrupted with his hand raised. Can wait until after breakfast. I don't want to get indigestion. A forkful of blini was halfway to Flux's mouth. He looked at Aiden, shrugged, and stuffed the fluffy mass into his waiting mouth. You eat fast for someone who already had breakfast, Katya observed contentedly with an arched brow.
Well, I've always eaten fast. It's a bit of a habit growing up poor. Oh, but it is really quite tasty, too.
Katya smiled.
It's even better with some fruit. Would you like to try it with some blueberry sauce?
Sure.
Katya reached in front of Flux and spooned out some sauce on what remained of his blini. He swallowed hard what remained in his mouth. His appetite had been quickly eclipsed by Katya's proximity. Her forearm had nearly brushed against his as she brought the fruit to his plate, and their eyes had met. It was the briefest of pauses, but none, except Natalia, were unaware of its occurrence. Aiden shifted in his seat uncomfortably, but not from the hardness of the bench, rather from the awkwardness of having a front row seat to a display of clumsy intimacy. He looked over at Natalia, who had already managed to smear some blueberry sauce onto her right cheek. She took notice that she was being watched and gave him a messy smile. "Blini," she stated triumphantly. Aiden could only shake his head at her antics, but as he wiped the dark sauce from her cheek with a damp cloth, he couldn't help but feel a deep sadness and a sort of envy at the idle flirtation of the two opposite himself. He continued to watch Natalia as she contentedly munched away at her sweet blini, and silently wondered if she would ever return to her original self. Eventually, Aiden turned back to his breakfast, but his appetite was muted, and he struggled to finish what was on his plate. When Katya offered him seconds, he emphatically refused, and sat there with unveiled impatience, waiting for Flux to be finished. By the time Flux was finished, Aiden's dour mood had softened some. "How long do you think this'll take?" he asked. Flux considered for a moment before shrugging.
I don't know exactly. Jake would have a better idea, but we should be back sometime tomorrow.
Aiden nodded and turned to Katya. "Well, it looks like the two of you will be on your own tonight." He sighed as he rose to join Flux by the door, pulling on his boots and winter jacket.
Don't worry about us. We'll be fine. Just come back safe. Both of you,
Katya said sincerely.
If anything ever happened to either one of you... What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Aiden tried to shake himself out of his reverie.
Sorry, I just can't remember a time.
He trailed off. Never mind.
What?
She pressed.
Oh, I just never remember being missed before, is all.
Uh-huh, Flux confirmed. It was clearly an uncomfortable admission, but Katya did well to brush off the awkwardness, simply hugging them each in turn.
Well, you will be,
she assured.
And you,
she pointed to Flux.
Don't go getting shot again,
she admonished.
I don't want to have to nurse you back to health a second time.
I'll do my best, ma'am.
Aiden turned to Natalia. She was already back to the half-finished novel, picking it up where he had left off. But she looked up as Aiden approached. She responded poorly to English, if at all, so he spoke to her in his halting Russian.
Natalia, I have to go. I have work.
She set aside her book.
Don't go,
she said forcefully, and he was surprised by her command. It was made simply, and she still spoke it with a childlike cadence, but it still showed that she had a basic understanding of the situation. It was more of a lucid response than he had expected. He grabbed her softly by the shoulders and whispered, "I must." He drew her close and embraced her. "But I will miss you." A strange groan rumbled out of her throat. An outside observer may have been quick to classify the bizarre sound as simply the outburst of an imbecile, but Aidan chose to decipher it as a display of sadness at his departure. "I will return soon," he said as he rose to go, and his words seemed to appease her, and she went back to her book. Aidan couldn't stomach a more prolonged goodbye, and he turned and briskly made for the door, looking straight ahead to avoid any eye contact with Katya on his way out. The two walked in silence for the first half of their 3-mile hike back to the remote dirt road. Neither were particularly keen to leave the two sisters behind, but their sense of duty compelled them forward. Flux was the first to break the silence.
"She's looking a lot better."
Aidan shot a fierce glare back at his friend, which only softened when he saw that it was said with sincerity.
"Hey, you think so?" "Honestly, I don't really see it."
Flux shrugged.
"Well, it makes sense. You two haven't really been apart since we got you up here to lay low for a while. But I can see the difference. Each time I come, she's a little bit better."
"Oh, was that how it was for me?" he asked, but he already knew the answer to this question. Flux scratched the back of his head.
"Well, no. You were pretty much gone, and then you just sort of came back." "But hey, that doesn't mean that everyone will be the same. I mean, progress is still progress."
Aidan sighed heavily. "I just wonder if she'll ever fully recover. You know? Will she ever truly remember me? Didn't Big John think that my recovery was some sort of miracle?"
"Well, yeah, so what?"
"So what are the chances of a second miracle?"
"Honestly, I don't know. But I do know that she is getting better. What did she say to you back there? Don't go? She never would have said that even a couple weeks ago. It's progress, man. Don't overthink it."
Aidan nodded and then stopped. "Wait, you understood what we were saying? Since when have you learned to speak Russian?"
"Well, I started teaching myself here and there when I can."
"Oh, have you now?" Aidan burst out laughing.
"Hey, what's so funny? I just thought it would come in handy."
"Oh, did you? Maybe it would come in handy to impress a certain someone?" Flux's face went beet red. He opened his mouth to say something in his defense, but thought better of it and held his tongue. "I'm sure that she'd be happy if you joined us for dinner when we're finished with this business," Aidan added more seriously. Flux could only nod at the invitation. "Speaking of business, what's the situation with this judge?" Flux eagerly jumped at the opportunity to change the subject.
"Well, as I said, all we had to go on was the word of the girl, and unfortunately she had some doubts. We showed her pictures of the man, but the best that we could get out of her was, 'I think that's him,' which would have been good enough for me, but Jason wanted to be sure and did more digging. Turns out this judge had presided over 5 separate court cases involving Holtz. In each case, he was suspiciously lenient on that bastard. A couple of them were summarily dismissed for some bullshit reasons. One was for a lack of jurisdiction, the other one was for a lack of cause of action or some such shit. Jason knows more about this type of stuff anyways. And according to him, the judge was clearly bending over backwards to accommodate Holt in every case. The only guilty verdict that he rendered against Holtz ended up in a slap on the wrist. Like a fine for a few $100,000 or some such shit. Pocket change for a guy like Holtz. Anyways, the more that Jason dug up, the clearer it became that the two did have a very close relationship. Both of them shared a mutual relationship with Battaglia. They were both on the board of the same non-profit organization. And they were both members of the same country club. The list goes on and on. The only problem is that so did a vast network of other powerful individuals. They're all mutually invested in one another's companies, affiliated to the same cluster of senators and congressmen. It's a nearly endless webwork of interconnectivity. In other words, those two may only be the tip of the iceberg. But who knows?
Aiden gritted his teeth. But we know that the judge is corrupt, right?
Yeah, without a doubt.
Then today he dies, and the rest will follow in due time. For a while, the two walked in silence, with only the crunching of the icy snow beneath their feet.
I know that you're trying to do the right thing.
Flux broached the subject cautiously.
But where will it end? Revenge won't make her magically recover.
Aiden grabbed Flux's shoulder, bringing him to a full stop. Great plumes of condensation billowed around Aiden's mouth.
Is that what you think? That this is all my revenge? Isn't it?
Flux took a deep breath, and cold air stung his lungs.
Look, I know that these guys are all pieces of shit. But, well, I've also seen the look in your eye when you've killed Holtz, or his son, or Detective Wright. Honestly, well, you, seem to enjoy it.
I do.
You do?
Flux was taken aback by the quick admission.
Sure I do, if I'm being perfectly honest.
But I also wouldn't call it vengeance. Killing this judge will give me great pleasure. But I don't even know him. And I can't even be sure that that bastard ever met Natalia or Katya. So how can I commit vengeance on a stranger? No, this will be justice, plain and simple. The enjoyment will come from hitting a prick who thought himself to be untouchable, above the law. Their boots have been at our collective throats for what must be generations now, perhaps even centuries, spitting in our eyes as they laugh at our inability to strike back. But now we are hitting back, and hitting back hard, and their sadistic, mocking smiles are turning into shrieks of shock and horror. And that, my friend, is the very definition of catharsis.
Hey, look, I'm not trying to sound judgmental or anything. I'm just saying that maybe you've done enough. Maybe now you should focus more on getting Natalia better. And just forget the whole corrupt damn world.
The mention of Natalia brought moisture to his eyes as he thought of her sitting in their cozy cabin. Physically there, but her mind dwelling on some unknown plane, if it even existed at all. That, Flux, is the easy path. Doing nothing is no great accomplishment. Please believe me, but the last thing that I want to do is leave. But the knowledge of good and evil is not easily forgotten. I've lived most of my life in happy ignorance. But if I stare evil in the face and do nothing, I'll be corrupted by it. Can you rest, knowing that this judge is out there and will continue to perpetrate his crimes unmolested unless we do something about it?
Yes, I agree, and I'm with you. I'm just saying, where will it end?
It will end when evil abdicates the seat of power in our country.
Oh, I see. So never then,
Flux said resignedly.
We'll never stop fighting.
Aiden sighed.
Look, I can't see into the future, but I can feel a revolution is coming.
And we'll not be alone for long. Many people know that the system is corrupt, rotten to the core, but they were paralyzed with fear, believing that the blood-sucking elites were too firmly entrenched into the flesh of society. Every time we touch another untouchable, we impart a fresh sliver of hope in the hearts of decent people. Eventually their cowardice will thaw under the brilliant rays of possibilities. People will join our side. And if they don't, then they'll have chosen the side of our enemy. A war is coming, and war does not favor the indecisive. This tidal wave of violence is already forming, and when it crashes, not even I will be able to stop it. What you should worry about is not for how long we need to fight for, but what we'll do when it's all over.
And what will we do when it's over?
Aiden shrugged. I don't know, he answered honestly. But first things first, he began walking down the trail. Before the body can begin to heal, you must first cut out all of the rot.